I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
There we go. I forgot that I had a lemon. Oh, what the hell? Use the other piece. That was half. You know, I have a tool for this, but I'm not using it. Too lazy to get the tool out of the drawer. No excuse. Okay. Had my tea all ready with all the ingredients in it. And I forgot that I actually had a lemon. Pardon for a second here. Now that's a potent cup of tea, I'll tell you that. Whoa. But I had to use the strainer because look how many seeds come out of that. Just throw them in a field somewhere, maybe they'll grow. Of course, I'll be long dead by the time they... Oh, look at this again this morning. This is what kids eat late at night. And it's really nice to wake up to this. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not touching it. I could, but I'm not. I wound up having some good sleep after all, but unfortunately I was waking up because she was having some stomach pains, and I think all that really turned out to be is a gas situation in her stomach, and nevertheless painful. And I tried to find every remedy to help her out, of course, being a loving partner that I am, of course. Did manage to get to sleep and got back up after 6 o'clock. I said, whoa, for me that's good. But then I was up for a while. Okay, do. All right. Okay, did manage to get my rest. Again, got a windy, pretty breezy day. It's been chilly in the mornings around here. I think it's taking that tree down right there, man, pretty soon. At least up to that point of my camera and above that. Too much weight on this thing. It could actually come this way toward the house, or it could just go on my fencing in my wall. It'll uproot them big old roots. You get enough strong wind. So that's a project coming up soon, I'm thinking. Found somebody to do it. For cheap, actually. It's too ominous. There's a lot of weight on those big ass branches on there. A lot of weight. Thank you for the 2 thumbs up with 3 people watching. That is a start. Hang in here a little bit. A few more people show up here. Two thumbs up must be a regular on here. Maybe it's Don. He's so happy to see my show on, or Popeye or something. They get excited when I do a show. It's like, all right, it's time. Get my coffee out, whatever. It is showtime, right, boys? Definitely showtime. Well, okay, what was this guy? Kid never made was just a beard. Something Asia, da 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 da. And he's always doing things about immigration, doing things about different things. What's going on in the Philippines community and so forth. Well, interesting story. It's unfortunate that we hear this stuff all the time. It really is. There's a guy from Cayman Islands, older dude, of course. Cayman Islands. All right, thank you. Thumbs up, gentlemen, thumbs up. And another guy that got involved in something that I don't get it. Communicating with this Filipina for a long time, since she was working overseas too, in Singapore, whether or not she was. They said, oh, she saved enough money, for a little tiny bit for a house, but she can't save enough. And he claims that, and this was on Rafi Tulfo. He was showing some stuff on Rafi Tulfo. Well, the guy, the victim, was actually from Cayman Islands and wanted to meet this Pina. Oh, but you could go meet my parents, though, and kids. But I can't come back from the job. I'm in Singapore. Oh, Trisha hints already that I want to build a house. I just don't have enough money for it. And you've heard this before. Well, anyway, and he was, the guy showed that I was watching. He was showing the Rafi Tulfo interview. She was on the phone, and he was with Rafi. So basically, he had put out about, I don't know what he put, $20,000, $30,000 or something. And the guy was only working as a taxi driver in Cayman, so I don't know where he got his money, even to help her out. But, long story short, on Rafi, and of course she was lying through her teeth, and what he did wrong is what a lot of foreigners do, and sometimes, we talked about this before, it's almost fruitless to talk about it again, but we will. Sometimes foreigners get too lonely. They get to be a certain age, and maybe they want some change in their life. There's nothing wrong with that, okay, but what they do to get it, you get a little bit too desperate when you get old sometimes, and it might be part of human nature. Maybe you don't have any family left, died off, whatever, and you find yourself at an older age, and you want a companion. Typical scenario, because we hear all these stories all the time. Pardon me, I'm having a banana with my tea, actually. So he spent a certain amount of money. She lied through her teeth, to Rafi. Rafi saw right through it. Basically told her, you're gonna have to pay this man back. She had ill intent, He never even met her. That's the crazy thing when you hear these stories. These guys are doing these things when they haven't even met the woman. Now that's insanity. Who does that shit? Okay. So they got on Rafi Tulfo. Push came to shove, she was counteracting his statements, the guy, the victim. But he had all written documents. He had he was smart, and sometimes you got to do what I do. And he had, copies of text messages and all that stuff. Had proof right there. Rafi seen that, he saw right through what was happening right away. Pretty much demanding her to, look, I'm going to not only, we're getting that money back, and you're going to have to save face with your family and everybody, because we'll even contact your job in Singapore and tell them what you're doing. Now, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I didn't get the ending of it. I heard enough to know that the guy was being, she was definitely finagling with him. A man she never even met. And that's the thing. That's the thing that gets me. You haven't even met the woman yet. And you're going to go off and start building her a house. That's a definite no-no. Nothing of an unusual story here, I'm telling, because we hear it all the time. We call them simps and everything else. And in that situation, well, he fell for it. He's very vulnerable, apparently. So, but that's the biggest no-no. And you don't do anything you don't send money, you don't do nothing. Don't do anything till you actually meet and actually establish a real relationship, meaning one-to-one. You got to at least meet the Filipino, wouldn't you think? You have to at least meet. It sounds really crazy. If you're doing all this stuff with somebody, you never even met them. You don't know if they're a scammer. You don't know. You don't have an idea. I mean, this is a need-to-know situation. The guy was a taxi driver, too. Spending all this money on this Filipina out of desperation. Let's just say what it is. It's desperation. It's unfortunately in this society, and I think it's always been that way. It's not just modern day. People will take advantage of each other. That's what people do. You get, she sizes you up. She figures that, well, you're desperate. You're a certain age. She's a lot younger, of course. She's younger, of course. And what self-respecting senior is not going to want a Filipina that's either even half his age or less, more. Wow, what a scenario. An old man could only wish he had a succulent young Filipina, and he'll do anything to get that. Unfortunately, they cave in. Then later on, they find out that she's not sincere, and hey, I want my money back, and whatever. Well, Rafi was taking care of that situation pretty well. He demanded that, you need to give this man back his money. You don't cooperate, well, I have ways of dealing with people like you, pretty much told her that you got to get the money back. No more excuses. The man has all this evidence right here. I've read it. I'm standing by this man because I've seen the evidence. And if you don't cooperate, then some would call that intimidation coming from a senator, but from anybody, but not really. You lay out the facts and you tell the person that, hey, what you did was wrong and we need to remedy this or face certain consequences. This is coming from a lawmaker, a legal person, Rafi Tufo, who's saying that. So if she doesn't cooperate in the end, she might have to face some situations, family, friends, work, and everything, for what she did. And she'll probably lose her job in Singapore. A very low-paying job anyway, but they work overseas because even the money out of the country is usually a little bit better than Philippines. But I mean, that is an absolute crime. There's no questioning this at all. It's a crime. You got to do things the right way. Get to know them. At least meet the person. Don't say you're in love with somebody that you never met physically, never touched their body, never touched their skin, never kissed, never hugged. That's not a relationship. It's like a pen pal. I mean, you can't define that as being a relationship. Although it's common these days to have LDRs, long distance relationships. But sometimes these things can go on for years, and in the interim, you have this guy sending her money for support, and if she has kids, send money support for the kids, and then later on they get a huge disappointment. They find out that you've been duped. You're being fucked over by somebody that has no intent of ever even meeting you. Of course, you're going to react to something like this, so you're not going to be very happy, because the question is, how long have you been communicating with the person? That's time you could have been well spent with some, honest Filipina that you could develop a future with, but it was a waste of time, especially when you're an older man. You don't got a lot of time. But either way, the way I look at it is this, because I've made a mistake like that before myself, not grandiose, but I made a mistake like that before where, you're just too much of in a rush to make things happen. No matter how old you are, you could take the time to explore what you're getting into. Then you could do whatever you want after that point. If you think you have a solid relationship, you've met the person at least, you spend a considerable amount of time with the person, of course, that's the route you take. But a lot of these guys, they don't do that. I don't understand it, except what I see it as being, you're older, you're desperate to have a companion, and what if you could get somebody that's a lot younger than you? That makes it more of an adventure and excitement, and because let's face it, I don't care what country you come from, don't matter. If you're an older gentleman, it's like reliving your youth. If you can get a young woman, or think you can, it's like going back in that time tunnel. You're getting a chance to relive your youth again, seemingly, in their mind, by being with a much, 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 much younger woman. It's not always realistic. No. So he spends all this money. He's just a taxi driver. You talking to me? He's just a taxi driver. You talking to me? Well, you don't know who you're talking to, really, on that phone or whatever. They're not going to tell you the whole story if they're the kind of Filipino that's trying to scam you. And what's the old formula? Get the guy emotionally involved with you. Once you get him to that point, this is standard issue stuff here, by the way. Once you got him emotionally attached to you, you got him. Because that's when he'll fall for your needs. Oh, I need money for this, money for that. And she's trying to get money from you. He did put out some money for the kids' schooling and stuff like that. Whether she even really has kids. I don't know. I don't know how anybody could fall for stuff like this. What is going on in your mind? I don't get it. I have to change subjects just for a second here because, of course, I was watching the news again. And oh, my goodness. Promised myself I wasn't going to dwell on this shit, but catches me all the time with these feeds I see on here. Boy, Trump's Gestapo is going wild. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Would never have hoped to. Dragging innocent people, even 5-year-olds, putting them through trauma. And these guys, I don't know that they have a conscience at all. What do their wives think about what they're doing on their job? I don't get it. There's some things I just don't get, and there are things I do get very well. 5-year-olds, putting them in a detention center in another state, dragging them away. Even one guy was holding a kid almost hostage until the parent came home used him as a tool. How did he get away with this stuff? Now, Trump has got to go, man. There is no question about this. He's being hated all over the world. And you got to see what the people of other countries are thinking. They've never seen a president like, not to this degree. He's being hated all over the world. This is not going to have a good ending for Donald J. Trump. Not at all. Not a good ending at all. And I can't wait till that happens. You know, I don't wish bad on people, but let me tell you, something like Donald Trump, what he's doing, it's unprecedented. If you have a different color skin, you have an accent, they're going to pick you up anyway. They'll invade your home, they'll invade your school. This is crazy shit. I promised myself I wasn't going to watch that shit, but I get drawn into it. It's a learning lesson. And why not learn? But this is unprecedented. It's not going to turn out very good for him, and I honestly can't wait. I'm impatient with this situation. This guy's got to go. This guy's got to go. In any way they can, make him go. Yeah. Oh, for cutting the tree. Okay, hold on, folks. Let's check this out. I told you about the tree this morning. All right, get in. Get in. Oh, good morning. All right, come on in. I don't know how you're going to do this. So above the camera, there, how do you start? Where do you start? Is that kind of dangerous? That's very dangerous. You going to be okay?
Okay.
As long as you're very careful. I care about what happens to you, okay? But yeah, you can start anytime you want. You have tools, which you have. You have, what kind of, he's just going to use, he's just going to chop the branches, or? Okay. All right. As I said, this tree has been a nuisance to us because not only putting leaves in the gutter up here, but this is quite a bit of weight. This is tons of weight, tons of weight. You got to worry about it, make sure it doesn't hit the wires, and of course, he does this stuff. He does it very methodically, from one thing to another. Okay, I just told him. I said, I hope you don't get hurt in the process of doing this, and I don't want anything to happen to him. So that could be another issue. We talk about liability sometimes on here. I don't know how that works, but I always tell him, I said, you know, what you're doing is kind of dangerous, and you have to mention. You know, we've been talking about this tree for a long time, and I guess I've hit the point where, you know, something definitely has to be done about that. Because if there was a really big hurricane out here, the strength of the wind could really play havoc on this tree, and it could actually uproot this tree. And that tree could go either direction. It could go toward the house, and we'd have a lot of damage on the house, which of course we don't want. We definitely don't want that. So maybe it's time that we actually do this. Well, he's here now. That was pretty quick. I didn't think he would be. Making a couple of eggs here, folks. But you know me, I'm usually preoccupied when I'm doing my vlogging. Couple more eggs. Yeah, I'll try to, if I can't do it on this show, I'll try to at least do a video or something of the process of what he's doing. But, you know, I can't take responsibility If this was America, you'd be pretty fucked, really. Somebody did a job at your house. But that's why most homeowners in America have insurance of some sort. Cover any, any liability issues regarding people doing work on your house. It's something that you have to take consideration of. You have to take some concern over it. It's imperative that you do, but that's why I always talk to them, and I tell them, I said, okay, it's kind of dangerous. You're gonna be all right, One wrong move, they fall off a tree, they could break their neck, break their back, or something. Who's gonna be responsible? Me? Yeah, it's not a situation that you look forward to somebody doing, because what if, famous words, what if something did happen, Yeah. But I have to go into Trump a little bit here, I'm sorry, but since I already mentioned him, this is, I don't even recognize America anymore. Don't even recognize what it's become. It's foreign to me now. Not because I don't live in America, but when I'm actually witnessing this stuff, and then this particular president will lie on camera or have his representatives, people like Pam Bondi and all those people, they're even denying that they shot that woman in the car in cold blood when it was all on video. They'll still deny it, even though the evidence has been presented right in front of the public and the government, and they'll still say, oh, no, the guy was fearing for his life. She was going to run him over or something. Wow. When people try to get away with, and then who do you ask for help? In a situation like, who do you ask for help? They're government workers. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? To remedy this? Who are you going to call? What government agency under Trump is going to come there and remedy the situation? How does that work? How the hell does that work? I don't know. Local police, they're not doing very much. Then you ask yourself, well, what can they do? The higher government takes some precedent over their local control, but this has gone so crazy. People in other countries are watching this, and they're all gung-ho for all the... It's happening a lot of times. Minneapolis has seemed to be a center, ground zero for all this. Pulling people out of their homes. I mean, what constitutional rights do people have anymore? If any? Hello. Good morning. Hi. Okay. Is he even... Yeah. We wouldn't take off the bottom of the tree now. It should be above a certain level there. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I'll definitely try to get footage if I'm still on here of the process. It may take an upload or something. I know, I'm kind of funny about that kind of stuff, performing that kind of work. Because anything could go wrong. Pardon me, I always seem to be eating on my show because my timing is always off. Oh, I don't know. This egg needs something. Deal with me. So getting back to the original topic on here, what is going on in the minds of these men who will want to travel completely across the country, the world, they want to meet a Filipina that bad, any woman. I at least did things the right way. I went out there to spend time with a woman. Again, because you weren't ready to move out there yet, you still have to know her a lot. You continue talking on an LDR, really, till you learn a lot more. And perhaps see him on another visit. You got to make your own evaluations. Now, pretty much when you get to that point, you're pretty sold on getting out of your country for a lot of reasons. The action wasn't good there. I don't know, you needed a change, even if it didn't have to do with a Filipino, but it's a good reason to come here and something to come back to. Instead of coming out here, spending time in a hotel room with no woman, no prospects. Let me put some shoes on here. I want to monitor the situation here. Oh, you're making eggs too?
Yeah.
Well, your mother, you want that piece of omelet? Give it to, because your mother probably not ready to eat. Why don't you eat this? Oh, you're already making that, so you might as well go ahead. Pan's already hot. You could use this as a, what I do. You might as well make eggs. We've got a lot of eggs around here. There we go. What are you thinking there, Gildy? So what are you thinking?
What?
Is he going to be able to pull this off?
Yeah, he's I pick the rope.
Well, is he working alone?
They pick somebody to.
Okay, well, I wouldn't mind videotaping this.
He got already one branch, yes.
He's in the tree already? I didn't look.
Yeah, you do this. He's a pick the. He pick the rope.
Well, they could climb too. I'm telling you, they could fucking climb. It's in the nature. Because, Filipinos historically, they'll climb coconut trees, to get the coconuts and stuff. And they learn how to be really good climbers. I'm trying to find my slippers.
A slipper?
Yeah,
Outside?
outside. I never have.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Maybe back or front?
Well, I'll go around the whole house to find them. Yeah, I'll eventually find them. Oh my. Let's see. Oh, oh, hell's bells. I'll just walk out there with my... Hey, Sal. Okay. You got it done already? Oh. Okay. Let's take a look. I don't know. He disappeared. Where's his motorcycle? Poof, he's gone. Probably went to get something. That's a large tree, and look at the size of look at the bulk, the branches and so forth. And just imagine if there was hurricane strength, pull this out from the roots. This thing could go right toward the house this way. Yeah, sometimes you just can't take a chance. Well, we've been talking about this a long time. Do something with these trees. And we did with the other trees down the other end. Took quite a bit off branches that were going to, kind of infringe on the wires outside there. We don't want that to happen. Wires out here, they come down real easy. Could be wires having to do with your internet, electricity, whatever, but you don't want to wait till that happens. This tree we had, it's still a big tree. That'll probably be worked on sometime, but I think this is the main concern, the big boy here. The boy wearing the big boy pants. God, I don't know when I have a good night's sleep. Always something happening. She was feeling bad in her stomach. I'm trying to find, okay, where is it? Tell me where it hurts, It hurts when you touch that. I said, well, then don't touch that. Okay, let's see. I don't see him in that tree. Do you? Well, his motorcycle's gone. He probably went back to get something. Or to get a partner. The idea is he's going to put a rope on these branches that he's doing. This way they can direct the branches down to the ground away from the wire. What they'll typically do is they'll attach a rope to a big branch. So before he cuts all the way through, I think his partner will be putting tension on the rope to have it fall in a particular place outside on the road. No, he ain't gonna catch me in a tree, not at my age, and he ain't gonna catch me in a tree even at a younger age. That's something I just don't want to do. Even a fucking ladder. I'm a little more cautious these days. You remember what happened to Fazio? Man, he fell right on the teeth of a front loader, whatever it was. Even showed us the damage on his butt with this. That was pretty radical. Boy, I'd say. Okay, so has anybody really learned anything? Knowing what not to do if you have an interest in a Filipino, and their defense, have to also come to their defense too. They're not always wrong. Just because somebody had a bad situation with a Filipina, it doesn't classify all of them, to be put in that category that they're all after your money and everything else. Of course, there's a lot that are, you learn every day. Just listen to all these stories. It does happen, but it happens in America too. It's nothing new. Young women marrying billionaires, millionaires and billionaires, trying to pass it off as love, when you and I know better than that, especially in America. It's an automatic thing. When people see some really young woman with a really old guy, it's not because she's in love. We're in love with him, but it's other things too. Have you ever seen a perfectly normal woman and beautiful with somebody that's maybe 3 feet tall, dwarfism or whatever? You see that a lot. You have a woman on there who obviously loves her man because he basically got cut in half by a forklift on his job. He has no lower part of his body at all, but she stays with him. Of course, if you're a critic, you're going to say, well, the guy's getting all donations and got very well compensated by the company that he worked for, how it happened. So that's a good reason to say, well, there is actually something called love. Believe it or not, there actually is people who are genuinely in love. I know, being skeptical of hearing all these stories, well, I wouldn't be with somebody like that. I'll tell you what, if you love somebody, you would. Not everybody marries somebody because of their exterior or, certain disfigurements or something. I mean, sometimes people see something in somebody that somebody else doesn't see. a million stories out there. People have some disfigurements, or, I don't know, have an extra head. Now, those are the stories that always famous twins. I don't know if one of them died and the other did. When you're sharing the same body, what do you do when you get pissed off at the other half? You slap each other silly with one arm? I mean, I'm not making fun of this. I'm just saying the reality of a situation. You can never get away from that person, you know. And there's one couple that actually got married and had a kid. So the other part of her body, head, has to go along with everything, sex, everything. They got to witness all that. They're having sex with the guy too, even though they're not married. But they are considered two separate entities. They both have separate brains. So these are two separate people with two separate social security numbers. So if one has to take a job, the other one has to go with her all day, or him, whatever it might be. That's a situation. Yeah, conjoined twins, yeah. That couple, the female, you know, I don't know what happened to them. Maybe it's another case, but didn't one of them die? And if one dies, the other one's going to soon to die. You can't be carrying around a rotted corpse. I mean, I know this is gross for the morning. How I even got into that, I have no idea, but I'm just trying to make some points about love and what's real love and what's not, and how these guys get sucked into these situations. I have no idea how they do this. Oh, it's not like I haven't made mistakes. I met somebody, you know, I've gone over the show. It's not worth going into it again. You know, but sometimes things work out for the best. And it's the only way you learn in life is you got to make the mistakes to learn. Some people learn from it and some people just don't. And they continue to do their ridiculous, or the ridiculous things that they do over and over again, expecting to achieve something great or something that's going to work out. But when you repeat these mistakes over and over again, you got nobody to blame but yourself, you know? No doubt. It gives you something to look at here anyway. I know everybody hates a blank screen. I didn't feel like getting on camera today, or I would. Nothing to hide, folks. Go back to your homes. Nothing to see, you know. But I'm sorry, I can't help intermixing my show without talking about what's going on in the world right now. It's just, I mean, how could I not? On any show, how could I not? When it's very voluntarily for me to watch this news media and the injustice that's going on in this world, and injustice everywhere, you know. Whether it's on YouTube, between YouTubers and outside of YouTube, around the rest of the world, in your country, somebody else's country. But this has never happened like this before. This is the United States. There are laws out here that are being broken by somebody who's leading the country, who's upset when he can't get his way, so he wants to punish everybody unnecessarily. He wanted the Pulitzer Prize because he didn't get it. So, promises to invade Venezuela because he felt that he deserved a peace reward. And like a crybaby that doesn't get what he wants to cause destruction. Look, I don't care if you're a Democratic or a Republican. Wrong is wrong. This guy's done enough damage to... He's got lawsuits against him from every fucking angle. I think he's incontinent. And they keep on saying that he smells like shit. And that story's been spoken over and over again. He's probably wearing a colostomy bag. The guy is just totally vile. 4 police or military guys killed in Mindanao recently. Oh, really? You want to live in Mindanao, huh? Not me. I'm happy in my little dusty island, as Don C. or whatever likes to call it, my dusty island. He seems to have a lot of concern about my island, Don C, because all he talks about me or where I live, and I guess he must like it, really. I like my dusty island. And you know what? That's all that matters. You know, people talk about the Philippines, they say it's really corrupt, corrupt, corrupt. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you at some point, but look what's going on in America right now. It's worse than the Philippines or any other country could possibly be. One man behind everything. He's got all his cronies that are, kneeling down to him, doing whatever he wants. It's kind of an or else situation is what it really is. Or I'll fire you or whatever. He still thinks he's on that TV show he had. He was firing people. How could that much power go to somebody's head? To be so self-indulgent, so lack of sympathy, empathy, a lack of sensibility, a lack of care as to who his Gestapo troops are hurting and killing. This has never happened like this in America. It wouldn't be my choice to live back in America again. It's too far gone, but you know what they say, if you don't want to get bit in the venom of the snake, you got to cut the snake's head off. You'll never have a problem with that snake again, and unfortunately, legally or however means, you got to get rid of somebody like this. That's the only way. But then the problem is, if something happens to Trump, he gets ousted, passes away from natural or unnatural causes. You got Vance as a vice president who follows Trump's policies, and then you have to deal with him too. The snake grows a new head called Vance. So then you got to contend with him, who may or may not follow Trump's policies, but more likely he will. And then she's never ending. You got to get rid of him too. It's like, the truth is, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. America's got to get back under control. People are afraid to leave their homes. And there's a justice system. Even if you are an illegal immigrant, there's a process you go through. You don't pull people out of their houses, use their kids as hostage, arrest little 5-year-old kids that are frightened to death. They don't understand what the hell is going on. And where are you taking my mom or your daddy? Where are you taking me? Perhaps flying them on a plane over to Texas in some concentration camp facility. Is this like Nazi Germany? This is incredible. Well, I hope this comes to a good resolve. Because something's got to happen, and it's got to happen soon. Americans have lost their rights. And even if you are an illegal immigrant in America, believe it or not, as a human and so blah, 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 you still have some rights. You may have entered the country illegally, but there's a process on how they handle this situation. You don't pull them out of their homes, children screaming, beating on the father, beating people senselessly, putting a very toxic gas directly from 5 inches away into their eyes and face, using stun bombs, tackling people to the ground. Recently, a 79-year-old man, hello, a 79 was wrestled to the ground. He broke a couple of ribs and had some other problems, even some brain damage, perhaps, he claims anyway. How the fuck? And there's another lawsuit for $50 million or something. How's Trump going to handle all these lawsuits if that alone was his problem? For whatever time he has left on this earth, he should spent in imprisonment, and see how it feels when you turn the tables on this guy. Told you, as well as most of you, I've never seen, not in America, supposed to have all these rights, and maybe that's the new world order that they've been talking about for decades and decades. Maybe it's finally come. Turning our society into a dystopian society, people fending for themselves against their own government. Their own government turns on them. This is stuff that you only figure you're going to see on movies, on TV. There's plenty of them about dystopian societies. How it was created after, like an aftermath of some destruction of some sort, Will it be natural or unnatural disasters, or tyranny and anarchy and so forth? I'm drawn to looking at it though, because I now want to keep up what's going on. It's very educational for me. I mean, nobody's going to want to even come to the United States, and he's not even allowing people to come to the United States. So a lot of guys in a relationship with a Filipino, they want them to come to the United States, to live with them and live their life there. There might be a slight problem with that, or a big problem. Imagine being hated by just about every country on earth. And all the guy cares about is how much money he makes, how many people he get hurt. And the reason it had to do with his policies that people are not adhering to, and it really made him upset when he didn't personally get the Peace Prize. Because he didn't get the peace, he couldn't get his way. He decided to get even with everybody, everyone. No matter what sex you are, whether you're an immigrant or non-immigrant, your status of legal or illegal, it doesn't matter what your profession is, no matter what your age is, from a 5-year-old all the way to a 79-year-old guy, thrown him to the ground. President not admitting that the invasion of the Capitol back in, what was that, 23? When was it? That was all basically instituted by Trump himself. Of course, he's not going to admit it. That there were policemen killed, people hurt. Insane supporters wearing fucking outfits with horns on their head. Bizarre makeup. Chanting crazy things like they're all on drugs. Forcing their way into the Capitol. But I mean, come on, man. It's not the America I grew up in. Doesn't even resemble it. Not even remotely. Well, good are all these laws if you don't enforce them. If you're a lawmaker and you don't enforce them. There are people quitting their, how many people? 300 prosecutors are resigning. Although Trump claims that they were fired. Or his spokesperson. What's that? Pamela Bondi. Then what kind of life is she going to live? She's hated too. So you want to be in politics, huh? Yeah, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it at all. But I still follow this because I got pretty involved in, learning what's going on anymore. It's not just Minneapolis too, it's everywhere. They concentrate on Minneapolis. Who needs 3,000 troops in Minneapolis? And it's like they don't have a conscience. The crazy thing about this, I mean, they're being told what to do. Don't they have a conscience at all? They got wives and children. Would they want that to happen to their wives and children, to be dragged out of their house unnecessarily for no reason? To try to make a point to satisfy some dictator leader? Even after they shot that woman in the car 3 times, the guy walks away saying, "You fucking bitch. You fucking bitch." Wow. It's like they're brainwashed or something. They got to go back home to their wives and children. How do they do that? How do they live with themselves? How do they sleep at night? So if Trump tells them to all go jump off a cliff, they're going to all categorically, methodically, they're going to line up and jump off a cliff because Trump told them to do so. There's a limit to what you do on your job or what you have to abide by. It takes a certain kind of person to be an ICE agent. And a lot of them are very defiant of things. They hate foreigners. Some of them are paramilitary. Maybe they enjoy killing people and hurting people. There's a lot of reasons why people join forces. Some of them are gun happy. They can't wait to have a reason to shoot their gun at somebody. Maybe they're suffering from PTSD. They never figured it out. Maybe they got shell shock from being in the service and under fire at some point. Whether it was Afghanistan or Vietnam, whatever it was. Shell shock. I just don't know how much of this shit I could watch anymore. But I still wind up watching it. Always. I got it on my feed. I got it, I see. Every time I turn a page, there it is. There's something new. Breaking news. Well, it's not always breaking news, but of course that's clickbait. We already did a show about that. That pertains to these independent media news agencies. Okay, again, anybody want to add to this? What is your opinion about what's going on and what Trump is doing? And of course, the original topic matter about how these foreigners are falling for the tricks of some of the less desirable Filipinas who have nothing but greed in mind and take advantage of a foreigner. And I will repeat again that I waited 6 whole years before I decided to take my money and buy a house. With this song, how can I be sure? Well, the thing is, that's it. You gotta be sure. It takes a long time to have that kind of money, whether you sold the house to get it or you saved your money for years, sacrificed, and then have it all be taken away by a dishonest Filipina. I guess he's back. Still have a little bit of chest congestion here. I have a partner. A young guy who just looks young. Very young. Yeah, I gotta find my slippers somewhere.
You stay here because I have to
You wanna go lay down? Well, go rest. You had a hard night.
lay down. I still live there.
You had a very hard night, dear. Well, I'm not gonna stand out there for 2 hours watching him, I'm not gonna do that. Just put my damn sneakers on. Still call them sneakers. Shoes. How can I be sure in a world of... Okay. I think that's what we're going to do here. I'm not going to stand there with my camera the whole time. I'm just going to climb up the tree and cut off the branches. Because we've been doing that for quite a while. But just to give you kind of an idea how Filipinos handle a situation like this. They don't have cut-off saws, they don't have chainsaws. They do this all by, a sharp blade. God, he's up there already? Damn, they could climb. I don't even see him. Where? Oh my God, you're over there. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. So he's got a spotter in the street here. Spotter. And I'll come out here to the side. efficient too. Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't know. Can he go now? Go ahead. Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
God, they got balls. I'll tell you that. They do methodically. They start from the top, start getting the branches off, they'll come down. Wow. We've been wanting to do this for a long time. What do you think, folks? Yeah. They're very efficient. They get this, and they do it fast too. Take your time, just take your time. He's just laughing at. And they got strength too. They got good arm strength. Oh, big one, big one. Man, the agility. Don't fall down with it. There she blows. Oh yeah. There you go. Oh man. Always trying to show you something or present something interesting on my show. As best as I can. It'll be interesting not to see most of that tree there. And it's putting so many leaves in my gutters. It's just causing a lot of havoc, a lot of damage. God, he's at the top of that fucking tree, man. Jesus. Damn. You gotta have a sharp blade. If I tried with my arm to do that many strikes on something, I'd be giving up. But then again, he's less than half my age. More. Gotta watch people coming by. Motorcycle club, they all got blue shirts on. It's okay, go ahead. Got a lot of traffic here. There's a Pandasol man coming up here. Pandasol, Pandasol. A need for all. Pandasol. These guys come around, yeah. Look at him go, like Jim said when his wife was working in the kitchen, enslaving her. He says, look at her go, big heavy piece. Oh, yeah, oh, that bounced around like crazy. Interesting to watch though, isn't it? I know he's not in the most direct lighting, you can see him that well, but I'm sure you can probably see him. Yeah, it's really critical when you live out here. That tree could be like 50 years old or something, I don't know. It's really critical to get rid of these trees because yes, we do have weather situations out here. Oh, there you are, old boy. I haven't seen you in a while. This guy's a pretty good. We usually give him some food. There's another one that's kind of tan. He limps with his leg because the neighbor actually ran over his leg one time. Nothing funny, you know, but now he's hopping along even more so. I never seen him that bad. He's pretty old, so I don't know. I know some people like to watch this. That's why I'm doing it. You gotta watch every step. Of course, he's barefoot for gripping a little better. Damn. The energy, the strength. It's not easy, Chopper. This is called, I think, a mint tree. And I don't know how hard the wood is, but it's pretty hard. I don't think they use this wood for anything, I'm sure. But they're gonna, you know, any kind of significant pieces, they'll probably find a way to take it home, and they could use that to create some fires when they're cooking and so forth. God damn. And these guys deserve a cigar, that's for sure. Here we go. Nice little chunks. I'm sure they'll probably take those home. Nice morsels for cooking. Boy, I am parched. Comes more transport. Try coming through. You have to be careful. Now he's going for the gusto. He's going for that base of that right now. Get that one piece off. He knows what he's doing. He's done this before. He was working up the block. That's how we found him. Okay, let me move out of the way here and see if my neighbor's up. And say hello to this dog here, who I've been feeding for a while. We're back. Lost signal. Yeah, she's got the rope attaching to this because when it comes down, he wants to have this guy here probably grab the other end of the rope or something, and when it's ready to fall, to have it pushed forward to the road. And we got a blustery day again. The past couple of days have been fantastic. I'm loving it every minute of it. Of course, we got to take care of this too. That's not a big concern. I paint the wall all the time, but you know, the cats climb up and they bring mud on the wall, and then it looks like that. And I got a lot of wall area. You see the property goes from there to all the way down the end of this wall here. Quite a stretch, actually. It's not a huge lot, but it took a lot to build that wall. I'm in the Philippines. I'm on an island, part of the Bantayan, Bantayan Islands, in a seaside town called Santa Fe in the Philippines. These can stop and have a cigarette too. wouldn't do that. I think that would have to be kind of stressing to the heart or something, but he's a young guy. Okay. Finally getting this done. We know we've been talking about it for a while. Finally doing it. America. I'm not in America. I'm an American. You want to add an end to that? I think that's your question. Oh, you're in America. Okay. I'm not going to videotape this whole process. I'm just giving you an idea how the local Filipinos do it. Now, of course, and look at that. It just chips it off. Of course, a chainsaw would take care of everything, but they don't always own a chainsaw, nor can afford one. And this is what Filipinos do. They make the best of a situation with what they got. Like early man did. They found tools to use to get the job done, you know. You work with what you have, just like how they mix concrete. They do it on the ground, you know. They don't have a cement mixer. They just mix it up. Good morning, guys. Mayan Boontang, you know. Jim overdoes his little greeting. Okay, well, I need to take a break sooner or later here. Sorry if this is boring, but you get to see this a lot on here. I'm your newsman, on the spot news. I show you what's happening. Okay, I'll get back into range again here. Because way out in back, there's a house these Filipinos lived in. I think they're the ones that actually, there's another dog, it's Tan, that comes around here. And he has some kind of neurological condition. A lot of times his head would go to a tilt. The guy, I think, had struck the dog in the head, the bastard, you know. Yeah. They get mad at their wife or something, whatever, you know, take it out on the dogs or something. There you go, take it out on the fucking dogs, you coward. This is a field across the street. Unfortunately, there's nothing going on here. I think they've established ownership. See here. There's my Ponderosa. There we go. A lot of you have seen this before. Oh, you're living in Russia. Let me ask you a question in regards to Vitaly. What kind of a reception did Russia give him? I'd like to know if you could kind of enlighten us on that, if you can. Did he come back as a hero? Or did he recognize that what he did was wrong? You must hear the news in Russia, I'm sure you do. And that's the Ponderosa. Another angle, cigarette in his mouth, which I don't think is a wise idea. Ah, there we go. That's why he's got it on a rope. He didn't want to just have it fall down nilly-willy. So he'll lower this thing down. Now you're saying you're African. Didn't you just say you were in Russia? Or you're an African living in Russia? Well, what's the news on the Vitaly guy? Are you not familiar with Vitaly and the crimes that he committed here in the Philippines? See, they don't take it. I'm sure they'll find a way to get this wood. Because if they don't, I'll guarantee you somebody else will. Okay, I'm looking at my other tree. What you see in here is another problem, but you see these wires going across here. And if any one of these branches broke, they could take down the wires. That's always another consideration. But we have gone on this tree before, and we have taken off branches. But we need a lot more work. But we're going to do, you know, one project at a time. Knowing these guys do the work, we'd always have them come back another day. I guess you just never know. I mean, we were hit by storms here, the big one, and I wasn't living here at the time, back in 2013 especially, Yolanda, and look at this. These are ready to go too. Can't say we don't have projects around here, but welcome to the world of home ownership, and, you know, this is what you go through. What's that? Good luck with your lifestyle. What exactly does that mean? What's wrong with my lifestyle? I'm sorry, but that requires a little bit more further questions. And what's wrong with my lifestyle? I don't know. Of living on a tropical, beautiful tropical island with white sand beaches. My dusty island, is there something wrong with my lifestyle? Do tell. My lifestyle? Good luck with your lifestyle. What kind of a comment? Yeah, I mean, no wires. How far down did you want to go? Down to there? Yeah, I think that would be okay. Down to there. Get that one big branch off here. Oh, we see, very good. How is Mother Russia these days? But I'm serious. You must know about Vitaly. You must. Huh? Yeah. No, live? Yeah. Live, YouTube, live. Live. All right, get out of the way before I get run over. Okay, let me get out of the way so I don't wind up getting crushed by this, although you'd like to see that live on here. He knew I was doing YouTube. Who does YouTube? I gotta ask the boss lady here how far down she wants to go on here. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they're doing a good job. The boss. She's the boss.
Okay na, kuha lang na. Oh, anak lang na, kutob lang siguro. Ha? Oh, sige, diha lang. Grabe.
That's okay with me, right? It's away from the house, and you'd be surprised how much weight it's taken off the top of the tree. There's going to be less resistance when the wind comes, because they could take the whole, see the base of the tree, and although we have some there, what you don't see is that the roots. Well, I'm supervising a little, but I can't stand here the whole time.
Sit here.
Huh?
You sit there.
I had an egg for you there. You feel like eating?
I don't feel eating.
You could have something light.
I eat little bread.
Yeah, all right. Don't overdo your tummy. Raymond, you need a fruit tree outside the house and small underground house for safety. If war erupted there, there's not going to be any war.
Oh.
Yes, hard workers. Huh? Oh. No, Philippines is cool. I mean, China's not really going to invade Philippines, even though they have issues over water rights and all that stuff that's going on. No, we grow a few fruits. We don't. Our lot is not that big here. It's not that big. You know, we got papaya trees. We even have passion fruit. Some other plants, oregano. Oh, what else? We have lots of banana trees here. And this is the passion fruit. I don't know if I'll lose signal on here. I'm going to the back of the house. I always lose signal. But this whole fence line that you're looking at right here is all passion fruit. And when I lived in Hawaii, we had that. It's really sweet. It's concentrated. You have to really dilute it with something. And it's taken over the whole fence line here, is what it's doing. I'm going to lose signal for a second. If I do, it'll come back. But it produces this fruit, and there's the flowers. Actually, they're pretty flowers when they're all open. You can see what's coming out. She does a good job of taking off the fruit. But since our blender broke down, which is another thing we have to do, is we usually blend it with other fruits and so forth. And I notice it's looking kind of scraggly right now. This was a lot heavier, bushier. No, we got a few various plants around here, but this is like a tiny little grapevine she's got going here. Produce some grapes. I'm not going to have a big vineyard here. They're hard to grow because we got these certain birds that come here. They even eat the peppers too that come here. We got some lovely oregano, and I think I'm going to take one of these leaves and eat it right now. It has very good medicinal properties to it. Oh, that's strong. I'm going to be chewing on this. Believe me when I tell you, it's a strong flavor. I'm just going to masticate it in my mouth. Oh, my. Oh. If I don't swallow the whole thing, I'll get some of the chemicals out of it. It's strong. Direct oregano, This is a Malung guy, known for its anti-cancer and so forth. Oh, my mouth is just inundated right now. And we got some coconut palms. It'll take a long time for that. Lots of banana trees. Oh, okay. All right. That's enough. Oregano is strong when you're chewing a direct leaf in your mouth like that. It's really strong. But it has good medicinal qualities to it. Birds singing. It could be worse. Could be worse. Living in paradise. Well, could be paradise or could be hell. That's what you make of it, really. You don't need palm trees to live in paradise. Okay.
Hi.
What?
This is called, if you need the chainsaw to make it faster, they got there.
Is that like a cordless?
Yeah,
battery?
cordless.
Well,
You
tell
can-
him.
Yeah, you can go there.
Neighbor has a
It's so nga.
kind of a chargeable chainsaw type thing. Hold on, folks. I'm probably gonna lose signal. He has a little battery-operated chainsaw. Let me get it out. Maybe he could use it. My neighbor. Okay, sorry about that. I told you I was gonna lose signal. Hey, they're all hard workers out here. Oh, as far as the question, you can grow certain vegetables, but when you're at sea level out here, it's pretty hot. And you got, places like Bago or places up in the mountains, they can grow better, more quality. For example, lettuce, you can't really grow at sea level. They're like about the size of your fist compared to places like Baguio and other communities that are higher up in elevation, not as much heat. It's just that they're limited to what you can grow at sea level out here. Not you asked the question. Yeah, there's little things you can grow. I don't have much soil here. And just like when I lived in Hawaii, there's a lot of volcanic rock. It wasn't deep soil unless there was a plantation there before, and all that stuff kind of decomposed and you got deep soil. Don't have a lot of deep soil here. No. We'd like to, but we don't have, this lot is mostly house and not land, This house takes the majority of the land on here. See, it begins over here with the white cement. And all the way down there. You could do above ground. Here's my neighbor here. Australian. You gotta lubricate it, yeah. Hey, they could try it for some of the branches, because after he gets done with that, he's got to do the others too. So. Instructions. Okay. Dennis. Okay, I'm sorry about that again. I'm within range of my internet, so I think I've answered some of your questions on here. We got plenty of plants growing here too. Hibiscus, different types of croton. I want to see how his little tool, it's a rechargeable. The neighbor is allowing him to use this. Let's take a look, see if it works. He's got another battery for this. That's a bad thing. I mean, they don't last long with their power. But he's used it in his yard, and it works pretty well. It's a handy thing to have around if you have a lot of trees and stuff. But we don't really. It's not that large of a lot, I forgot the exact size of it, but it's not that large. Of course, he has a concern about this too, because there's wires that could affect his house too. He doesn't want. Okay. see if it's working. I'm using it right now. Takes a lot of stress off him and his arm. Takes a little while, but he's getting through it. Yeah, I think it's working. It's not like a regular gas-powered chainsaw, but I think it is working. Got pretty much almost through it. Not too bad. Handy to have around. It saves him a lot of hand chopping, Okay, we'll go back in the house for a minute. I gotta still finish my tea. Oh gosh, the egg hasn't been touched. I left it for her, but she's not. I have to mix it with the dog food, I guess. I'll have a little bit of egg. Gotta finish my tea, though. You know that, right? Oh. I do make a strong tea, I gotta admit that. 8 thumbs up. Thank you, folks. Hello, sweetie. Nah, I'm not gonna sit here petting you for half an hour. You're just too spoiled. You didn't eat yet? No? You didn't eat yet? You hungry? You hungry? Oh, look at her face. You hungry? You have to wait. I had a nana this morning, too. What a healthy breakfast. Well, I didn't have my oatmeal this morning. I still might have it. You gotta become a regular guy, and I don't mean Scotty. I'm as regular as a guy can be with the oatmeal I eat every morning. Can't get more regular than that. Now, I'll mix this in with your food. Nothing goes to waste. As it shouldn't in the Philippines. That's why don't have dinner if you get invited out and you get yourself a free dinner. Make sure you eat what's on your plate. Don't leave leftovers. They don't take very kindly to that because food is really important and wasting it is kind of an insult to Filipinos. Be courteous. Or if you had a buffet or something, just take what you're, forget about being a glutton. Just eat what you're capable of eating. Don't load your plate up 6 inches high and maybe expect to finish. Some people maybe could, and they go back for seconds or thirds, but you're killing yourself doing it. Now you don't realize your heart attack is about to come. But I know where people want to get their money's worth. I'm going to eat all this at the buffet. Cost me a lot of money to get in here. Yeah, but that's why I don't suggest. Of course, I've been to them, of course. But I only ate what I needed to eat. Don't let your eyes take over your stomach and think about, how much did it cost you to pay for that buffet meal when you entered the place. Just eat what you can. Not because you want to take advantage. Oh, I paid this much. Then you stuff yourself so much that your blood gets away from your heart. Your heart doesn't get oxygen. You have a heart attack. That's what happens. I don't make this stuff up. A lot of people think I make this stuff up. Dr. Frank, they call me. I'm no fucking doctor, man. I don't pretend to be a doctor. Disclaimer. Always a disclaimer. If you can read, you can learn. Imagine that. It's as simple as that. I don't make no claims of being a professional in the health field whatsoever. I will do what applies to me, and if I share information with you, it could be applicable to you if you take my advice. If not, don't. Die. Whatever. Get rid of that big old fucking pork belly you got. That would be a good start. That would be an excellent start. Eat human bites, human amounts of food. See, for example, this egg is not going to waste. It's going to be mixed in with my dog's meal. Now, I'm going to assume that they haven't eaten yet this morning. I will ask the boss. Hello, ginger girl. That's gingerbread and sow. See her eye? It's called, what the hell is that again? Oh, pigmentation. But she has dry eye syndrome. It's not that she's that old that she looks this way. She's getting there. She's 7 years old. It's called hyperpigmentation. Sometimes it looks really good. Sometimes it don't. I have to put drops in her eyes every day for dry eyes, but I have to also put it's kind of an antibiotic eye drop. And unfortunately, for me, for the expense, and fortunately for her, that it's probably going to be for the rest of her life. And I can't get it around here. I have to wind up ordering it for Lasada. But they're taking good care of. I'll make you a meal in a minute, but let me find out if you guys ate already. I don't think you did. Gotta ask the boss. Paris in the springtime. Dear, have they eaten yet, the dogs? No? Okay, I'll give them a meal now. I'm gonna give them the leftover egg since you can't eat it. That's what we're gonna do. Paris in the springtime makes me feel, well, it is actually very divine. Paris in the springtime. I don't know, never been there. Okay, folks, hold on. We'll stay on a few more, but hang in there. Okay. Okay, the girl's gonna eat really good. Really, 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 really good. I don't have any vegetables left over to give you. Don't have any vegetables. Oh, relax. We'll give you it in a second here. Okay, what did I have to add to this? Oh, the eggs. Hold on, girls. So they got their kibble, and they got like a beef gravy, which is a pedigree. Beef and gravy is what it is. And they're going to get eggs in for protein. But the problem with this, if you have inactive dogs, which I do, that protein could just turn to fat unless your body utilizes that protein, with exercise and running around and all that stuff. That's the only drawback to this. But I don't want to waste the egg. An egg is actually healthy with amino acids, protein, and all kinds of stuff. But I really don't suggest you give it to your dog on a daily basis if they're not active. Anyway. And look at her go. Here you go. Okay, I've done my job this morning. Dishes come next, but I'll probably do them because she hasn't been feeling good. Gotta help out your partner, man. Now I'm going to get rid of a lot of shit in this refrigerator. I mean, they take chances, I'm telling you. There's some pork that's covered with plastic, but the plastic is all off it. There's some fish that's not totally covered in here. I mean, to me, this is nasty. I would never touch that shit. Look in here, there's a piece of a brownie bar. This is being thrown out right now. It's been laying there, and just, there's no need. But, we do things differently than they do. They got stomachs that are made of cast iron. You got to understand that. They could probably take in bacteria in their body that, if you had to do that, you'd be sick as a dog. I hate that expression, sick as a dog. Why are they sick? But, their stomach could handle because when they were born, they were, eating foods that maybe really needed proper refrigeration, leaving maybe food in there a little bit too long, and causing havoc to the bacteria in the food Right now, I'm getting my vitamins out. Get my CoQ10, omega-3 fish oil, vitamin D3 and K2, and we're going to take some L-citrulline, which creates nitric oxide, which helps relax your blood vessels to have the blood flow. I'm going to take double because they said you need to take 3,000 milligrams for effectiveness instead of 1,500, which is on this label. Put the butter back or it'll melt. It's not real butter, but it's made of olive oil. And thanks for telling me. I just did, actually. Thank you. I don't leave nothing out. To me, this is a disaster. I always show this. There should be nothing on this counter roll. It looks like an unkept kitchen, doesn't it? I know it does. Usually there is nothing on this counter. There's nothing except the, that and a dish rack. And even that, they don't do it right. I had to teach them how to properly clean dishes. I mean, I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying that there's a proper way of doing things so you don't get sick and get all this bacteria, and you don't put dishes in a rack that still might have some incrustation of some food. Not a very wise idea. I'll go on and on. You say I do things differently. What now? Oh, that tea is bitter. That's a bitter tea. Damn. Okay, we're gonna wind this thing down here this morning because I gotta kind of supervise. It's fun to watch anyway. And I gotta take care of my lady. She went through kind of a rough night. Personally, I think it's gas. Reasons I know why. I've had bloating from certain foods many times in my life. You'd be surprised what gas can do. Is that working okay? Yeah, is it good? Oh, you got a big one on there. I hope you're going to use the wood. Take it home to burn. Are you going to take the wood home? This one doesn't understand English. The guy in the tree does, though. Oh, he's back to his knife again. All right, just be careful. Okay. Always trying to provide some kind of interesting thing on my show here. Okay, let's see who ate what, because we have this privileged one here who, very picky. She'll take her time eating food, where the older one, she just devours this thing. Boom, bam, gone. Lights on? Why do we need the lights on? It's daylight. Get my point? Look, the point is, don't attack them for what they do in their culture. Understand that this is their culture. They do things perhaps differently than we do in America. Now look, I went in my food storage thing. I'm going to turn off the lights. And many times I find the lights on. Who's paying the electric bill? The kids? No, they're not. And a lot of times they won't clean their restroom. They won't clean their dishes. They won't do this and that because they're too busy on their cell phones, playing games and talking to friends and whatnot. Yeah, he used it. He's still using it, but he's still got that other section to do, though. How you feeling, sweetie?
Huh?
How you feeling?
Little bit,
A little bit better?
yeah.
Well, you rest your soul, sweetheart. You just rest. And know that I love you. I love you. Always love you. Always love you. You are loved, sweetheart. And it's so sad. So many people out there are not loved. You know? It's nice to be loved.
They use the
Yeah, they're using it. I guess it's working, but Dennis is going to recharge. A little better, I think, but he's still, for some things, going to use the knife. He just had his worker give him the machete, whatever.
So almost done?
No, he's got to still do the other side. He's not just doing that one side. And make him know that. They got a whole big under of a, he's just doing one side of that. I mean, let him know, because you the boss. You the boss. It's her house, remember, folks? It really is. Technically. Okay, so you got a big old piece. I don't know what that thing weighs. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. You're going to be doing the other side too over there, right? Also doing that side? Okay, right on. That piece there, I don't know what that fucking weighs. That's probably 200 pounds. I'm so glad to do this because it really helped us maintain the house, because there's so much leaves that get in the gutters. They're gonna have to be cleaned out. Look, I never said it was a responsibility to own a house. It certainly is. It's maybe not for everyone, and a lot of people would choose to rent because they can move whenever they want to. There's a lot of logic to that. I'm not going to deny that, but you know, having to depend on a landlord to get anything done, you know, I don't know. Just never worked for me. I was a very good landlord, but I got attacked for being a good landlord. Somebody saw a paycheck. Happens every day. Happens every time. That crazy love of mine. There was no love involved with those tenants, I'll tell you that. Damn. It's like dealing with a mad orangutan that's upset. You don't want to deal with that. Yeah, as you can see, quite breezy. It's just been wonderful weather. I mean, it really has. I can't complain on that. But you see, even that banana tree is infringing upon the roof, too. Animals can crawl up there, get on the roof. Nothing's perfect. There ain't nothing that's perfect. Okay, we're going to probably end this show. Hope you enjoyed watching. I can't show you the whole process of him taking down the tree, but you get the idea. Combination of his blade, and of course the neighbor was kind enough to let him use his rechargeable chainsaw. Not the best piece of equipment in the world for getting the job done, but it does work. It takes a little bit of effort away from him. You can see him here. Let's magnify this. Where is he? Oh, I tried here, but he's standing on that stem like nothing. I don't have that kind of balance. I'd be falling on my ass from that tree, and I'd be... What was that noise? Did he run over the dog or something, this guy? I want to check something. Okay, let me tell you what just happened. This fucking driver was carrying water bottles. Now the dog should be laying in the middle of the road. This is an old dog and he's going through injury already. He already has one foot that's bummed because my neighbor accidentally went over his leg. Then I noticed him this morning that he was limping a little bit more. Then add injury to more injury, you know. This guy, what, he don't see the dog on the road? And I think he ran over the toe on one of the dog's legs. I mean, it doesn't stop. I heard yelp. And let me tell Gilda. Gilda, what's wrong with people? That dog is going through shit a lot outside. You know the old dog? And a water delivery driver that comes up the road. Yeah, the dog was laying in the road. But he managed to, I think, go over the foot of that old dog. I heard somebody yelp, the dog yelp. Then told me, yeah, well, you know, he might have gone over his foot. He's got bad legs already, right? And he don't even stop. It's like fucking nothing. Yeah, I can understand how people don't jive or understand the culture out here because, everybody wants to get away with as, but the neighbor, well, his response was, which I thought was just as lame. Well, the dog, this is from a guy who actually ran over the dog's foot before, my neighbor, which caused him injury. But then this guy comes by and his thing is, well, the dog really shouldn't be laying on the road. Well, they all do that. They all do that. They all do that, these dogs. Dogs old enough and have enough problems. But the guy, if I knew what was happening at the time, I would have called the guy over and said, do you realize you just ran? How could you not see this dog? How could you not see this dog laying in the fucking middle of the fucking road? Fuck, that's so irresponsible. Makes me want to scream when it comes to animals. How fucking irresponsible can fucking people be? Dog's okay, I guess. I'm sure he's hurtled a little bit. He did yelp. Jesus Christ. This is what I'm talking about. Don't expect the culture to equal yours or wherever the fuck you come from. It's unfortunate that people don't give a fuck about animals out here as some maybe Americans or otherwise would. The same thing with human accidents. They'll walk right by you. How many times have you seen videos on here? People get, motorcycles. They're just going around with their fucking cameras. They're going out with their fucking cameras. They gotta get it on their Facebook. They get it on their show. They gotta get it on their YouTube. It's a must. It's a must. And they don't go out to help. I don't understand it. So that's why I will tell you, you are on your own. Unless you have somebody around you with that's caring, and you are on your own before somebody's going to call a fucking ambulance, or you are on your own. Now, I like to present both sides of the Philippines, good and bad, because there's a lot of both. But being an animal lover, especially too, makes it worse for me, because I think that was totally irresponsible of the driver. Totally irresponsible. I don't think he stopped. He just kept on going. I did hear a yelp. Dog's having enough problem. He's old. Skinnier than shit. In fact, I'm going to give him some food, because that's the kind of guy I am. Skinnier than shit. Older than shit. Because you already got one bum. Okay, I expected. I warned you, though. What I did was I came with a big 16-ounce, whatever it is, cup of dog food. And the dog went behind the neighbor's house where he likes to take refuge. And I fed him that, is what I did. Sometimes you got to do the right thing. Even he doesn't feed the dog. He claims that his leftovers he gives the dog. Look at how skinny that dog is. I'm really doubting it. And that's coming from a foreigner. Good guy and all that stuff, but, it's just a mindset with people. I got my own problems. I can't be feeding the dog. Well, here's the thing. Put yourself in the dog's position.
They knocked down?
No, he's still working there. I don't know. I think he got a piece down. Ambulance was across the street again because that person works for the... It had their lights on, but I don't know what they were doing. Okay, I've been on here for a while and I'm losing viewers because it's been kind of a long, almost 2-hour show. Hope that wasn't too much for you, Popeye. Or for the replay channel. I'll try to keep it shorter in the future to make it a little easy on you, but I like making my points. Even the neighbor, who was responsible for injuring the dog in the first place, he wouldn't provide aid or anything. That's why I just, especially foreigners, I just don't like to hang with them because their mindset would be just as bad as some of the people out here when it comes to things like that, animals and stuff. And, you can't change people. Remember, they got to want to change. And everybody's thinking about themselves. They don't care what harm they cause on a creature. But the dog, he has his own problems. Now, great, on the leg that's a better leg than the other, now he's going to limp a lot more. See how this works? out here. It's the same thing with, taking a certain level of responsibility when somebody has an accident. You know damn well they're going to be standing around with their cameras. They got to get it on their Facebook page. Somebody's suffering. They don't try to bring a tourniquet over or a shirt, a makeshift tourniquet or something if they're bleeding. Perhaps you could actually save their life. But no, it's more important, as it is always on YouTube, it's more important to get your algorithms going. It's more important to get it on video and making money. Money, it's all about the money. It's not about caring, not about sharing. It's not about having any sympathy, empathy. None of the above. They got to make their money. The show must go on. Okay, folks, end results. End results. You remember that big old tree here? End results. He'll be chopping all this stuff up. Look at that. End results. What a good job these guys do. Don't have to worry about this tree anymore, leaning over on my fencing, getting on the roof with a big wind. That's all over and done. Ain't that great? Well, they're at it again, and they're now going for the other tree on the other side of the property, and they already begun. I didn't even realize it. Wow, getting shit done today, man. The aftermath of the other tree before we get on to our topic matter here. These are heavy. Try pressing and bench pressing one of these. I don't know what the hell they weigh. The remnants of the rest of the branches and so forth across the road. Look at him go, as Jim says. Look at him go. Okay, so what's happened in the Vitaly situation? I don't know if I spell his name right. I think you get it. He's laughing at everyone now. And it's believed that he could be in Miami, Florida, because Russia's cold this time of year. He posted some photographs to show him on a nice beach area, sunny. And apparently, if that is the case, that, a lot of people assumed that he would not be able to even get back into the United States, but it's hard to tell. But he's not in Russia, Mother Russia. He's not in Mother Russia, no. And he's laughing at the whole thing, and trust me, like what I said. I guess he's going to have the last laugh of sorts, because he knows that he's going to make a lot of money. The very fact that I'm talking about him, but I have a small channel, don't matter too much really, but I mean, it all adds up. He's laughing all the way to the bank, really. Wait and see. Pardon. God, how long has this spinner been on? It's a good way to waste electricity and burn out the god dang freaking motor. But that's my fault. I know that the timer on here does not work very well. My bad. Okay. Quite a few postings going on here and there with Mr. Vitaly. Not sure what's going on with Slim, but I'll pretty much guarantee you he will be back. But now, he's being awfully revengeful. Well, look, I'd understand if he didn't do the crime. He did deserve the time, the little bit that he got. I'd understand, but this is how vicious and uncaring this guy actually is. You can't see me because I'm not on camera. That might be a good reason. So now he's trying to expose Department of Immigration for for what he feels is unjustified incarceration. How is it unjustified? Well, in his sick mind, pardon me, I gotta drink some water here. You know how it goes. So now he wants to get even. He wants to get even with the immigration, the government, you know. And he wants to get even with all the people that made all the so-called rude comments about him, which were basically not rude at all. He really did treat Filipinos like shit for the sake of his popularity for his own channel, that you're aware that he has, obviously. No, he deserved a lot more than 9 months, I could tell you that. But there's a favor system that does go on in the system. You know there is. Happens every single day. You may not know about it, but if you're an inmate in one of these institutions, well, you'll see what's real and what's not, and what goes on behind the scenes. I guess you have to be there to figure it out. There's been plenty of people throughout history that have basically reported the ongoings of the prison system in the Philippines. And it's good to educate people. I think he's doing good with that. But it's more of a retaliatory nature. We know about retaliation, don't we? It's more of a retaliatory nature that he's doing this. And also to give the middle finger to all the people who have not supported him and have blasted him, both Filipinos and foreigners, for the shit that he did. Everybody has their own opinion. Some support him. I don't know why, but they do. Here's my 13. So Don will laugh on that one. 13's better than nothing, Donnie. No idea what's going on with Slim. A lot of people are curious what's going on with his girlfriend, wife, whatever she is. Jolene. I'm sure he worked out something very amicable for her, or maybe he ghosted her. Who knows? Ain't no ghost in here. And there'll be more to come from Vitaly. And I don't... Well, actually, the immigration answered back to him. And basically to present their side of how they see it and blah, blah, blah. They didn't want to make the system look like it was corrupt, and we know it is corrupt. You seen the Belgium guy after regular guy? What do you mean?
Look at there. Look at there.
Yeah, I stepped out there for a minute. Let me see through my window to the world. Oh my God, I can't believe, look at this guy. Can you see from here? How he could just stay on that fucking branch that's all the way up there. Please don't fall. Oh my goodness. The chances they take, I'm telling you, man.
Like that rabbit that we...
God.
So...
And we're not calling him a monkey, Ungoy, but he has the ability to climb like such, and it's not an insult. It's actually
that guy
pretty positive
cut
thing.
the tree.
He's used to doing that, but there's always one mistake. I don't want to try to be negative on here, but I'm just trying to state that that's really dangerous. What about the Belgium guy after? He's after the regular guy? He came after the regular guy's show? Monkey nature's gymnast. A monkey is a nature's But we're not calling him a monkey. We're saying that he has the agility. I could do that shit. Bad back, everything my age. I mean, there's no way in the world I'll be able to do something like that. There's no way in the world. Not even to save my own life. Oh my goodness. You don't have to be high up to get killed or become crippled. Oh, so here's the thing. You know, we're getting it done. That's the whole thing. That's what you got to do in life. You got to get things done. Don't sit on something for a while. Get it done. Get her done, as they say. Get her done in the South. Get her done. Get things over with. Yeah, I could never do that. Anyway, Vitaly, it's about him. We'll just talk about it for another minute, but Vitaly is fighting back in his own way. I've heard other shows in the past of people who felt they were unjustifiably incarcerated in the prison system in the Philippines. And everybody's got their own opinion about what they did, whether they deserved it. Some people do, maybe. There's a lot of people that actually don't. There's a lot of people, you know, they could keep you incarcerated for a very long time if you're like an extreme overstayer like Barry. And they could do pretty much what they want, to be honest with you. They could. They could. Just don't get in trouble out here. Now, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, downtrodden on the Philippines because despite a lot of, discrepancies, despite a lot of downfalls, the Philippines is still a good place to live. I mean, I experience the friendliness of them every day. They will go out of their way to say hello to you. They pass them by on their motorbikes and so forth, stores, you know. They are really good people. They really are nature. But understand about Filipinos, they have their own struggles. But the one thing I really admire about them, Westerners could not handle some of the things that some Filipinos go through, many Filipinos, you know. They couldn't handle living a certain lifestyle because, you know, obviously Westerners are pretty goddamn spoiled. I'm spoiled. I could take a little rough living, probably not a lot of it, but I could take a little bit of rough living if I had to. I kind of have that constitution in me to survive under horrible situations. Not for a very long time, though. Everybody breaks down after a while and they say enough is enough is enough is enough is enough. But for those that do get incarcerated, it's a life learning situation about how a government don't care about your health and safety. A lot of people die in these places. I'm just stating fact. We're not jumping on the government. We're just stating disclaimer. We're not saying that it's a joyride to be in the Philippines in the penal system, because we know it's not. And we know that as a fact. The living conditions are horrible. The temperatures where you're living. You're lucky if you have a fan. You're lucky if you have space for yourself to breathe on bedding, or you wind up on the floor. You are going to deal with cockroaches and rats. You're not going to be fed well, and you're going to hope that you have an outside source that lives nearby that could order you food or bring you food or whatever they allow. Now, in Vitaly's case, he managed to, well, there's two train of thoughts on that. He managed to hide his cell phone is what he did. Or, second part to that is that they knew very well, probably didn't know what content they were putting on there against the penal system, but and how he feels he's been treated in the living conditions. But even so, many times it's possible that you can pay off officials, no matter what you're doing on your phone. Money is money. Don't get me wrong, the guards and all the people, they know it's horrible living conditions. They work there. They see what these prisoners are basically going through and how much they eat. And there's always going to be, don't matter, because it happens in America too. Here in the Philippines or anywhere. Hopefully that you have some sock money put away to make things easier on you, because you may have to do exactly that and find the right guard who's willing to take a little money to make your life a little bit easier in there, shall I say. Better access to food, ordering food even. Some places may not allow you to order out from the cell. It might have to be from an outside source, you know. Vitaly, with all his money, and they knew he had money. Every one of them knew that. You know, probably takes good care of his cellmates, probably. Well, I would imagine he would, because he has to be in close quarters with him. The last thing he wants is any more negativity in his life, and, you know, being in there alone was not a crazy good thing for him, as it would be for anybody. So in those situations, you got to do what you have to do, and if you got the monetary resources to do it, then that's exactly what you can do for your own comfort. Now, you know, people are skeptical. Well, was he paying off guards? What was he doing in there? All likeliness that could happen. I mean, there's always somebody on the take somewhere, no matter which system you work for. Money is money, and they make your life a little easier. And unfortunately, that is what goes on in the penal system in the Philippines on a daily basis, as well as prisons throughout the world. To be fair about this, and I'm being fair about it, we're not just attacking the Philippines for any kind of corruption that may occur, that is currently occurring as we speak, but even in America, there's a favor system. Money is the solve all factor and denominator. Yeah, I'm still not over my chest cold. I'm not coughing all day, but I think the less I use my voice, and I've been doing a lot of shows, so I'm going to cut this one on the shorter side. I may have to start gargling with salt or something. I don't know. I already took one of those mucolyptic things. It looks like an Alka-Seltzer. It's a round tablet that fizzes in water and helps break down the mucus. Doing what I can with what I got. That's all we can do. But you're going to hear a lot more from Vitaly, I'm sure. He's loving every minute of it. You see how things turn out bad for him at first, but then turns into a gold mine, because once he gets vlogging on a regular basis, and he plans to, and maybe even release even more stuff about what he went through in that prison to expose them and to expose officials. Some people say, well, that's a good thing. Some people say, no, it's not a good thing. Don't get in trouble with that shit. The fact is, if they knew, other than his guard and whatever he had worked out with his guard, who covered his jail block, I don't think the warden would have probably appreciated getting this information out. But then it's not exactly like people were unfamiliar with the living conditions in the Philippine prisons and detention centers. I think a lot of people are. They're aware of it. But when somebody's actually in there and exposes this, oh yeah, the warden and et cetera, in the immigration system is going to be not very happy about it. That's why we know that he will not be coming back to the Philippines. I don't see that happening. I think he's permanently blacklisted from coming here, and maybe for his own good, because after exposing immigration, they'll be following him around, and they'll find another reason to put him away, and without deporting him. That's guaranteed. So as far as him coming back to the Philippines, I don't think that's going to happen. As far as Slim, pro-life traveler, I think there's a good possibility he will be back, if not just to be with his girlfriend. Will things be the same for him after that? Not totally. I think, of course, he'll just move out of Dumaguete and not be around there and find another place. But he's also well known now. So you make a mistake and everybody knows who you are. And if you've been popular on YouTube, there's not one town of people that don't watch YouTube shows and probably don't know about him with all the publicity, all the news coverage. So will Slim or SIM card, whatever you call him, numerous names, slimy. Will he wind back in the Philippines? Well, if he's able to, I wouldn't be surprised that he would take a chance because, he's not working on all 6 cylinders from the things he did, obviously, in a country like this. But he'd be stupid enough to take the chance to come back in and hope that everybody forgives him. But I really don't think that's going to be the case at all in his situation. Now, is the immigration more on guard these days now because they're going to be trying to be more careful with deportee situations, potential, or how they incarcerate people? I don't know. They may get a lot uglier and have that attitude of "I'll show you," which some of these vloggers do, such as Vitaly. And he's showing everybody all right. He's showing the conditions that he lived in for 9 months. 9 months is a very long time. We know somebody that's been incarcerated for over 3 years now. I think you know who that is. And I'm sure it's not a hayride, I guess you were going to have to get some outside food. But you can't live on, I don't know, I had this idea, and I guess I'm wrong, that there was some kind of a commissary or something in the prison that everybody sat around, like in the prison system, at tables and ate their food. But according to what Vitaly presented, he should also do accent training. Yeah, I don't know. He sounds perfectly good English. I don't know to me. I thought that was a little part of AI or something. I was just trying to remember what he sounded like. But like a Ruski, hopefully it's a lesson learned for him, but nobody wants to be in that situation, nor do you, nor do I. But he had a lot of favors going on, and there's no doubt about that. But coming back to the Philippines, I think either whether he can't permanently or he just doesn't want to come back because he knows that he would be a moving target for Filipinos that don't like him, foreigners that don't like him, and for the government would be under watchful eye to catch him doing something. Right now, he was supposed to have been sent back to Russia, which he was, but he's recently posted something where it looks like a warm place, a nice blue-colored beach and blue sky with white clouds. He could very well be. Some people are thinking that he's in Miami, Florida. He's got the money to travel. That's not a problem. He just can't come back to the Philippines. Right now, it's very cold in Russia. In fact, I don't know if you guys are aware of it and where you live, but there are parts of the eastern seaboard and so on, even into Texas, that is having the most unusual weather they've had in decades. A lot of snow, temperatures really plummeting, and it's hitting a lot of places. So those out there, the naysayers, that say, well, we can't attribute this to climate change. Well, you're going to have to come up with that reality. There is climate change going on because right now in the United States, many states are suffering severe weather. There's severe weather alerts out there. People are stocking up on food and everything they need. As it gets worse, frozen lines could come down. Your electricity cable system could come down. A lot of them went and bought generators, anything that could produce heat. I've lived in cold situations before, both in Seattle at certain times and certainly growing up in New York. Not Hawaii though. But yeah, well, the Northwest, and I've worked briefly in Alaska, but the weather when I was out there wasn't that bad. I forgot what season it was. I worked twice. The coldest air was when I worked in the hold of the ship, the freezer hold, which also had a separate blast freezer If you ever stepped into a small room that had a blast freezer, you could not be in there for any length of time. You just threw some boxes in there, whatever you had to do, and you were out. You were wearing like an Arctic outfit, is what we had to wear. And you really needed a face mask because your face could freeze in place. I mean, I'm not kidding you. That's how powerful this is. The velocity of the fan, the temperature coming out from it. Yeah, you die in no time at all if you got stuck in a situation like that. So I don't know where he is exactly, but I don't think he's in Russia at the moment. I think he did go back to Russia for a little bit. Reunion with his mommy and the rest of the family. Ate good, slept good. I think he'd probably get the next flight out of there someplace warm. But unfortunately for him, I just don't think that the Philippines is in his future at all for life. He'd go to Thailand, any one of these countries, but they might have a treaty situation going. I don't know. They could decide whether to accept the foreigner into their country or not for various reasons. And everybody pretty much knows about him. Japan's talking about him. All over the United States talking about him. People from Canada. The guy made the headlines. And that could really work out pretty well for him. When he starts really getting going on his show, he's going to get more viewers he's ever had. He's going to make more money, and that's why he's laughing. He's laughing at the people who basically made some rude comments on him, but were truthful. And he's laughing at the government saying, ha, I'm out now. And he was laughing at that. I'm out now, fuckers. He even said that, I believe. I'm out now, motherfuckers. I'm free, and now I'm going to spend my time putting out delicate information as to what it was like living there. He will take advantage of it. There's no doubt about it. He will be on a regular basis. He'll get all that shit out of the way, off his chest. Definitely. He'll start off with that. And say what he can about his living conditions, which is a good message to the rest of the world. I agree with him on that. Well, you got to understand that prison or detainment is, it's not supposed to be a country club unless you're rich or very wealthy. They'll put you up somewhere with air conditioning and all the amenities you want if you want to pay the price. That goes on in good old US of A too. To all you flag waivers out there. It goes on there too. Not too much different, really. So sometimes you do got to pay the price of what you do. You don't have to like it, and it's not a country club. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. Dinner. Not CBGBs. Just don't be a clown. There you go. Okay, I'm going to go supervise outside. I'm glad to be able to bring you these little broadcasts today. I think I've done plenty today on some uploads and some lives. Nothing stops me from doing a good live stream or an upload. I have something to depict, something to say, a point to make. I'm your man. Don't forget to subscribe on your way out. Hit the notification button for future shows. And don't forget to subscribe. There'll be more future information about what's going on all the way around, actually. And a little bit of good advice that we could all live by and definitely take. Up, he's going up. I can see it from my window right here. From my window. He's going back up on there. I'll just be happy when it's over with, that he didn't get hurt. Everything's cool. Don't get me wrong, I've had that trimmed before because of the wires. But we never really did the whole thing. So we're extraordinarily happy today that we can do this and just get it fucking over with. He might have a little trouble in this tree because there's a lot of those ants, those red ants in those trees. Some say it's fire ants, and other people say it's what is it, Hantu ants or something. What is that? Which are equally worse. Actually worse. That's what can make you fall. If you get a bunch of them on you, you're not gonna watch what you're doing. You'll be very, very careful. Oh, I see things falling down. Right on. There's my famous 13, Don. My famous 13 in here. Call this a 13 channel. But we gotta go. Well, I'll have you come with me for that. Okay, maybe take you for a little trip in the backyard. Why not? You're my peoples. This ain't no disco. This ain't no party. This ain't no fooling around. CBGBs. Make myself a little presentable, comb my goddamn hair. That keeps on growing. The gift that keeps on giving in my case. I don't know why everybody's going bald out there, all these foreigners. What the hell are they doing, man? Well, so far I'm not. At my age, I guess I'm doing all right. What can I say? Thank goodness for small miracles. And hopefully it keeps that way. I don't think I'd look good bald, I have to be honest with you. I'd be wearing a hat all the time. In bed, having sex, whatever, I'd be wearing a fucking hat. I'm not gonna wear a toupee like Ricky. I'm not gonna go that far. But Ricky, as you can see, is not a hat person. He'd rather wear a toupee, which always looks so fucking phony anyway. It looks ridiculous. Looks ridiculous. Okay, let's head back out here. Your man on the scene here. The scene is my Ponderosa. Wow, look at that tree, how empty it's looking. I've never seen anything like that. Holy crap, holy shit on a cracker. Look at all the debris. Is he getting eaten by the ants yet?
Not yet.
Not yet?
The other side.
Oh, wait to get to the other side. This tree right here. That's where most of them are. Then you're gonna see some action. Oh, that log is on. Okay, the log is on. It's gonna ruin the hammock.
No.
No big deal. That thing was so cheap.
Check that out.
Man, what a job. You know what we're paying for this whole thing between those two trees? You're not gonna believe it. It's not the price we set. It's what 1,000 pesos. That's not even 20 bucks for all the work they did. You try to get a tree service to do this in America, between these two trees, costs you, have equipment, costs you at least 5,000, I'm sure, American dollars for what they just did. 5 grand. And this is costing about 18 bucks. Of course, we're going to give them a tip. I'm not that cheap here. Fuck yeah, they work hard. Talk all the shit you want about Filipinos, but they are hard-ass workers, man. They really are. I got to give them that. Even when I worked in Alaska on a processing vessel for crab and whatnot, those guys were gung-ho. They were gung-ho on what they were doing. They didn't mind the long hours because they wanted to send money home. They didn't bitch and complain about the working conditions at all. Disc. Oh. Okay, I'm trying to keep the shows a little, a lot less more time here. Just want to show you the update. In the future, I'll show the show, and you're going to see both trees are all, like this one's done, really. Don't have to worry about the wires anymore. Leaves on the ground. After this is all cleaned up. Just got the one that's right next to it, right here. You better warn him about the ants. Look how strong he is too, lifting up them logs. Could you lift that up? Yeah, I know I could. I couldn't go for. You're gonna have to watch out for the ants. The ants. The red ants, they bite.
Kasgan kaya.
So you see on the street here, you can see how many branches are here. This tree was not producing that many ants, I think, but the other one, I'm pretty sure will. Wow, how empty it looks on the other tree. Beautiful. Good job. Now we could probably get around. I'll probably clean the gutters. And there's always going to be, next door neighbor and all, there's always going to be leaves blowing around in the wind, all that shit. But this saves us a whole lot of trouble, man. Next, work on my gates. They're falling apart. Not a critical thing at the moment. You can see here, dirty and all rusting away. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. Wow. That's the worst thing we did. Well, it's not the worst, but should have known better. Oh, the wall will last forever, but cheap sheet metal. It's not going to be a huge job to replace this, but we have to figure it's probably going to be, what do we decide? Aluminum. And believe it or not, aluminum is cheaper than the stainless steel. What was it now? Than the stainless steel, if I got that correct. So you got to go in the right direction. You'll make the same mistake again. Boy, what you can do with a blade. Or plants. And the meat mobile. The meat mobile. It's come in handy. These run you about 75,000 pesos. And we actually bought it for the kids. And yes, they are using it every single day. Every single day. This is the culprit now. This is the bigger one than that. See all the wires going from the house and on the road? That's what our concern was. What you're seeing right there. Right, Don? You have all the answers, Don. As Don says, white tip sharks don't bite humans and lemon sharks don't bite humans. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit, Donnie. No cigar. You just never get cigars from me. No cigar for you, Donnie. None at all. I want to give you one so bad. Yeah, I'll tell you what I want to give you. Like, a glass of fucking mercury or something. Nah, I wouldn't do that even to you, Donnie. Because deep down inside, I know you're a swell guy. I know you are. You're a swell guy. A swell head, perhaps, but... I'm going to have a food that you're going to laugh at me when I'm having. I'm not going to show you what I'm eating here. Okay, we are accomplishing things. I love it. The plan comes together. Don't you? Oh, we got 20 people aboard here. Damn, that shit is good. Okay, what else do we have to do? Well, we've had some bad experiences here, though. People who laid down this tile in some of the rooms, like my bedroom here, and the hallway, Even the grout didn't hold. They put this glossy compound, not the right one for ceramic tile. We spent the money on it. And the purpose was to give it a nice sheen. Okay? It did. It did give it a wonderful sheen. But it didn't last. After a while, the sucker was peeling off. Total waste of money. They will act like they know what they're doing. They just want to make some money off you. Not all like that. That just happened to be our experience. Damn. I can't have this shit in front of me. Oh my. Pardon me, but I have to finish this. I should have saved some for Gilda, but I had to be real greedy with this. Don't put certain things in front of me to be gone. Okay, so I guess we could end off. I've given you plenty to listen to this morning. Enjoy. Nothing else going on YouTube that's worth listening to, so why not? Ah, what is that? Oh, chicken?
Yeah.
Chicken katsu? Katsu. Katsu. Okay. I think I'm now done here. Understand something, ladies and germs. There are consequences on just about everything you do. Whether you allow a tree to grow around your house could cause damage to your house. There's some things you got to take care of and handle. Put out the money. Don't be cheap. Or you're going to complain later on when damage happens to your house. Or, as on YouTube, when people say ungodly things about other people and they think they can get away with it. Well, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But, you know, life kind of catches up with you after a while. You either drop dead from your bad health conditions because you drink too much, you eat too much, you got a belly from here to eternity, needs its own zip code, or somebody beats the shit out of you because, you know, you've actually done them wrong, very wrong. And there's some people willing to do that, if deserved. Huh? Huh? You calling me? You talking to me? It's in the other room. Remember, YouTube, it's not a party. It's not a disco. It ain't no fooling around. You make your shows. You say what you want to say, but then things come around. Welcome to reality, my friends. I'm here because you're there. Take care. No big deal. That thing was so cheap. Man, what a job. You know what we're paying for this whole thing between those two trees? You're not going to believe it. It's not the price we set. It's what 1,000 pesos. That's not even 20 bucks for all the work they did. You try to get a tree service to do this in America, between these two trees, costs you, have equipment, costs you at least 5,000, I'm sure, American dollars for what they just did. $5,000. And this is costing about 18 bucks. Of course, we're going to give them a tip. I'm not that cheap here. Fuck it, they work hard. Talk all the shit you want about Filipinos, but they are hard-ass workers, man. They really are. Oh, good afternoon, folks. Kicking back, trying to find something to watch here, but busy day. All looking good on the Ponderosa here. Trees are half cut down, both of them looking good. That's going to reduce the red biting ant population, which is also a critical fact besides worried about wind and all that other stuff in a storm. Okay, you know something, I'm not going to dive really deep into a certain matter that's been going on, but I'll tell you one thing, and live and learn, there's a lot of complexities of any kind of complaint that somebody could put on you. When you have a situation where there's complicity, that could be like a hand grenade that blows up the whole complaint. I'm not going to give out too much information here, but I'll give you a little guideline on that. One of the problems is that if a complainant who has filed a complaint against a foreigner is found to be complicit in the matter, in the reason that they put in a complaint, well, of course, it's for, obviously, to enact revenge, but the very fact that the, the relationship that this particular woman had with somebody who's in jail right now, okay, we know it's an act of revenge, but what is on record is that the guy who's in jail, which is the boyfriend of the woman who made the complaint, she is actually proven to have actually harbored, aided, and abetted him. And as such, it shows a complicity, which can blow up in the complainant's face a big time. And there could be numerous charges put against. Now, the beauty of something like this, you don't need to retain a lawyer. Again, the lawyer just needs to put in certain paperwork to the DOJ. And once they see this, but there's actually a lot going on because of the Russian thing going on. The January of 2026, they're trying to throw out basically insignificant cases, not of high priority. They're trying to clean up the shop. They're trying to keep their nose clean because there has been some agents arrested. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. I'm not going to get into paragraphs of information regarding that. I have all this information on my phone recorded, but when an individual, if you were in a situation where a local Filipino put a complaint against you, it gets really complicated, and the reason it gets complicated, and I could only use something that I'm familiar with going on with me, is that the complainant put this complaint out based, of course, on the fact of gaining some kind of a leverage of power over me to basically convey that they weren't happy of what happened to such party's boyfriend. Okay, well, we got that already. But the fact that the boyfriend who was incarcerated was arrested at the complainant's home and well documented, this is a big goose egg to the complainant, which could be charges, because it's called aiding, abetting, and harboring. That itself could bust the case wide open. Oh, there's a lot of other stuff too, but I'm not going to go into it on my show. I'm giving you a little hint of something more likely to come. Yes, I don't really like discussing anything on this case on here, but I'd like to bring to light a little highlights of something that needs to be taken into consideration if it ever happened to yourself. The very fact makes them guilty of that's a complicity, a lot of other words, legal words that under certain legal acts and codes is an extreme violation. Now, you can't put a complaint in on somebody simply because you want to enact revenge, not justice. But even so, revenge or justice. If that party who was put in jail, and it was his relationship to her where they basically got together and say, let's do this, well, the fact has to be explored that even if the complaint that she put in was well after the man pleaded guilty, or well before, the man pleaded guilty in jail, pardon me, still got my cough, because of the 5 cybercrime charges. It don't matter. It don't matter in a court of law. Okay, so hold. The fact is that the complaining party made this complaint and well documented that he was indeed living there, and it makes her complaint not very valid in the eyes of the court. There's a lot of, let me tell you, even if I was allowed to go through all this, which I'm not going to, but because you got to keep a few aces in your pocket. There's a lot of other stuff I could talk about out here, but I'm certainly not going to do that. I'm just going to talk about one complexity, but it's a very important complexity, that she was involved, the complainant was involved with a man that she deemed to be her boyfriend or, fiance, that she was well aware that he was running the law. So when you go and put a complaint against somebody, and somebody where, just so happens her boyfriend was put in jail by party A, so party B, who is the complainant in a case where they want to try to deport somebody because they said he did this wrong, did that wrong, did that wrong. First of all, there was never any evidence to a video there. I can tell you that. And it becomes very complex because she's going to have to prove that there was no complicity, but the evidence and counter affidavits from the beginning that were put in is very clear what was going on. There was nothing proven. There was third-party knowledge in this too, which the immigration and the decision makers are not going to take into consideration of any reports that were basically of third-party nature. That's very important too. In other words, let me just put this in so many words. It's a bullshit fucking complaint. It's a bullshit complaint. The bad thing, though, is not particularly about me. The bad thing really, unfortunately for her, lays on her hands because, she's complicit. Is that she had an involvement with her boyfriend, whose goal was clearly to try to find fault with me, but it worked against him. And the fact that she harbored, aided, and abetted him puts her in a very negative light. And in fact, as I found out, could put her in a really horrible legal situation. And actually could and will work against the complainant. Now, I want to make something perfectly clear. And I really want to make it clear. I'm just stating the facts of law. I am not in any form or way, my disclaimer, trying to scare the party into doing anything she doesn't want to do. I'm just making statements to enlighten the complainant that what she did. Okay, does that make sense to you? I hope so. It's very complex, and I could sit here, and if I had made hard copies of my information, I'd be on here probably for about 40 minutes actually reading all the adverse things that have been done and how it could work against her without me even putting a case against the complainant for her liabilities and libelous actions. So, with that being said, as I put together more and more information, It just seems to me, with all logic and legalities, that a person like that who puts in a complaint against somebody. Now, I'm in no form or way, and don't listen to trolls, I'm in no form or way trying to scare the complainant. I want to make that perfectly clear. And after this broadcast, I'm not even going to talk about this no more and let it go where it goes. I'm just making something here. I basically gave an opportunity to a complainant that it's like an offer on the table. It's not at all, though trolls will say it is. It is not meant to be intimidating in any way at all. It's just giving out some factual information that it will work in her favor. Well, they were lies anyway, everything in a complaint, so let's keep that in mind. And I've read all the affidavits, so I understand the whole context of what her attorney was trying to, but that's going to work against her. I almost assure you of this, that it's going to work against her. And all I've ever said, disclaimer, all ever, that it would be to come clean and admit that she put this report under false context and was acting out of line, out of term, concerned about her boyfriend's situation. And then something like this would end right there. But the way kind of things work in the system is when somebody is going to be really stubborn, or they're being pushed to, stay in their position and don't move from that position because somebody's telling her that no, stay in this thing all the way. Let's play the odds. Let's, put the cards on the table. Maybe you'll get a royal flush or something. Well, you see, there's no guarantee with that. That's the problem is. But either way, the DOJ could come and say, well, and this was mentioned on the counter affidavit, you all know this, everything's been online. Okay, so that if she was complicit in this situation, that she made this complaint based on false facts and without proper proof, without, let's see, I'm trying to find legal terminology for limitation. Well, number one, it's going to be perjury, and it's going to be aiding and abetting and harboring. And in a situation like that, and I'm doing this for educational purposes, I want to make a disclaimer again. I'm talking about this, if you're complicit, complicity is a big thing. It's a huge thing. And unfortunately, the way it's usually winding up is that the winds up to be the one in trouble, not the person that they have put together a frivolous report on. You hear the drums in the background. My dusty island. Okay. But anyway, I do spend a lot of time. I don't claim to be a paralegal or a lawyer. When it comes to, justice, and it has to do with myself, it has to do with somebody else, I'm pretty keen on what I learn. I'm pretty keen on the information that I look up, how it applies to said situation, and keeping in mind that, yes, there indeed is, with no exaggeration whatsoever, consequences, unfortunately, legally, for somebody who puts a false report, a complaint, on somebody else. Whether it's Filipino to foreigner or Filipino to Filipino, it don't matter. Because you have a situation where you are causing harm in somebody's life. Then there are going to be other factors too, a lot of factors in there too. Okay, that they're going to look at. With their own responsibilities to his family against Filipinos, in the sense that they don't want to leave Filipinos in a situation where they're not getting any support, with his children involved. There's a lot of factors in here. I couldn't even begin, nor will I, to go through all the different facts when somebody puts a complaint in on you. Now, because of the complexity of what's been happening with the Russian guy and the Estonian guy, and because there's been some big shit going on corruption within the office of the immigration, they're being extraordinarily careful now on, they don't want to embarrass themselves any more than has happened, and make a big spiel out of a frivolous case which the documentation has not been proven as such, as far as the verbiage included in the report. So yeah, as of January this month of 2026, the Board of Immigration is cleaning up files. They are not wanting to embarrass themselves any more than they've been. Embarrass themselves with people in their own office, not obeying the law and doing things that have been very corrupt. It's a big embarrassment to the Board of Immigration out here. And they're being extraordinarily careful right now as to which cases they really want to address. They could keep this in a pile for years as far as that goes. They could do whatever they want, but they're not going to enact on something when, and you know, there's a lot of legal mumbo jumbo on here. I mean, there's so much I could not even believe the information I found out. Apparently, ChatGPT is coming extraordinarily handy for me. I've researched the information. It says the same thing. That the person who puts a complaint in, it's under the clean. It's called the unclean hands. I don't know if it's an ordinance or something, but it's called unclean hands, which simply means that the best explanation. If the person who put the complaint in against a foreigner has unclean hands, and they use that terminology, unclean hands, meaning that they took place in an illegal act against said person, when they themselves, I'm trying to explain this as best as I can, when they themselves committed a crime, the aiding and abetting and so forth of a known criminal. And that puts them in a really bad light. So in other words, they've come to court with unclean hands, which means that the way the Board of Immigration looks at things and the people who make these decisions, they're going to see that side of the story, that she had unclean hands, okay, before and after her boyfriend went to jail. Harboring, aiding, and abetting means that the person has unclean hands. That's the terminology they use. I'm not making it up. So with that being said, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be real interesting. And unfortunately, the way I'm seeing it, and certainly the way I'm hoping, that this is going to turn on the complainant in a way that she's not going to like. And from this day on, I'm not going to discuss any more facts of the case and just give you a little freebie highlight like I just did on my show as to why, if you find yourself in a situation like this, there's a lot that a lawyer has to look at. There's a lot that immigration has to look at. They have to abide by certain laws and Republican acts and so forth and codes of the Philippines. And they will look at both parties. If one has had a clean record, for example, you're a foreigner, you got a clean record, you've never done anything wrong in the Philippines, there's no, you've committed no felonies, you've committed no crime, you're a senior, responsible for a Filipina and 2 kids, you could add that in, throw it all in. Okay, you've got clean hands. But if you willingly took place in harboring somebody fully knowing that they were trying to avoid the law, as in his case, a 7-year overstay, and they know this, and they willingly have held back this information, pleading that I had no idea. It's not something they're going to believe. The fact that he was found at the complainant's home basically throws a hand grenade into this complaint, a big hand grenade, to blow her story apart. So with that being said, that'll be the end of talking anything about highlights or anything of this case, but it's just simply meant to educate my viewers, make them understand if they find themselves in a situation like this, there are avenues you can address, absolutely. And if you went to something similar to mine, you certainly would learn from this broadcast. Unclean hands. That should have been the title of my show, Unclean Hands. The complainant does not have clean hands in this matter, and even the complainant's attorney would understand that expression and why she would have unclean hands. It's funny, I was listening to Ray in the Philippines, who's now become a serious broadcaster. The guy who sits around and smokes and drinks all day, but we won't get into him. Which prompted me to actually do this video, because I have to agree with him on something when it comes to Scotty airwaves here. I don't make the rules, but we'll talk about things when people are doing uncool shit. There's really a lot of incidents with Scotty, but the one that stands out, we had this, girl over the street, and he's in a bar, and you know the one we're talking about. White blouse, no bra, nipples sticking out. Scotty was being his usual drunken self and went and grabbed the woman's breasts. And it was unwelcome. He wasn't paying for it, get it? It wasn't the right place. And even after she pretty much told him to stop it, he grabbed her again. Now, these are the people that you gotta get the fuck out of the Philippines. Stop dealing with chinsy little shit, you know. Scotty, you need to go back to Canada and just stay there. Otherwise, you're definitely going to be a statistic. That is for sure. It always ends up that way. They do all they can to promote their show. Not just Scotty, but many. They do all they can to promote their show, and they'll use every tactic they could possibly use to get that needed attention. Again, I hate saying the word, the algorithms, the views, subs, the money, all that. And sometimes people go just a little bit too far. And I think there's a lot of people that are going way too far and figuring they can get away with it. Some can, but maybe some may not. And there's a few we know that have not, obviously. Look, I've always thought the guy was a little off. I mean, he looks like a cartoon character, and I can't say it enough. There's something just not right about this guy. Well, there's nothing wrong with being lonely. He admits he's lonely, but does that have to drive you to, okay, there's something like enjoying doing YouTube but being married to it. I'm not married to YouTube. It's my choice to be on it, but I'm not married to it. I proved I could get off if I wanted to, and 3 months is a long time. I was off. It was my choosing to get back on, but I was off for 3 whole months. Never did one show, not one. I can do it. But getting back to point, Um, you can't be throwing caution to the wind and seeing what you can get away from here because right now the immigration department is in a fucking frenzy. There's a lot of shit going on with immigration. They got their officers being fired, and there's so much corruption going on, and doing favors for prisoners and all this shit. You know, they have a lot to deal with, but they're gonna have a lot more to deal with because I think there's more and more people that are seeing this stuff, and unlike years ago where they wanted everybody else to do something for them, I think there's a few more people that are being a lot more cooperative and actually being proactive and doing things on their own. Should you care about these people? Are they putting food on your table? No, they're not. If anything, you're putting food on their table. And you're allowing them for your entertainment purposes because women are involved. And you know, the average viewer on here has has an IQ level probably about 54. And they're oversexed or undersexed or whatever. Dude, I ain't got time to explain. Got some strangers coming in here, and I know where that's going, so I just end it right there, you know. Scotty is a creep. You can name names, but I think you know all the people that are considered creeps on YouTube. Genuine creeps. Scotty is off. He's off. It's something that's just not right with this guy. It's obvious when you listen to him talk, you look at him, his character, his demeanor, there's just something that's not right. By observation. Not by insult, but by observation. I think this guy needs to maybe go back to Canada and see if he could find a woman back in Canada and go back to his mommy and daddy and under their protective wings. Because you put him on the streets, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. It's like wind me up and, you never know what I'm going to do. He goes haywire. A lot of times you don't know what to talk about and he winds up doing stupid things. Now, he said he quit drinking. He ain't going back. He's proud of himself. He was on a show. I'm still coughing. Yesterday, he was having a fucking beer. What'd you expect? What'd you expect? I think in part the drinking certainly, drives people to do this kind of shit. Illuminar DiMaggio. Scotty is a cartoon character. Sideshow. Bob from The Simpsons. Well, I've always called him like a caricature, which is an exaggeration of what a person looks like, And he is a cartoon character. He absolutely is. There's no doubt about it. Please deal with me. I'm not going to hide it. My throat has been really dry, and I don't know if I'm hydrating enough. Chest is good now, but, I still got this telltale. Well, yeah, Frank, about cutting down on some smoking. That just might help it along. Just don't tell him. Okay, well, here we were. Sorry, I had it on. If I didn't notice that, I would have been on mute. Yeah, he is a cartoon character. There's no doubt about it. But people enjoy that. But you see, the denominator is women. It's always about women. That's what most people's interested in. There's so much more to the Philippines than that, really. There actually is. But you have to explore it. But what do these hard-ons, wankers, do? They want to gravitate towards shows that have women on it. And they're wankers. These are people that'll never get a woman because he himself is a fucking wanker. He's the kind of guy that probably sits on his laptop and watches Pornhub or something. I mean, that would not surprise me. She certainly ain't getting no action in real life. The low service guide. Service guidelines helper. Okay. I know you guys get enjoyment from this. I mean, I get enjoyment too watching somebody, and I know where they're going, and I know where they're heading to disaster. The proverbial train wrecks of YouTube who repeat these things over and over again, and they think that it's cool and they're going to get away with it until they don't. I think there are more people that are more proactive these days than there were. I think people are still pissed off at um, the Russian guy, Vitaly, and Slim. A lot of Filipinos are, I can tell you that. But his message is, fuck everybody. I got away with this. I'm back home, or wherever he is right now. And I'm going to go attack the immigration system, the penal system, because of, and he's in a good position to complain that the conditions that he spent 9 months in were not to his uppity classification with the money he has. Well, he should have thought of the crime before he did the time, and that still wasn't enough for him. Not even close. Some may argue that, hey, there's other people in here that do worse and get less happening to them. Yeah, that's true too. But that is true. There's no proper balance going on here, okay? People that become more controversial, they stand out more, of course. But I'm very happy to see that people are taking notice more so now these days of vloggers. You know how the fucking wankers are. You got Philly in the Philippines, of course. He's all upset now with the very person we're talking about, with Scotty in the Philippines. Because he got a strike from Scotty. And I guess he had a scheduled show on. He was going to address this. I'm sure Philly is really upset because he makes a lot of money in his channel. He's got 2 more strikes to go and he's off. And all the viewers, you could bet he's madder than hell. Madder than the Mad Hatter. They don't want strikes. And me, I don't give a shit. I got a strike from Popeye and I really don't give a shit. I'm not monetized. I don't care. Like I said, probably doing me a favor. No problem. No problem at all. I'm not in Philly's situation where he does have nearly 100,000, whatever the hell it is, viewers. And he's making decent money, but yet he lives in the shittiest fucking places, which I can't understand that at all. Philly has a new channel called The Hot Seat. Oh, I see what's going on. Oh. It's the old trickaroony. When he's in fear that his channel is going to be taken down, what do you do? What do you do when you fall in love? Anyway, a lot of sorrow. He's setting up a new channel because he's in fear. Hey, I've been on long enough to figure this out. I'm no genius either. Setting up a secondary channel in case his channel gets knocked off. And of course, he's going to have people come to that channel to rebuild it, to get the same viewers back in line, in possible anticipation that his original channel going to be taken down. That's exactly what he's doing. The hot seat. Yeah, he was a prison guard. Hot seat, get it? Okay, well, I don't know. Creepy guy, too. So many creepy people out here, man. Licky, Philly, regular guy. I mean, the list goes on and on. I guess Kevin's been taking a back seat a little bit here. He probably gained a lot of weight and he's afraid to go on camera. I think I saw him do a comment on somebody's show the other day. I don't know why. He usually comes on a lot more than that, but I think he's embarrassed that since he put his tail between his legs and came back home to America, that temptation to eat again, took over, and he, more likely than not, has gained more weight yet again. But it's okay, because give him an incentive of money and he'll lose the weight for the money like somebody who sponsored him to go to Vietnam, no names, said if you lose X amount of pounds, I'll give you a ticket to anywhere you want to go. So he chose Vietnam. Would Kevin have put out his own money to do that? Likely not. Does he pay any child support to his children? No. Is he really that much in touch with his children? I'm doubting it. Did he have his children in mind before his trip or before spending on all his little gadgets like a little baby that light up and make sound and little widgets and gadgets and gadgets? No, they all came before his children. And this just goes to show you the mindset on here. We got Jay, prolific smoker and drinker, who did impregnate a Filipino or two here in the Philippines and has one or two children, at least one I know, and I think maybe two. Does he send money and help them out? No, he doesn't. Is he in the children's life? No, he's not. He's just trying to fuck around with women, although he doesn't succeed, for obvious reasons. He's a fucking wanker. Yeah, that was rare. He came on late, I think. But he hasn't been on for a while. There's probably something going on with him that he ain't going to talk about. That's just the way it is. Because Kevin is looking for money, and he comes on more than that. Okay? So there's always something going on in the background. Always. I know he put in some shit word on me. Look, I don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't. I look at it this way. I look at my life, and I look at their life, and I'm happy. I'm the one that's laughing in the background, actually. That I'm glad my life didn't turn out to be like these people. I couldn't handle it. They should be singing that song. What's that guy's name? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Went up on the roof. I counted myself to say to myself. Da-da-da-da-da. The guy was going to commit suicide. It was like one of the most depressing songs ever put out. There might have been another artist that put another song that was rather depressing. It was just about a guy that was depressed, wants to go on the roof and jump and kill himself. Well, maybe we should have that music in the background here because there are people that are living that much of a depressive life. I wouldn't be surprised if they have contemplated suicide in their life. Hello, kid. There's nothing shameful about being lonely. But what's shameful is that if you don't do anything about it, well, maybe you've tried and it just didn't work. Maybe there's just something about you that you don't realize, and maybe other people realize that, you're doing wrong. Could be something about your appearance, your demeanor, what your attitude about women is. That all comes out. A woman could see that stuff, man. It's like a dog has a natural sense. So does women. They get their warning signs. It's according to how the guy talks, what he says, how he carries himself. Women can see through that. They're actually pretty good at doing that. I mean, I'm pretty good at doing that too, but, I'm actually very good at it. They put themselves in their own fucking coffin. By choice, really. You don't want to make improvements in your life, then you're not getting anywhere. Don't bother to come here. Because then you're going to complain and bitch a whole lot more. Doesn't offer you what you want. My town doesn't offer me everything I want, but I'm happy here. I talk about that. And I never was afraid to talk about loneliness because, I've had the opportunity in my life because I was single most of my life. Seriously single. I was married. I was only with the woman for 5 years, 2 of it being living together and 3 of it being married. A total of, it was about 5 years on that one. I don't know what it's been a long time. I may have had women, but in between these women, there's nothing going on. I didn't hang around a big crowd of people. I was always kind of a loner, not lonely, but a loner. But I've had my lonely moments too. my whole existence in Hawaii. It wasn't like Seattle. It was two different places, you know. I had a lot of lonely moments in Hawaii, but I was preoccupied all the time. I had a good sized yard, 2 acres, and things growing, and a lot of things keep me occupied. Lots of things, or maybe too many things at times, and at times too little, but I wasn't hanging around a bunch of locals and shit. Did I know any locals? Of course I did. Had a lot of acquaintances. Did I hang around with them? Not always, mostly not. And the ones I did were foreigners. Well, not foreigners, they were mainlanders. They like to look at us as being foreigners. But no, you know, my longest date in Hawaii was shy of 3 years. And of course, there's a few women I did get together with from here and there and kept me occupied for a relatively short period of time. But it wasn't women everywhere. No, that was Seattle, Washington. There was women everywhere. That's the one I always talk about. But during that time, I will tell you the truth and tell you that it don't matter how many women that I met. It's according how long were you with them. How long was your relationships? Mine were not long lasting. Most of them. The longest one in Seattle would have to be about a year, actually. The doctor's daughter. About a year, that was it. The rest were, you know, dinner plate specials, you know. In between. And that's where I get with the moving up to the Philippines situation with foreigners. We're going to get to that. But as such, even in Seattle, that yes, I dated a plethora of women, no exaggeration intended. It was like putting your hook into a fishbowl, you know. I didn't find it that hard to meet anybody. There were so many. Not that I thought it was the best looking thing in the world, but there must have been something about me that they liked, or else they wouldn't be with me. But not to knock myself on that. I mean, I did have something to offer. Who I was, my kindness, my sincerity. Did I use women? When I thought I was being used, I'd use them, absolutely. It was just for the carnal stuff, sure. One night stands, whatever, I knew what it was, they knew what it was, and that was okay. But I took on some serious relationships, I did. And that's what my goal was, a serious relationship. Do you support the Chinese Communist? The fuck, it's way off topic here. Get out of here, will you? Christ, fucking crazy motherfuckers are cold here. Bye. No arguments here, just bye-bye, that's all. Saves a lot of toil and trouble. Do I support the Communist Party? Oh, shit. There's nothing wrong with being lonely, but here's the thing. You gotta find out why are these women not taking to you. You gotta look at yourself, not by what others see, but what you see. Try to analyze yourself and try to understand what is it about you that's turning women off. You can't seem to succeed, even in the Philippines, which should be the easiest place in the world, to find a woman. Should be, if you have character. If you're not out to just play around and they want something more serious. They're not stupid as you think they are. They know when a guy's a player and when he's not. But if that's what you want and that's what she wants, it's okay. Nothing to feel guilty about. Just be responsible about your little carnal relationship with her. Make sure you don't get her pregnant. Make sure you don't give her a disease. And make sure you don't get a disease that you can spread around to the other women that you want to fart around with. You can hear who. I've been unmuted for quite a while here. So, you got a battle going on between Scotty and Philly in the Philippines. Scotty put a strike against Philly, and Philly is losing his noodle. I never understood Philly, don't ever will. Why would a man... Here's what I don't get. Why would a man admit... I mean, I've been personal on here, but man, there's a limit. Admit that he uses a penis pump to have sex. I mean, look, medically, I guess you got to do what you have to do, right? But in the atmosphere on YouTube, that's something that you just don't say. I mean, it's really something that you shouldn't say. Be kind of discreet about that kind of shit, I don't know. I also see people's shows changing too. We got Overstay Road, and my goodness, I can't even listen to him anymore. His show has become so mundane. I just tune out. Then you got these up and coming people who are trying to. You got Ray in the Philippines, who had his last show. Now he's getting fancier because he got more subs. He's got graphics on there now, and he's sounding like a newscaster now. He's the guy that sits around and smokes cigarettes on camera and gets drunk. I don't know, quite a contrast from that period of time. And now he's giving a serious message to people, that people like Scotty, and I don't want to mention his name, I'll mention it, can't go around grabbing women's breasts. Yeah, that's pretty true. You can't really do that here in the Philippines. What you do in your intimate space between you and a woman is both of your businesses, but not in public, especially when the woman says no. Okay, then he does it again. I don't know what's wrong with Scotty. I know he's not well. I can't classify what kind of psychological problem that he has, but it's been very obvious to me from the first time I've ever listened to him, and I was really never one that followed his channel. I think he has the talents of becoming a really good vlogger when he's not doing his debauchery shit and whatever. I don't think he could be serious. He's, again, one of the people who constantly chasing their tail round and round and round like a dog with worms or something, never getting from any point to another, eats the shittiest fucking foods, and he's so broke or something that he's only eating one meal a day, quit drinking and went right back to it again. Just recently saw him with a beer in his hand. He didn't mention it, he just figured people won't say nothing. They won't notice it, but he was sitting there drinking his beers. As I said, some people won't change and some people cannot change. Ray is similar to Frisbee. Oh, he certainly is, man. Look at them both. Doesn't they remind you of each other? And if you ever hear him sing, have him do a verse of Brown Betty, okay? Have him do a verse of Brown Betty. Listen to the rasp on his voice and try to remember back to Barry when Barry would try to sing. They have a similar voice. They actually do. They have a similar background. They both come from the South. They both like to drink, smoke. And there's something about his character. Yeah, that does remind me of him. I've already said that on my show. I kind of beat you to the punch on that, but I'm glad somebody else realizes it too. Yeah, he really is. I don't know what you're doing on here, Luminar, because you're one of my trolls, aren't you? I know your name very well. Oh, well. Okay, we'll go beyond that this time. They're all destroying each other. You know what the sad thing is? The sad thing is they're building up their channel very well. Then they do something stupid that ends their YouTube career. Well, it doesn't necessarily end it. They could come back on again. Well, you see, Philly in the Philippines is in preparation for that right now. That's why he's got another channel going. Because he figures, oh shit, I got a strike. And 3 strikes, you're out. And he cannot afford to lose, 100,000 subscribers. Or getting close to, or whatever it is. I don't remember the numbers. It's up there. And the money that he makes, God forbid. Because I'm going to tell you, a lot of these people, You might think outside of their YouTube income that they're doing very well. That's not really the case with all of them. Probably most of them. Most of them. Friedman made a big comment on Vitaly on replay. What did he say, out of curiosity? I'm sure he wasn't against Vitaly. He probably met him in there, actually. Although Vitaly was in isolation most of the time. I'd sure like to know what's going on with him in there. How many times he got his ass kicked in there. I'd love to know that. Boy, if I had the details on that. He said jail is on lockdown, all cells searched. Well, because Vitaly admitted that he had a way of hiding his phone somewhere. Yeah, and they're reacting to that. Immigration is reacting to that. Yeah, he screwed it for everybody else is what he did. You better hope he's not back in there again. Around the same people. Now that makes Barry upset because Barry's always listening on his phone. I don't know how often they let him use it. But he knows he won't do a live show on here while he's incarcerated because he'll face more problems and he's got enough of his own at the moment and probably more coming. Brother, why are the police being so nasty? Which police? In the Philippines or guards, police? Be a little more specific. Police in general? Can't answer that question because you're not very clear. Everybody's going crazy. Can't watch the news without being in total awe of what's going on in the world, and especially the United States. I didn't realize how old Trump looked until they showed a close-up picture of him. And he certainly looked at his age and beyond, that's for sure. Barry dated my girlfriend before me. Let me see. Barry dated my girlfriend before me. And you and him are not on good terms. You took his sloppy seconds, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? God damn, man. I wouldn't touch any woman that had something to do with him. And see, the Philippines has been the same for 1,000 years and it will never change. Vitaly has no power to change the jails. No, it's not going to change. Immigration will just react to an event, but then it goes back to normal. And right now, in January of 2026, the office is in an uproar. Yeah, feathers are flying. They're upset with people in immigration offices that are not obeying the law. It's making the whole immigration system have a black eye. And you don't want that because whoever's in control of the immigration system, and we know who it is, it's not looking good for them and their job if they're not keeping things under control. That's kind of sort of what's going on. Sloppy seconds, that's what it was, man. I would not touch any woman that Barry had his fucking dick in. No fucking way. I don't care how many times she bathed. Couldn't do it, man. Okay, folks, relax. Don't get mad at each other. Okay, girls. So I was just kind of laughing at Ray in the Philippines. All of a sudden, it's becoming so serious. I want to tell you something. What you can't do in the Philippines. And just, this is the kind of guy that you can't take serious, his whole character. Like, what's up, dog? That's what he does. He's like another Barry. He is like another Barry and some other characters. He sits there, smokes his cigarettes, and he drinks a lot. He invites guests that drink, hangs around people who drink. I couldn't hang around him. As I said, drinking people turn me off. Drinking women turn me off. Let's see. I like the one he dragged by the hair through the house. I forgot which woman that was, but of course I remember that. My new favorite channel is Mad Matthew. Someone mentioned him before. Is he really mad? Okay. Bummer drag. No, I got you on that one, man. Boy, do you guys understand what a favor I have done for you? Do you guys understand? I mean, look, I did it for myself, but because I felt I had to. But do you realize when I got this fucker in jail, what I've done for you people, what I have done for the people that he has mishandled, abused, used, and so forth? Do you understand the sacrifice I made personally, monetarily, and so forth to do what I did? It was not easy. The girl flipper interview, yeah. Oh, that was Jenny? Was that Jenny? Oh, yeah, Flipper. Flipper got a second, sloppy second. Yeah, he got her. I think he got together with her. He interviewed. He interviewed her. Well, desperate people do desperate things. I'm sorry. It could be a temptation, but I couldn't do it with a woman that would be with somebody like Barry. I couldn't live with myself. To know that he was there before I was, and how many other people, I have no idea. But, sorry. Couldn't do that. I sure as hell's been doing a lot of shows. I don't even count anymore. It just seems like when I got something to say, I don't care anymore. I just come on and I say it. I'll do an upload or a live stream. I guess like I don't really care anymore. Because I know where this is leading to. I do. I know where it's leading to. And maybe subconsciously I'm trying to get everything off my chest and just speak as loudly as I can about, I think, certain issues in the community while I can. Barry should have got out before Vitaly. Well, it's probably also a combination of things. He didn't pay the court, didn't pay me, didn't finish paying off at all. If not, immigration fees and fines. He has a whole bunch of laundry list of things that he didn't comply with. But that's why he's still there. Not to mention any potential, which I really don't know, potential trouble he got in while he was still incarcerated. These weirdos in the replay channel need to get a life. Oh, you think so, huh? I've been saying that for years. Well, they're a little upset with me because I don't really talk about them much. And, why should I go there and listen to their channel when basically they've recorded me something that I said? Because I'm not fazed by what they do. It doesn't faze me at all. As I admit, there was a time I let my guard down, but I'm not there anymore. You can talk about everything. Talk about me, my girlfriend, whatever, or it just doesn't faze me anymore. I don't know what else to say about that. It's fruitless what they're doing. Absolutely fruitless. A lot of times I don't even go in there anymore. I just assume that they copied my channel. And I don't need to listen to it because the only thing that's going to be different about it is going to be some caption on there. some edited caption of me or my girlfriend or some crap like that. I expect it. So it's not a big deal not to go there. Let's see. I bet they would pay for memberships on your channel. Well, yeah. You see, I'm not monetized. I can't don't think I could do a membership only thing on here. Of course, you got to attach it to something like a Gcash or bank account or something. I don't know how it works. I don't think I could do that without being monetized. I don't think so. I'm doubting it. But that's a way. It's a good way of seeing who is really devoted to my channel by having a members only type situation. Well, thank you. I don't know how I can do that on here if I'm not monetized. I do think you have to be monetized. I believe you do. I wouldn't know how to do it anyway. As I said, I'm pretty technically challenged. The one thing I wish is you would go back to your old channel name. Oh, I could do that anytime. They'll just copy it under that name too. Well, I mean, I could, but it's like, I don't know. It's My Philippines Interest, which I guess is still, could be a current title. But it sounds more like, well, I'm not yet too very involved with the Philippines. I have an interest in it. It doesn't have a name that really kind of shows that, well, I mean, I'm actually living here a long time now. I should show I have an interest in the Philippines. But see, I guess it still works, you know. Yeah, good question. Did he fucking drop dead too? Yeah, Mike Ross. Mike Ross. Yeah, haven't heard hair nor hide of that guy. I'm glad you brought it up because, well, he's something I never really thought about. Not much. But yeah, Mike Ross. Yeah, he owes me 50,000. He said if I can get Barry in jail. Do you know what? Don C, of all people, owes me 50,000 pesos. For getting Barry in jail. They said they'd never be able to do nothing. Mike Ross, and there was another guy in there called What the Fuck, WTF. He's probably still on with a different name or something, but there's 150,000 pesos that's basically owed to me. Of course, Don C, being a creep he is, wouldn't go through with it. You know. Hey, enough. Why don't you go inside? I know what you're barking at. Who are you barking at?
You want to go outside maybe?
Sky?
Huh? That's Sky?
Kai's home.
Maybe Sky.
Probably. They're looking that way, so maybe. I don't really know.
The guy's here.
Alone again, naturally. Let's get back on that a little bit here. Someone told me that Mike Ross and Johnny Wad were the same. Johnny Wad could be another name for Warren too, also. You know, man, I haven't really been keeping up with that shit, to be honest with you. I'm not really, stop that. I'm not really keeping up who's who, and I don't really care. The funny thing is they talk about me enough. I mean, you could have 100,000 subscribers by now. Isn't that kind of weird? I should be one of these channels have at least 100,000 subscribers. Because, you know, I'm like the talk of town. I do enough shows to get people to be known that I'm out here. People share it, post it, and whatever. It's kind of weird, man. Vegetable nerd. What's wrong with vegetables? Alone again, naturally. song about a guy who wants to hang himself because he's so fucking lonely and depressed. I wouldn't be surprised how many will. Maybe even someone we know on here. That would be a crying shame, wouldn't it? Hey, we got 20 aboard here, but only 5 thumbs up. Be generous, guys. Come on. You could affect my algorithms. Would you really want that? Now, you could suck on my algorithms. Because I don't care about algorithms. I'm not monetized. And even if I was, the guy Bobby makes sauerkraut pizzas. Ew. Well, sauerkraut is good. It's like a probiotic in a way. Sauerkraut's good, but, you know, it's not on a fucking pizza. Anything that's fermented is really healthy for you. Sauerkraut is a fermented product, so it's really good for you, but it don't belong on a pizza. Let's see. Where am I going now with this show? Yeah, I gotta rest my voice a bit, though, really. I'm not that raspy. You probably could hear it, though. But just an observation with some of these fools on here. I don't know if you heard my previous show. It had to do with some legal things that I found out. And I won't go anywhere beyond that. But I hope you listen to it at least. I gotta see what's on TV here. I'm not in the room, obviously. It's always hard to find something. There's some lame shows. You watch Babe Rooney's videos, he's the next Slim. Well, he is. I mean, in many ways. Think about it. Hey, it's just... Hey, take it for what it is. It's a wait-and-see game. It's not if, it's actually when something like that would happen to these people. It's when, it's not if, I assure you. It's a matter of time. I've witnessed many things since I've been on YouTube. I helped take down a number of big shows on here, too. Struck them out. Of course, they came right back on with another name, or they just regrouped, but I was actually responsible for taking off numerous shows from numerous people that you're still very aware of who they are. I've done my part. Oh, thank you. It could be better. Get rid of this fucking dated furniture, really. Thank goodness there's covers on there. Got that from, my living room furniture came from, what do you call it? Something foam, whatever, over in Mandawi. Yeah, but see, that's the store. You can't walk in there and just come out with furniture. Everything in the store is, what is it called? Foam, or whatever, warehouse, or what, I forgot the name of it. Is only for display, which is disappointing to us. You pay for your order, and their factory will build it, put it together, and then it'll be delivered to you by a cost, of course. So I'd rather be going to a store where I know I can get the furniture right away. Yeah, I've seen the shitholes these people are living in. And they actually talk about me. You talking about me? You talking about me? They do talk about me a lot. I don't know, what is there to say about me? Frank is grounded, he's got a long-term woman, he's happy. Just some people playing interference, but here I am. I'm not arrested, I'm not deported. I'm not sitting in jail. Just one day goes into another. And wherever it goes. But, you know, no changes, big changes in my life. Not really. I'm not in a situation it's gonna be a resto mayor. I'm not in a situation. It's too low key. It's too insignificant. Or I would have been picked up a long time ago. But I play it out because that's all you can do. I do my part to make sure that don't happen. So there you go. I don't feel like talking about that shit anymore. In fact, that's going to be a total cutoff on my show of talking about anything legal, whether it pertains to me or whether it pertains to somebody else, as far as I'm personally involved with or whatever. I'm doing a cutoff on that completely. I've talked enough about some of that shit that I don't need to talk about it anymore. I'm not trying to give anybody a heads up on anything on here, certainly not intentionally. Alone again, naturally. But like I said, man, there's no shame in being lonely, man. Your situation's different, could be the same or different than a lot of people, but everybody has their own reason and rhyme why they're not scoring. Like Jay. Well, the sad thing about him is that he can't even pay a woman and get laid. That's the sad part about this bloke. And it's all for display. Oh, on camera with the women putting their arm around his shoulder. Well, he's buying her drinks. Smile for the camera type of shit. That's all it is. You know it. I know it. He tries to get away with that, but we see through it and we laugh. Oh, fuck Eric Berg. His last video about skipping breakfast for liver health is... Well, Dr. Eric Berg, he should be using the word doctor. Yes, I know who he is, and I used to listen to him. And I assumed he was a real medical doctor, which he's not. He's a chiropractor. Now, in all fairness, I'm not a doctor, but I have a lot of knowledge about health things and so forth. Okay, I have to give him credit on that. But I think he needs to take the name doctor because he's just a fucking chiropractor. Okay? It doesn't mean he's not knowledgeable about things, but I've seen things he talked about. He was very wrong. Very wrong. And you know what he does? I mean, behind the scenes, you don't understand. He's reading shit just like I do, finding stuff on a computer for knowledge, but that's okay. Shared knowledge, shared a wealth. But he's acting like he always known this kind of stuff, and he kind of makes the stuff up as he goes along. But I don't really admire anybody who puts doctor in front of the name and tries to make people listen to him. He has to put that doctor in front of his name. For example, there are doctors that are scientist doctors. They have a doctorate degree. There are people that deal with mental illness. They're a doctor, but they're not really medical doctors. You can get a doctorate degree in a lot of endeavors, but it doesn't mean you're a medical doctor. Dr. Berg, his whole purpose, which you don't understand, is that he's endorsing products with his name on it or otherwise. That's what his show is about. If you haven't figured it out yet, Dr. Berg is a phony baloney. He's a phony baloney. Set up a green screen and do some videos like him. Look, I'm not, I may do a lot of shows on here, but I'm not that enthralled with, the most I would ever do on here is some graphics, but I just don't, why? It just doesn't pay. I'm not monetized. Put it this way, if I knew I could pull in, another $1,000, $2,000 a month, if I knew I could do that, I'd consider trying to build up my channel in some form or way. Who can't use more money? Everybody. But I've been there before and I never made any money. So what's different about now, going back in history, I said the most I made one month was $200. I couldn't even maintain a $100 level of even getting a check. What makes you think it's going to be any different now? I just don't think it would be any different. I really don't. And the other thing is, too, I mean, there's a beginning and an end to just about everything. Just as you're given life and then you die. But then, at my age, I'm still doing YouTube. And I was probably 61 or earlier that I actually got on YouTube or had something to do with it. Did I ever think I was going to be on 10 years later? No. Here I am, though, right? I can't picture myself if I lived to be another 10 years. No guarantees in life, as you very well know. That I'm still going to be in. I know a guy. What is this guy? Foreigner in the Philippines? What's his name? That guy's got to be at least 84. He still does shows. Not foreigner farming in the Philippines. I don't know, what is it, foreigner in the Philippines? I think it's just called that. He's been on for a long time. Anyway, we got a cold front going through the Philippines. It's a lot of places. It's wonderful. The past few days have been fantastic. Nice breeze constantly, and the temperature's been cool. It's been nice. It's been really nice. Well, here's the thing, dude. I'm not that devoted. I mean, I may come on a lot, but it doesn't mean I'm devoted to making any other enhancements on my show. I mean, I'd be happy with a simple intro, graphics or something, you know. If somebody could do that for me. I don't know how that works. I mean, every time you do a show, these particular graphics come on with whatever music or whatever it is you have on there. I don't know, you got to turn something on every time, you know, make the adjustment every time you do a show. I don't know how that works. You know, like Philippine Antics does, and what Ray in the Philippines is starting to do now, because his britches are getting big now. He's getting more subscribers. He's becoming a big shot now. Did Philly do his rebuttal show on Scotty yet? And as I said, Philly's upset because Scotty did a strike on him. And yes, that's why Scotty has another show that he's going to try to build up. He's worried. Jason says, Scotty boy rocks. His traveling videos, though, through Mindanao are awesome. Somebody just got killed in Mindanao today or yesterday. Or was it 2 cops? I don't know. Something went down again in Mindanao. No, he wouldn't catch me down there. Scotty probably shouldn't be. Oh, Philly's scheduled for tomorrow. Okay. I'm sure everybody will be there to listen to it. He's going to bitch and whine about Scotty, of course. That's what everybody does. Because he's worried. He's really worried because, you know, Philly built up his channel to a lot of subscribers. He's making good money. Which, you know, is another phenom going on here. I don't understand if you're making good money in the show. Why is he living in all these dives? He lives in places where chickens are walking through his living room. I mean, am I exaggerating? I don't think so. I mean, why does he live in a shitty place? He doesn't want to spend money on a decent, you know, a decent crib. He's just, I don't know. Even Overstay Road. He's never lived in any fancy places. I think he still ain't. You know, he makes good money in his show, and whatever pension he gets, I'm sure he's doing fine. I'm sure he's doing fine. But why do they want to live in these shitholes? I don't understand it. All right, I'm going to go because I've got to save my voice. And I want to watch a little bit of TV. I don't always get a chance lately because somebody's always doing their work on a computer in there. I don't run the house sometimes. It's just a courtesy, really. But I want to thank everybody for coming by. Hit the like button. Yeah, right. Hit the notice button so you know when I come on again. Subscribe and all that good stuff. If you haven't, And we'll be back for another show. I'm always feeling I'm kind of forced to do a show in the early morning because of the fact that I'm bored in the morning when I get up, because I get up pretty early. And I tell myself, nah, fuck it, man, don't do any show. Then my boredom says, yeah, come on, just go ahead. You know you want to do a show. And put one on. But then it becomes a little difficult for me, so I'm never a person without many words. And I could come up with a good show on a moment's notice. I could ad-lib very well, but it does take its toll on me sometimes where you feel that you have to come on. It's not like I'm getting paid, you know. I don't know why I even feel I have to come on. I understand because, as I said, too many times to admit you become enslaved to your show when you're monetized. And you don't want to lose viewership and AdSense and all that shit, you know. Clicks and blah, 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 blah. So they pretty much enslaved, kind of an indentured servant in a way, to their show. And I don't know if I want to get caught up in that kind of shit. I'd have to be making some decent money, I think. Over $2,000 a month, I think, would definitely get me to do something like that. I just don't ever see that happening, though. I really don't. All right, I'm out of here, man. The longer I talk, I'm gonna be procrastinating and staying on longer. But thanks for listening. You know what you need to do. And look, guys, be a little more proactive. Seriously. If you have any respect for Filipinos, if you have any respect for the culture, the country, get off your ass, put boots on the ground, and go after these creeps, and you know who they are. Because if nobody reports or says anything at all, you're just allowing them to get away with this shit. And the more they get away with, the more shit they do. But then again, that makes for drama. And I understand you all people live for drama. I get it. I think it gets to a point where you have to do something, you know? Thank you, Luminar. And I'm out of here. It's up to you guys. I can't force you to do anything at all. It's up to you, man. Just do what's right. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Ed Savino. We got something to talk about today. We certainly do. It's about the world. It's about the nation. As we will begin with our show, you want me to check out Craig and Sabu? I may have heard of him, but I'm not aware of his YouTube channel. Sir. Yes, sir, sir, yes, sir. Yes, it is. That's what we're talking about. We're in trouble everywhere. Anarchy is usually, we speak something where the people are against the government, but what we have is the government is against the people, civilians. Another person has gotten killed by the ICE goons, the Gestapo, units that are employed by the President of the United States. Which is going to turn to be anarchy against the government. The wonderful thing about all this is that the people have been very peaceful protests, but they're too scared to fight back because there's too many of them, and this is getting carried away, and it's gone way too far. Yes, yet another innocent civilian has been killed, and this has been, it's going nuts, Mr. Savino. It's going nuts. And that's what we're here to talk about, and that relates even to YouTube. But we are going to talk about this a little bit, get a few more people in here. Believe it or not, I just got up a little while ago, but it's probably because I had to take these antihistamines. I get up, it kind of knocks me out, but hey, I'm getting some sleep in there, but not something I could take every night, obviously. But I got a little bit more sleep, and makes me a little bit more refreshed to talk about this kind of crazy shit that's going on in this world, and it's something that we have to talk about. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, yet another person has been shot and killed by the Gestapo goon squads under the jurisprudence of Mr. Donald J. Trump. And there's so many things going on. There's a big winter storm in the United States that's going on. In some areas expected anywhere from 12 to 18 inches, according to the area. There's going to be temperatures of minus. It's going to be complete freezing weather disaster going on. And people are saying, no, there's no climate change. Well, I think people are believing that now. We've seen it in so many ways. But it takes for something to happen for people to believe in it. Nothing is just hearsay anymore when it happens. But we have a lot of shit going on. What do you mean this time it looks like it's ISIS' fault? It's been ISIS' fault, Ed. I sometimes don't understand you because you've made a few comments like this before. As if what Trump is doing and everything he's doing is all righteous, which it's not righteous. There's been nothing righteous going on. I understand this time it looks like ISIS' fault. It's been ISIS' fault the whole time. They're going after innocent children. Even a 2-year-old they took in, a 5-year-old, ripping them from their parents. I mean, if you can't see this, sir, I don't know what to tell you. This time. What a statement that is, this time, like it's never been all the fault of ICE. Of course it has been. I don't know, I think you're at a crossroads of believing perhaps that what's going on is not the fault of any innocent civilian. People's homes are being raided for no reason. Color of their skin. This is a witch hunt is what it is. And it's got to stop. Hold on, I got to grab my hot water out of the micro. Okay, sorry about that. Had to get my tea together here. Oh, I just threw something, I don't know, just threw everything in there this time. This is a discussion that I think we have to have on this morning's show here. How it relates to what's going on YouTube or vice versa. I don't know if it's life imitating art or it's art imitating life. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's a real turning point in the world right now. But there's been progress because people have been fighting back against Trump, even over Greenland, that Trump knows that there's no way in the world that he's going to be able to acquisition of Greenland, and it's not going to happen. And this is like everything that you've been hearing going on in the news, and it does reflect on YouTube, is the same damn thing that's going on. You know, it's people fighting against each other all the time, and you're hearing it all the time. Who wants to report who for good or no reason, or why people are acting in the way that they're acting on here, doing personal attacks on people, and we're hearing this every day on YouTube all the time, as well as what's going on in the streets of Minneapolis and all over the world right now. I don't know if you want to call this, dystopia. I don't know what to call this, but we look at anarchy as people going against the government, but in fact, it's the government going against the people this time. And people are besides themselves as to what's happening with this. They can't believe it. People are afraid to let their children go to school because innocent little kids are being sent off to concentration camps. Did you hear what I just said? Concentration camps. Does that remind you of Germany? Does it remind you of Hitler? What does it remind you of? And the same, history is repeating itself. I'm telling you, I'm besides myself with this too. So I got up not too long ago. I got up late this morning, and one of the first things I see on one of my feeds, of course, is yet another person, civilian, has been shot and killed by Donald J. Trump's Gestapo agents. And there has to be a stop to this. It's like, his agents and cronies are being given, free license to do whatever the hell they want, whatever they want. But the thing I just don't understand about this is these agents, what are they made of? That they don't have any feelings, they don't have any conscience, they don't have, Trump tells them to do this stuff. I don't know. Would they seriously jump off a cliff if Trump told them to jump off a cliff? I don't understand. Boy, the nation is in trouble. But, we have a lot of sympathizers. It's not just people in the United States. People have seen this news from Europe and all over the world, and they're also in awe about what they're witnessing. They've never seen or heard of a president of the United States acting this way, a man that has totally lost his monkey-ass mind and what they're trying to get away with. People are they're sitting around their television sets in other parts of the world and saying, I don't understand how that president is getting away with all this stuff. We've never seen it. It's unprecedented. But I don't know, your statement, Ed, I'm wondering about you. This time, what do you mean this time, Ed? This time, it looks like ISIS' fault. This time? No, Ed, let me correct you. It's every time it's been ISIS' fault. Do you not see clearly? Oh, you like one of those YouTubers that just like to bully people around for no reason at all and get excitement out of this? I don't understand that. Say, you're an avid viewer of mine, but I gotta call you out. This time, it looks like ISIS' fault. This time, you said, Ed, it looks like ISIS' fault. It's been ISIS' fault every single time. Do you not see with your own eyes what is happening to innocent people trying to live their lives? And it don't matter if they're legal or illegal immigrants. If you're illegal, you take care of that and do what you have to do as a government. But it don't matter. You can't pull people out of their homes. We're talking about 5-year-old kids, 2-year-old, being pulled out of their homes screaming, being sent to a concentration camp over in Texas. I mean, do you not see what's happening with this? Do you not see? And you don't answer me because you're a little bit guilty right now. It's a strong statement you made. This time, it looks like ISIS' fault. What a weird statement. And I think people only see what they want to see. For example, if you're a staunch Republican, you're going to follow your leader no matter what. If he leads you over that cliff, you're going to follow him off that cliff. Isn't that what it really is? Sick as it sounds, but there are some really staunch Republicans who just, they know what their exalted leader is doing is wrong, but no, I have to stick with my party, whether they're killing innocent people or not. But that's changing because even the most staunch Republicans are seeing what's happening here. They're getting a wake-up call that, hey, I made a mistake voting for this guy. This is a total embarrassment. I used to wear that MAGA hat, but I can no longer wear that MAGA hat anymore. In the closet, burned or whatever. Or keep it as a souvenir. It might be worth something someday as a souvenir, But sorry, I don't mean to jump on your case about this, but this time it looks like ISIS' fault. It's always ISIS' fault. Whew. Okay. But, you see people's behavior on YouTube here. And this is just a small sampling, but, social media kind of sort of gives us a hint as what's going on in society. It's a good indicator. It's not a complete indicator, but it's a very good indicator as to what's going on with people in our society. It's a very good indicator how people behave on here. It's so simple to point the finger at somebody and say, he did this, he did that, he said that. And, without fear of any consequences. This is what's been going on in our little social community. People are fighting with each other constantly. I'm going to strike you out. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. But they don't report the right people, though. The people that need to be reported on it, people are too pussy-assed to report, and have boots on the ground and report the people on here that are actually doing things they shouldn't do above and beyond what many others are doing. Then you got people like Vitaly. He gets in jail and he gets released, and now he's like an ace reporter who has actually documented everything that's going on, which, is not a bad thing that Vitaly's doing, that he managed to document. But, he had to pay people off, which shows you the corruption that's going on, that anything can be had for a price. So Vitaly, with all the crap he did, goes to jail for 9 months, and he's going to make a business out of this now. He's going to make a lot more money than he ever did. He's the one that's going to benefit. But am I against Vitaly showing the living conditions of these prisons? No, I'm not against that. But the freedom which is not a country club of being in jail, of being able to use your cell phones because you paid somebody to do it. It shows how corrupt the system really is. But this is not new. There's corruption everywhere in the world, and don't just target the Philippines system, but you could have anything for a price. Anything could be had for a price. People can be bought. At least Vitaly is proving that. And believe me, I'm not a Vitaly fan whatsoever. Now he's just laughing at everyone. He's laughing at you, me, laughing at the system because, look at me, I'm free now. And I'm laughing at everybody who was against me, he's saying. Now I'm free, he's saying. And now I'm going to go on the attack of both the immigration system, which he's trying to expose the horrible conditions, and basically laugh at the people who have made all the horrible comments about him. True, they were, that did not follow Vitaly's pathway to his own destruction, that did not support, or now does not support what he did after finding out everything he did, and that he had reason to be incarcerated. I'm blown away by all this shit that's going on, but YouTube is like a microcosm of what's actually going on in the world, but it's a good indicator. It's a very good indicator. I could sit here, be a fly on a wall, and just go to some people's channels, and I see all their tactics of the secret to their success of their show, and how underhanded they can be to achieve the numbers and the money that they're making, and what they're willing to do to get there. It's like people have no conscience at all. It's kill or be killed on YouTube. They need the ratings. They need the ratings. Their whole life is the ratings of their show. Now Ed Savino's really quiet. Now he's quiet. Why are you quiet now, Ed? Because I called you out on that statement, sir. This time, it looks like ISIS. How dare you with a statement like that? This time, why? All the other beatings and arrests and killings that ICE did was the public's fault, the civilians' fault? This is what you are implying by that sentence, sir. How dare you? I've always liked what you call documentary photography. In the line of interest, I had in photography, it's called reportage. And you'll recognize the word R-E-P-O-T, meaning to report. It's called reportage. And that's the kind of things I used to like to do, reportage. And believe me, if I lived in those areas, although I'd be scared, I probably would be on the street documenting all the stuff that's going on. It's one of the things I love to do. It wasn't just taking pictures of interesting people, but if I knew there was something going on in the streets, I'd probably be there, and I probably would photograph it. If I was in America, and there was something like this going on, I'd be there with my camera. I'd be there with my camera, no doubt about it. And luckily, we do have people on the streets that are reporting and documenting everything that Trump's goon squad is doing to civilians all over the United States. It's not just in Minneapolis, but that's where a lot of his let's call it ground zero. It really started off, really. I don't think people on here are talking enough about this. They're just too busy trying to point fingers at another YouTube and have arguments with other YouTubers and strike each other's channels and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I got a strike from Popeye, and Philly got a strike from Shithead, Scotty Boy, the cartoon caricature, the real life cartoon caricature, walking around the streets of Angeles City and so forth. There's a battle not only in the streets of the nation, but there's a battle going on between YouTubers every single day. Every single day. How can I find dirt on this guy? What can I say to this person on here to make them react to me? How could I find a way of getting a reaction from somebody in here? How could I talk about their family? Maybe that'll get them. Talk about their loved ones. Maybe that'll get them. This is what people are doing. And right here on YouTube, this is really I don't know if the right word, it's a microcosm of what's actually going on all over the world. But we see it right here on YouTube in many ways similar. What can I get away with? What can I say that'll piss somebody off? This is what social media has become. It's also become a place where, we have TikTok people who are mostly a lot of women or young girls that are trying to say, look at me, I need to be looked at. I don't have enough attention in my life. My parents don't give me enough attention. My friends don't give me enough attention. I need attention. I'm crying for attention. I'm going to try to lip sync to a song so I can look like a popular star. Because I want to be a popular star. I want to be noticed. And they come on there and they're lip syncing to a song. Well, please, young lady, why don't you try singing with your own voice? We might like it, or we might tell you to get the fuck off there and take some singing lessons or whatever might apply to you, young lady. But this is what's going on. Everybody wants to be seen. Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to become a pop star. Everybody wants to stand out on YouTube also. Look at me, look at me. I'm talking about Frank. I'm talking about whoever on here. Look at me, look at me. I need attention. Please give me attention. This is what's actually going on here. This is what's going on. And then they find out later on that he made a grave mistake and he gets thrown out of the country or worse or whatever, or, never to be seen again, or maybe somebody in the streets, that's another YouTuber that doesn't like him, decides to end their life, and don't think that won't happen or couldn't happen, that it hasn't happened in YouTube history, not just here in the Philippines, but other places. It has happened. It certainly has happened. Good morning, dear. Good morning, dear.
Good morning.
Thank you, dear. I was deaf. I thought she was deaf, but she was alive. She's alive. She's alive. Okay. I don't know. Perhaps I should become a news station here. Maybe. Just total news. But I am a news station. I am a news station. Actually, when you think about it. Well, be the fact that I do talk about a lot of things on here. There's no doubt about that, but, maybe perhaps I should concentrate on something here while I'm actually a real YouTuber who's still on YouTube and has something to say, although it's never me before, okay? But I think people need to, take their head like a bunch of ostriches with their head in the fucking ground. Their head out of the ground or out of their asshole and start turning things down a little bit on here. I mean, if you really enjoy YouTube and you enjoy people's stories and so on, look, I'm going to be here forever. Either I croak or voluntarily get off YouTube or whatever. But if you appreciate somebody's show for their information, and henceforth, entertainment value, whatever you want to call it, then stand behind them. Don't go against them. Don't say, I'd like to have this guy off YouTube, when you know damn well that there are vloggers that have been off YouTube that were actually very entertaining and actually had a lot to say. It's like the government, they want to stifle you. They don't want you to speak up against the government. They want you to be in fear. Same thing that goes on YouTube, that they want to keep people in fear. Like, don't give a donation to so-and-so, because if you do, we're going to go against you because we don't like you. And let me tell you something. I've experienced that on here, for sure. I do remember when I was monetized for a short period of time, and there were a few donations, but people were afraid to donate. Like, example, a super chat, which is very public. They could see if somebody gave you a super chat. They wanted to, but I think they were afraid to, because they were afraid of being attacked by, you know, the high road society and so forth, and the hate crew. I think people are in fear. You can't back down to the government, and you can't back down to the so-called martyrs of YouTube, our own Gestapo crew here on YouTube that's on every single day, or certainly monitoring everything everybody has to say. What makes you think this is any different than a Gestapo that's going on in the streets of America? It's not much different when you think about it. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. If you can't speak up, then you don't have your own mind. That means you're not an independent thinker. You, yourself, and what you believe in, that you have to be pushed into what other people believe in on here, on YouTube, which, 99% of it is not true. They just want to up their little YouTube channels to make the money, which has been the denominator of all vloggers on here. I'm like one of the only vloggers on here in this community. I just need the cash. Well, you see, the thing is, it's never stopped me. Making money on here and not making money on here, I'm still here. I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere yet, okay? I didn't go anywhere. I'm still here, and I'm saying whatever comes in my mind. I'm not afraid of the Gestapo people on YouTube here that are on here to try to make your life miserable. I didn't run away from nobody. I don't know how that works, but I'm not desperate for money. But, I could do a lot of things. Put a PayPal. I'm capable of creating a PayPal account, but I don't see the purpose. As I said, I've been monetized before. I barely made anything. I wouldn't know how to do it anyway. To tell you the truth, I'm just technically challenged. Oh, we could always run an experiment sometime and see what happens with that, but I don't know if you can do that. I don't know how to get a buy me a coffee link or something like that. I really don't know. It just seems like too much work to me. But the question is, who would donate if I was monetized? I told you, people are living in fear. And then we got the fear mongers. We have so much fear on YouTube. People are afraid to say that, hey, I like Frank's channel, and I don't care what the fucking trolls think. That I'm not afraid to have an opinion on Frank's channel or outside of my channel and say, people are always on the attack of Frank, but what has Frank really done? Which is the truth. What have I really done? What, speak the truth? The truth does hurt people. Popeye will go into hibernation when you bring out new information about him. Have you ever noticed that? He disappears for a little while. Or he thinks that somebody's after him and he won't go on YouTube for 6 months to a year. We don't have to rehash some old hash on this. We've talked about this. And if you're an avid viewer and you know what's going on in the YouTube community, you know this has happened with Popeye. He'll go back into his shell and he'll hide like a fucking cockroach when the light goes on. Because he is a cockroach. And we have a lot of cockroaches. Maybe it's time to take out the spray can and spray all these cockroaches. I mean, look what Scotty Boy does. He grabs a woman's tit not only once but twice. When the woman said, she indicated that, she didn't want that to happen. Pay me, she says. She's a whore. Pay me. Do whatever you want. Touch my breast, whatever, in a private place. But we're out in public. Don't be grabbing my breast like Scotty did. There are people that should be targeted on here, but some people are just too afraid to do it. Oh, let's just do it in a different way. Let's get his channel down, like Scotty did to Philly in the Philippines, who actually, I'm behind Scotty on that. But then how about reporting Scotty? How about, no, I'm a devout fanboy. I'm a fanboy of Scotty. It's okay for Scotty to, walk around and videotape, all the whores in the street, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with himself. The guy that's literally, not figuratively, chasing his tail, smelling his own ass. I mean, the boy's like in a world of confusion, but then again, what do you want for a cartoon caricature? He's almost unrealistic, and some people who look at him and not believe that's a real human. The guy's a walking joke. He's a cartoon character, as well as other people on here. Philly in the Philippines always has something to say, like he sits on his fucking throne, trying to look like Ren Zero, with his fucking bandana on his head, with his beard and his tattoos and his ridiculous-looking orange glasses, and sits there and makes comments about other people. But what is Philly doing? Philly in the Philippines was the number one person at one point that was doing the same things that Scotty was doing to other people. When he lived in Angeles City, that's all he was doing. Even though he has a wife and kid, he's out in the street photographing fucking whores in the street. What's that all about? Don't be afraid to say something on here, people. Don't be afraid to have some morals. I mean, what's wrong? Moral turpitude. I mean, does that exist anymore? I mean, that's gone. It's gone. Just like on my channel, we have 10 people here, but they're afraid to talk on here. They're afraid to talk because I know they're trolls. That's why. They'd rather just listen. Let's see what I can get out of Frank's broadcast. Let me see if we could catch him in a key statement that we could use against him. This is what it's become. This is what's become. Because we have a lot of cowards out there, number one. And you know who the cowards are. They'll talk behind your back. They'll talk about you on Discord. They'll talk about you or make a comment on somebody else's show. But would these people ever meet you in person, despite your age, despite your size? They'll call you frail when you're not frail. They'll tell people you're 5 or 10 years older than your actual age. They'll use editing equipment to make you look aged. So what is that really all about? Well, the very thing that they're doing is actually the opposite, but which is actually being thrown in their face, really. That the people are jealous that maybe you've kept your shit together, your health at your age, that you have actually succeeded what you set out to do. And, you set kind of a precedent in a way on here, that there are people that are happy with their life. And just because somebody says they're not living a good life, they're not living your life. Oh, yeah, he's a simp because he bought his girlfriend a house. 6 years later, to note, 6 years later, that's not a simp. Yeah, I'm getting hearts on here, but people are afraid to get on here and make a statement. You should not be afraid to come on my show and speak your mind. I always have an open forum on here. Unless you're going to be terribly rude and attacking me, then obviously you're going to be off here. But if you have something to say on here, you could come on my channel and say what's on your mind. You could share it, but otherwise you're in fear. You're in fear of other people attacking you. Okay? You can't be in fear of that. You got to stick up for what you feel is right and proper and just. And not to just sit there and listen and give hearts to me and 100% things with signs and all these little icons floating by here and smiley faces. If you have something to say, get on and you say it. And if you believe that a YouTuber has gone too far on here, there's different options. You can report their channel. You've got options if they're doing something you think is illegal. You could report them to the immigration, DOJ. There's things that you can do. All of the above that I have done. I have done historically all of the above. People want to intimidate you, folks. They want to intimidate you. But if you turn on them, they're going to need a colostomy bag. They're going to be shitting their pants to the point they need a colostomy bag. And, you have that power to do that. Fight back is what I'm saying. Oh, a lot of you talk about, I don't believe that this YouTuber is doing things that's righteous, whether it was Vitaly, whether it was Slim, or no matter who it was on here, but you were afraid to fight back, or you didn't like the shit that Barry did, but you were too pussy-ass, to do anything. Well, let Frank do it. Let's just pass the buck. Let Frank do it. I don't want to get involved. And that's the big problem with society. People don't want to get involved because they're living in fear. They're living in fear. They're pissing their pants when they don't have to. Sure, let the other guy do it. I have the energy to do it, or I'm too afraid to do it. I'm too afraid of being attacked on here. These are anonymous people. These are insignificant people, folks, okay, that have one job is to try to attack you. That's their whole goal, to try to demean you, to try to make, allegations against you that are not true, but just to get that attention and to turn people against you. But you feel people are pussies. I'm sorry, I want to be graphic here. You people are pussies. The fact that you don't get involved when you probably should get involved, if you're really involved in YouTube, and you see when somebody is actually doing something that is wrong, that is not acceptable, either in the Philippines, our society, or on YouTube. You can't be a pussy and expect everybody else to do the job that you could also do. Now, you know who you are. You got to self-examine. Yeah, Donate says, loser lurkers. Right, exactly. Andy Omar should return now that the heat is turned up. Well, he's afraid of something, and I don't know exactly what happened with Andy, to be honest with you. I used to listen to Andy, not religiously, but I used to listen to Andy. I know what he was all about. He was also a rebel rouser. He was also an antagonist, and whatever happened to him, something must have gone down that he deserves. I think Andy was under a lot of heat by a lot of people. I think he's been reported in many ways. And I think there's things that possibly have happened with him off YouTube. And that's why I think that Andy Omar is not on. He may be on under a fictitious name, hiding in the shadows and making lame comments. That it's actually come down to that with Andy. It's not unknown. I'm sure we have Dave Phelps on here. I think Dave Phelps has been on here this whole damn time, only going under a different name. Because Dave Phelps was definitely an integral part of the community, positive or negative. I think, he really had YouTube in his blood. And I personally can't say, in fact, I even believe that he might be all this time actually back in the Philippines. He's just been keeping quiet. And then there's people that are shielding other people, like Roberto. They don't want to talk about Roberto, what's really going on with him. But Roberto, nothing stopped him from going on and make comments about me or anybody else. If Roberto went on, there's a reason for that. That he either really is ill, that he really does have Alzheimer's, like people were suspecting. And how do we know that? Well, little hints on his Facebook page. All of a sudden, there was a period of time where he was telling people to support the Alzheimer's Foundation, to donate to them. Usually people who do that have the disease themselves. Of course, they wouldn't do that prior to that, but now that they got afflicted by a certain disease, all of a sudden they care. You see how that works? See how that works? You seem to think that Mike Luna is Dave Phelps, huh? It's Phelps anyway, I believe, but that's okay. You might be right. And then all of a sudden, Mike Ross disappeared. What happened to Mike Ross? As somebody brought up yesterday, what happened to Mike Ross? is you heard of a field of dreams, you have about a field of cowards on YouTube. Oh, they'll easily say something about somebody else on here, but they can't back up their statements. None of them. They can never back up anything on here. Then you got these people that put themselves in really bad situations by doing dastardly things to try to destroy somebody's life. Like some blank woman who put a complaint against me as a prime example, but can't back it up. And, time will tell where the lies are coming from with that in a court of law, perhaps, where they're going to find themselves behind bars and with huge penalties and fines that they're going to have to pay. It's just a matter of time. But they live in fear too, because they're afraid to say the truth. They're afraid to say that what I did or report I put in was completely fucking bogus. But then they're being pressured to say, no, stand your ground by the high society, by the high roaders. No, stand your ground. No, we'll pay for the lawyer. Stand your ground. When they know that they're wrong, what they did, the phony report that they put in, they know that it was libelous. They know that they can get in trouble with this. And they are in fear. They're in big fear. But they're being pushed, saying, don't worry, we'll back you up if he does a case on you. We'll give you the financial backup. That's exactly what's going on behind the scenes out there. So the woman is caught between a rock and a hard place. That's exactly what's going on. Should I give in and actually admit that I'm at fault, that I lied about this? But oh my God, I'm in trouble though. I'm in trouble if I don't do this. But if I do this, I'm going to be attacked by the very people who financed me. They're going to be pushing me, say, no, don't give in, don't give in. It's like Vegas with gambling, roll the dice, hope I don't get snake eyes. Maybe I'll get a lucky 7. But they're kind of standing in between us right now. What should I do? What should I do? But they're being pressured by outside sources to continue on the path of destruction, continue to try to destroy this guy. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. You may win. You may get lucky. He may get deported. He may whatever. But they're being pushed by outside forces. That's what's going on. I'm sorry I haven't read the comments yet. Donate says, Michael Lunas Day Phelps, Donate says, I saw this on Discord. What did you see on Discord? I'm not sure what you meant, what you saw on Discord. Oh, tofu pizza. Yeah, right, tofu pizza. That makes as much sense as a fucking pig with lipstick on. Remember, folks, you could put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. So if you're a louse on society like some of these scumbags on YouTube, trying to hide behind a little makeup, trying to make yourself look good, that I had nothing to do with it, does not hide the fact that you did. Putting a little lipstick on a situation is not going to cover up who you really are. Yeah, Ricky's been laying low, and there might be reasons for that. It could be health reasons, it could be other factors too. Or he knows he's under the heat. There's a lot of reasons why they're keeping quiet. He comes on, but he knows, the heat is on with him, with immigration. He knows the heat is on. His location has been disclosed to me, to the immigration. His exact address, everything else, along with some videotapes. I'm not saying that I'm responsible for Ricky not doing a lot of those. There might be other things going on with him, or he's just embarrassed that he still is not able to get a woman other than a rented date. It's embarrassing for a guy like him who professes or says that I am living a 5-star lifestyle. Maybe that money ran out on him. He opted to take out on his pension more money per month, which means that his time of receiving that money is going to be a lot less, rather than to keep the amount as it was, and that pension would stay on a lot longer, and what he'd get every month. I'm sorry, I'm not very eloquently speaking about his situation, but it pretty much comes down to that. Okay, 311 is back here. Welcome. Health officials in India are racing against time to contain a new outbreak of Nipah virus in the eastern state of West Bengal. You notice where a lot of disease is coming from is from these countries such as China and Bangladesh and India and all these countries that have extreme poverty and very non-hygienic living conditions. I mean, look at the Ganges River, for example, that people are still bathing in. They're bathing in a swill of bacteria and disease, recreated it, do their laundry in it, but they say that this is a holy river. It's a holy river. Our Ganges River is holy. No, your river is a shithole. Your river is a sewage depot. There are places you could almost walk across the river on the refuse in there and all the crap. And people are living like this. Oh, but it's holy. Our river is holy. If it's so holy that you need to clean up that river, you got to stop making your tanneries deposit all their chemicals into that. You have to stop putting human sewage in the Ganges River. You know, that would probably work for the future. But this is society. This is humanity. This is what people do. They're bathing in swill. Here in the Philippines, they're allowing their children, when there's a big flood in the streets and rivers flowing through the streets, their kids are bathing in it, they're riding their bicycles through it. But where are the parents telling them, no, you can't do that because there's sewage mixed in with that water, Junior. We can't have you do that, but they don't do that. Have people become totally ignorant? Have everybody take a dumb-ass pill or something? It makes you wonder about our society. The tanneries are a big, besides human sewage waste, it's going right into the river. The tanneries are kind of one of the leading polluters of the rivers. Oh, Frank don't know nothing. Where do I get all my knowledge? I fucking read, learn, and remember. Just I have a memory here on YouTube for all those that have made expressions or whatever against me and what they've said about me and my family. If you think I forget that, you're very wrong. And if you think there's nothing going on with that on the side, you might be wrong. You just might. You may not. Well, I can smell that underarm deodorant. Talk to my, if you want to call it my stepson or whatever you want to call it. Boy, he puts on this underarm deodorant, boy, you can smell it all over the house. When is enough enough? But that's the statement, there you go. When is enough enough? Well, too much underarm deodorant to too many trolls out there doing things they shouldn't do, and then later on they find out they made a big mistake. Or nobody's not going to do anything to me. Well, you know, Barry had that thought too. I got to use him as the denominator of all this because Barry thought the same thing. Nothing's going to happen to me. Do you understand there are people getting killed out there too? Several years ago, there was these Filipino vloggers, a guy and his wife, that was in a restaurant in Cebu, and somebody came by on a bike and shot them both dead. They had a disagreement about something on their social media. It got that bad that they had to go shoot them. Remember, out here, shit, give somebody desperate enough 500 pesos, they'll do somebody for you. If you think that's an exaggerated statement, a little bit of hyperbole, you're wrong. You're wrong. People are desperate for money to do desperate things. You got to be careful out here what you say, because there are some people that are willing to take action against others. You may think they would. Of course, I'm not one of them that would do anything like that. I don't advocate violence in any form or way. I might be big on the mouth, but I'm certainly not going to cause harm to somebody outside of a legal system. I would never do that. That's not what's in me. Of course, I will do crazy things. It means my own self-protection or people I love. But no, I would not have any outright violence with anybody on here. It doesn't make sense anyway. I'm not going to get... Sorry, we lost a little signal for a little bit there. I don't know if you didn't catch what I had to say. The people trying to be brave behind their laptops and their cell phones. But there are many cases that people have taken physical revenge on people, which I do not advocate at all. And people are stupid to do that anyway. If you're a foreigner in the Philippines, try to get some kind of revenge against somebody on here. It doesn't work well against you. It wouldn't work very well. It just really wouldn't work very well. That's why I would never do anything like that. No, it won't work very well at all. you wind up in a prison. Now, they could put you in prison just for waiting something very minuscule, and who wants to take that chance? Oh, believe me, I had my opportunity with somebody. I certainly did. I didn't take advantage of it, and I'm glad I didn't at this point. 2 occasions, actually, you don't know about, but, I gave it thought, but I said, no, this wouldn't be right. No matter how much I can't stand a person, I'm not going to do something stupid in the Philippines by physically attacking somebody and getting myself in trouble with the law when I've got a family out here and I actually have something to live for, unlike a lot of these people that have no lives, that are walking around with their cameras and chasing their tail or making rude comments and allegations against people they never even met just because they want to keep up with the guys with the big pants on, the big boys' pants on, and try to impress people. No, that's not who I am. I'm nothing like that. What about Dave Phelps, sir? Make a complete statement. Complete sentence. Well, I'm not like that. I'm hell on wheels when I have to be. Verbally, even physically if I have to protect myself or someone I love. But I'm not going to go out of my way and take such a chance when I don't care if you got a 13A, I don't care if you got an SRRV, and you try to think, oh, I'm a real Filipino now. No, you're not a real Filipino. No, you just have to do less visa, anything to do with your visa runs and things like that. There are advantages of having this. But I'm not going to put my money up in a fucking bank that I can't touch, just to have that status of having an SRRV. And the reason people are pushing is because they make money out of it. You got organizations that handle your all your visa needs and all that shit. They're ripping you out of your money out of your pocket. But you can simply go to the office and take care of it yourself. They do come in handy though. They do. I'm not going to totally down these companies that help people with their visa problems as far as getting things done that they don't want to go through the paperwork themselves. They come in really handy for that. And there's some people out there, and I know one of them that does a really good job at that, but it's a business when you can simply go over and take care of this yourself at the immigration office, but you're making them rich by utilizing their service. Maybe you're too old, or you're incapacitated. I can understand where these people will come in really handy, but I think you're giving them too much credit. People are just generally lazy. It's the same thing on YouTube. The attitude, let's have somebody else do it. So let's have some visa office or something, do your visas for you and do this and that for you and all that. But you could do it yourself. But like on YouTube, let's have somebody else do the job. Let's not get involved, and let's not get the real creeps off. Let's not get the real undesirables off YouTube, because you're too lazy, or you're too scared, or they put fear in you that, gee, I don't want to be known as supporting Frank, for example, because they're too afraid to publicly support me, because they're afraid of getting attacked by the boys in the big pants, the big boys' pants. Isn't that what it really is? The one thing you guys know about me, and you have no doubt about it, I will speak my mind about something I feel is not right. There are limitations to everything you could say, obviously, and I got that under control, but the thing is, you leave yourself very vulnerable when you do stupid things on YouTube, like Scotty does, grabbing a woman's breast and everything else he's done. Scotty's not innocent. Philly in the Philippines is not innocent. Go down the line on people that are not innocent, the things they do, they think they can get away with it. But look at our key boy, Barry Lee Jordan, not afraid to say the name on my show. I put the motherfucker in his place because I have a tolerance level to a certain point where I'm going to say, okay, enough is enough. If it's interfering with my family, if it's interfering with my freedom, if it's interfering with, if you want to say morals, really, my morality, let's just call it morality. Morality could be a religious thing to some people. not necessarily to me. It just has to do with my values. If you interfere with my values, you interfere with my personal life, there could be payment from that. Simple as that. But why even get into arguments with people on here? Because it's fruitless, really. It's fruitless. But nothing has ever stopped me from being on YouTube. Hell or high water, I was out here. Nobody's ever kicked me off YouTube. Nobody ever intimidated me to the point that I have to get off YouTube in fear of my life or in fear of consequences. Consequences of what? Speaking the truth? You people have to wake up, and you got to develop a set of balls. I'm sorry to be so graphic in my statements, but I'm not talking about word usage. I'm talking about not being afraid to speak your mind about something. If you want to support somebody, support somebody. Don't be a coward. Speak up, and don't be afraid of being attacked by the high roaders and people like that on here. The do no bad people on here, the do-gooders that disguise themselves as a do-gooder when they are actually the scum of the society of YouTube. And they've done things that are equally or worse than other people have done on here, but yet they'll point that fickle finger, that toxic finger to other people on here. Well, that never goes on. The hell it don't. Anyway, we are speaking thy truth this morning on my show. We got lots of energy this morning. Good sleep, lots of energy. And I am a channel of truth, face it. Nothing has ever stopped me from an opinion. And that's what it is. It's an opinion. Some people don't agree with it, and that's okay. You have the right not to agree with somebody's opinion. But if you put the evidence on the table and you expose these creeps for what they are, that's empowerment. And everybody has empowerment on here when you speak the truth about somebody, when you present the facts about somebody, what you've seen and everybody else has seen on their YouTube shows, visually, audibly. You've seen the things that they've done on here. So it's not hearsay anymore. It becomes factual. Don't be in fear. Don't fear the Reaper. I'm not the Reaper on here. I just have no reason to lie on my channel. And I never have, other than, again, redundancy on this statement about the tree. Well, I said I was in Mactan when I was really in my backyard in Hawaii. Oh, what a catastrophe that was. What an injustice that was. Frank lied. Well, look, contrary to what you believe, people have seen me video things in my yard in Hawaii hundreds of times. Of course, I knew people knew I was still in Hawaii, but it was bait. I hate to admit it, but I have baited people many times, more than you know, to get a reaction. See, I'm capable of doing the same things they do. I could be as slick as I want, and I proved it many times. They still talk about certain events. They still talk about shine 'em up, Gilda. They still talk about that to this day. Of course it was rehearsed. Of course it was choreographed. Of course it was bait to get a reaction. And that I did. I certainly did. They still talk about it. Of course. To believe something like that we're going to carry guns, and Gilda's going to shine up those guns. Shine up, Gilda. Shine them up, I said. They bought it hook, line, and sinker. Who the fuck in their right mind, unless you wanted to choreograph something, which I did, is going to come on YouTube? I think I have a little bit of intellect. A little bit. Just a little bit. Then I'm not going to come on YouTube and say, yeah, man, my chick's, her Her family members, man, went out and killed some people. Why the fuck would I do that? And not expect repercussions, legal, criminal. I made mistakes on here, but let me tell you something. I'm not that fucking monkey-ass mad out of my mind that I would come on here deliberately, other than being choreographed, and say something of that nature if I wasn't baiting my viewers. It would make no sense at all. But yes, I can be creative in my own way, and I know how to get reactions from people, and I've done it so many times that you're not even aware of it. Just to get a reaction, whether it's Popeye or whoever it was at the time, just to get a reaction, or Barry or whoever it might be. Oh, I've done it plenty of times. I still do. I still do. Now you see how people are afraid to talk on here. Because when I present the truth to people, they don't want to react to it. They're too afraid. You know why you're afraid to make comments on my show? Because you're probably a troll watching, for one. Number two, you're afraid of saying something in support of me because you don't want to be attacked by the troll nation, by the Gestapo of YouTube. And we know who the Gestapo members are on here. We know exactly who they are. The do-gooders. The I do not do anything wrong Gestapo people on here. You can't be afraid to speak up within legal limits, of course. Limitations, of course. Don't be afraid. Would you stand up for your wife and children? Or would you let people shit all over them? And worse yet, do diarrhea all over your fucking family, girlfriend, wife, children. Would you allow that? Some of you, I think, would, because you're too much in fear. This is what's happening with this new world order, what's going on. The government wants to put the people in fear. And the same thing goes on YouTube, no different. The trolls try to put people in fear that if you don't support me, then you're going to be under the attack, and I'm going to do research on your family. I'm going to go look in your police records. We're going to see what you have against you. Do you have bankruptcies? Do you have any police records? What is this, a fucking Gestapo? That's exactly what it is. Stop being pussies is what I'm trying to tell you in long version. Stop being pussies. Develop a pair of fucking testicles and speak up against what you think is wrong. And you don't have to do it publicly necessarily. There are things you could do behind the scenes, legal things you could do behind the scenes. You don't have to announce, I just reported so-and-so for good reason. There are things you could do behind the scenes, but unless you develop that pair of fucking gunyoles, then you're just as bad as everybody else on here. It means you're a fucking coward. You're a coward. Oh, I'm in good form this morning. Certainly am. Hooah! Okay, what else is on the agenda? Oh, hi, Robert Clausen, Popeye. Are you simulcasting me this morning? Well, it's evening, early evening for you. You're all energetic, ready to do your little soliloquy. God bless you, Popeye. God bless you. Oh, he went nuts. He went nuts when I had a very nice video out there saying only nice things about his parents, not bad things. I'm not doing what the bad boys do. So he got a strike against my channel for putting pictures of his parents on there. Well, okay, in all fairness, it's something we all, including myself, really shouldn't do. Put pictures of somebody's family on there. Okay, I'm going to agree with you on that. But if you see me, in the context of what I was saying on my show, I was not demeaning his parents in any form or way. In fact, I was actually supporting him. That they look like some good people with a lovely couple. That was the actually title of the show. What a lovely couple they are. Whereas basically saying they look like really good parents. They look like they were very happy. I didn't say anything derogative about his parents at all. Nothing. Of course, I deserved a strike. I deserved a strike. I did. Because I did put a picture of a family member on there, which, you shouldn't do. And I did it. So, I'll bite on that one. And I was wrong to do that. See? I could tell the truth. I could admit fault when due or necessary, unlike other people. We all get carried away sometimes on here. But the whole point of that video is not to trash his parents at all. I was not trashing them at all. Not one bit. I'm saying that positive things about his parents and what they probably had to go through with having a son like Robert. So I'm going to support what I did, but posting a picture of the parents. Okay. And, you're going to hear something that you're never going to hear from me normally. I apologize, Robert Clausen, for putting pictures of your parents on there. Your house, that's another thing. But your parents, yes. Because the fact is we should keep family out of everything on here. So the first time you're ever going to hear me apologize to Popeye, ever, for anything, is that I did post a picture of his parents on there, but not for any negative reasons. My apologies to you, Robert, for that. Wow, that's a first. That's a first. Okay, does it make you feel better? No, I didn't deserve a strike on there, but maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. I'll suck it up. I mean, I'm not worried about the strikes. I think I get striked out, they're doing me a favor, actually. Guys are doing me a favor. But I'm sorry, big boy. I won't do that again. I want to stand behind my convictions. I want to be standing behind some of the things that I fight against. If I did something wrong, I did something wrong, and I'll admit it. And I'm also going to admit that I did in the past before, when I got caught up in all this whirlwind on YouTube, the battles that were going on back and forth, was being said, to and fro, between me and other vloggers and so forth, going through this big war in the past. We've all said things on here that some of us don't regret, and I don't regret some of them. I regret some of them. Because I said, it's very easy to get caught up in the whirlwind here on YouTube and let your emotions get away with yourself. We've all done that on here, and so did I. But I knew when to stop. I knew when I was right or wrong. If I was right, well, I'd probably continue to do whatever I was doing at the time, or saying what I was saying. But no, I think there has to be a dividing line on what you put on YouTube and what you say. I think there really has to be. You can't cross this imaginary line. And when somebody does, they get in trouble. And I know somebody in jail for 3 years that crossed over that line. And I did the firing shots, and I warned him, and he kept on doing it. And henceforth, he's still in jail 3 years later, paying the price of his crimes that he committed, not me. The fact that he's still in jail at this point has absolutely nothing to do with me at all. I'm not involved with the longevity of his incarceration. I have nothing to do with that at all. That case is completely over. Completely over. I have nothing to do with it anymore. Gone. Like a gone girl. It's gone. He's in there on his own accord. Period. That's it. And there's my famous 13 people again. That famous number 13, and we know exactly who they are. But yes, I gave a first on here, and I apologized to Popeye. Why? Because I knew it was wrong. Because I know it was wrong to put pictures of people's family on there. It's wrong. Just like it's wrong on a copycat channel to depict my girlfriend as some kind of a bar whore and stuff like that. That's way wrong. Way wrong. But they figured they could do it and get away because they figured nobody knows who I am. What if I did all this time know who you are? And what if I found out who you were? Would you still be doing that? That's a good question. I don't think so. I really don't think so, because you're a coward. Admit when you're right. Well, okay, turn that around. Admit when you're wrong, but stick to your guns if you're right about something. Hold to your own convictions. That's what I say. Don't give up on yourself. Fight for what's righteous and attack what's wrong, and take care of it in any way you see possible, legally, of course, or otherwise. As I said, I don't advocate violence on here at all. Not from me. No, I deplore violence. I don't mind watching mixed martial arts and have two people get their aggressions. Maybe psychologically that helps with me and other people who watch it, is watch two people in a ring, beat the shit out of each other, Maybe this should happen in a ring. Maybe that's the way it should happen. People get their aggressions out in a proper place and format, and just get their aggressions out on each other. Just fight it out and get it over with. May the best man win, or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. It might be a solution. Like I've always said on here, haven't I? Get all the trolls together that are fighting with each other, put them in one parking lot or a field or something, and say, go at it. Take your aggressions out on each other, shit out of each other, kill each other, or whatever, exterminate each other, if that's what you need to do, instead of being a coward behind your laptop or your cell phone and pumping out names and allegations of people. Perhaps you should all meet in person, one big field. Okay, it's your turn. Like a bunch of ICE agents, attacking everyone. Maybe that's what should happen. Make a planning date in a location. If everybody has a gripe about another person on here, get your aggressions out, meet in one place and get it over with. Perhaps that would be a solution. Of course, we know that'll never happen, but it is a remedy, I think, to get your aggressions out and may the best man or woman win. Perhaps it's just an idea that I brought up before. But I strongly feel that if you're going nowhere in your life, I mean, it's nobody's fault but your own. If you're finding it hard to meet a nice woman out here, it's not hard. If you apply yourself, you could be a fucking loser and still win. It might even change you around to find a really nice woman that you get your aggressions, it'll really help calm down your cortisol levels and not make you as bitter. Something as simple as having somebody that cares about you, that loves you. Example, someone of the opposite sex, or maybe some of you like the same sex, works for you. Whatever works for you, it's okay with me. What you do behind doors is really none of my business. I don't really care what you do behind doors. I really don't. Just don't display it, that's all. I want to see it. Such as Ricky deep-throating a fucking lady boy. Sorry, Ricky, but that's one thing that's never going to be played down. I'm afraid not. You did it. I don't care if you were drunk or not. There's no excuse for that, and that really told us a lot. It gave us volumes of information about your lifestyle, your potential. That was something that will never be lived down at all. See, that's why you gotta watch what you say and do on YouTube, because people do have a memory as well as I do. And how could you forget something like that? A guy who says he's killing it with all the women, but in fact he's going after lady boys. And this is not just a rogue statement. This is just a fact. We've seen it all on camera, which is all the proof that you need. There was no AI involved in there, no camera trickery, no editing. The guy had his tongue down a lady boy's fucking throat. And who knows what happened later when he went to his room? I don't even want to think about it. Nevertheless, really talk about it, but these are the people that come on here. They say they're living a 5-star lifestyle, and they do shows that are attacking people, but then you think, what did they do? What did they do? And they did it on camera. Oh, licky. Sorry, man, but you can't live that down. There was a lot of things that Fazio couldn't live down either. Wasn't there? Come on, folks. Wasn't there? It certainly was. Well, point being, you can't get away with everything. Vitaly didn't, Slim didn't, you know. And there are people that are on their way to disaster. As I said, people think they can get away with just about anything on YouTube. Well, we know that to be false. We know that to be false. There are people that are going down right now and they don't even know what Jay did. Do you see him doing shows? I don't think he's done anything recently, has he? Then again, I haven't been really checking. He knows he's in trouble with the prosecutor's office. We'll see what happens with that. You can't put somebody and lie on that complaint alleging that this person did this and did that and said that. That's equally as bad with ramifications and consequences. But you see, the thing is, they don't learn until something actually happens to them. Oh, gee, you mean I couldn't get away with this? Oh my, I made a big mistake. Oh my God, I made a big mistake. All your fault. All your fault. No. There's always consequences with something, ladies and gentlemen. There's always consequences with everything you do in life. On YouTube or outside YouTube, it don't matter. You're responsible for your own actions, legally and morally in every other fucking way. Sometimes you do have to pay the price. Sometimes it's just too late that the damage is already done. And you can't undo that damage. You can't. No matter how hard you try. You can actually, if somebody wants to admit the fault. Stand behind your own beliefs. No more than 15 minutes ago, I came on here and I said, I remember Popeye striked my channel. And you know what? Rightfully so. As I said, you don't usually get me to admit something like that. Rightfully so. I put a picture of his parents on there, okay? And I think that was wrong. See, I can admit fault, and people on here can't admit fault. Sometimes we do get carried away with the things we do. Even me, historically. But nothing radical is what some people do on here. Nothing really radical. You just admit if you did something wrong, or maybe, maybe without taste. We've all, if you've been a YouTuber, done something like that. But if you admit to something, it shows you got character. As me admitting that putting pictures of Popeye's parents, which are probably good people, but that was the whole context of the pictures. If you saw that show, it was actually saying nice things about his parents, but I thought, just from looking at their pictures, they seemed like nice people and blah, blah, blah. I didn't do anything wrong with that. I said something nice about his parents. You got to think about that. But, people would get sad about putting family members' pictures on YouTube. And I have to stand behind Popeye on that, even though I got a strike from it. Now, normally, you probably think you're not going to hear that kind of shit from me. But you see, I'll admit when I'm wrong about something. But God damn it, if I'm right about something, I'm going to push that like a motherfucker. I think you know that already, goes without saying. There's a first, an apology to Popeye. Believe it or not. See, Popeye, the difference between me and you, and there's a lot of differences, that you do things that are very wrong. You call me a pedophile because you know you live 15,000 miles away and you think you can get away with everything. I know how you work, Popeye. But you see, I got character, I got morals. You told me to talk about morality. You don't. That's one of the differences between me and you. Because the thing is, I'm not a coward in any form or way. And you are. Yeah, you hide behind the fact that you are 15,000 miles away. And as you said on many statements, what are you going to do to me? I'm going to say whatever I want. And you do say whatever you want. And you figure there's no ramifications. Don't forget, we're both U.S. citizens. Okay, and as such, I can put charges on you. If you don't think that I have recordings of everything you've said, I know, no face, no case type thing, it doesn't always apply. Just for your information, in case you didn't know that. Of course, you won't come on camera because you're a coward. Because you're a coward. That's why. Only cowards consistently hide behind a camera. I do come on camera. Difference between me and you. So the point is, what do you got to hide, Popeye? What do you got to hide? Are you that ugly these days? Or are you just afraid of people seeing what you look like? They know what you look like. You're afraid of being seen on the street in your mobility scooter somewhere and somebody's gonna do a callous attack against you or something, you know. We know why you won't come back to the Philippines. You burn the bridges on that. Either your mobility issues, whatever your disability might be. And from running your mouth all the time, you know you got enemies. I don't live in any fucking fear at all. Am I on YouTube or am I not on YouTube? Have I been called every name in a book? Do you think I've been intimidated or capable of being intimidated by anybody on here? No. Here I am. I'm doing a live stream. So I've been doing every single day. Am I running away from something? No, I'm not. I'm right here. I'm right here. Robert? I'm right here. See, guilty people hide. They'll get off YouTube. Guilty people hide. They'll go into their shell. They'll go into that rock. They'll crawl back into that rock they came from. I'm right here. And logically, if you did something wrong, you're gonna hide. You're not gonna be doing any more YouTube shows. No, you're not. You're gonna keep everything low. You're gonna disappear. That's you when you're a coward. When you are guilty of something. And let me show you a good example right here. But then again, I know that most of the people that are actually listening to me right now, or all the very same people that I'm actually talking about, they're all cowards. And those that are not, in total fear. Total fear. They will not support somebody that needs support or should be supported, that they know are right. They're afraid because they're cowards. Their testicles did not develop when they were a kid and go into their fucking ball sack. They just like listening and maybe making snide comments in the background of somebody's show. These are cowards. These are not real men. They're pussies. You might as well have a fucking vagina. As far as I'm concerned, you might as well. You might as well. And maybe you should have a vagina. Maybe you should get a sex operation and get rid of your appendage and get a fucking pussy. Because that's all you are. There you go. Wow, this has been a very enlightening show today. As it always is. Oh, please do record me. Of course, you don't need my permission to record me. Not at all. But hopefully you learned something from it. Maybe perhaps you took a look at yourself and what you've seen in that mirror is a very ugly person. And I don't mean just your exterior. That you're ugly in and out. You're going to uggle to death when you die. It's not going to be a heart attack or diabetes. It's not going to be a car accident. You're going to uggle to death. Oh, relaxing morning here. That smartwatch said I had 8 hours. No. Because, it's like, how long did it take you to fall asleep? The way the smartwatches work is that if there's no activity, it works like, oh, we're assuming that you're sleeping because there's no activity. So even the smartwatches, they don't work right. Sometimes I wear my smartwatch just to see how much sleep I get, but it's inaccurate, way inaccurate. Because maybe it takes you half an hour. Damn well did not get 8 hours and 46. I did get up at some point. Okay, breaks the cycle. And then went back to sleep. And I got up at a very hour this morning. But it's not accurate. It's not accurate at all. But it's a good thing to have if you want to measure your steps during a day. If you want to look at your pulse, yeah, it comes in handy for that. But for sleep, no. It's totally inaccurate. It doesn't give a real-time reading of how long you're actually asleep. Now here we got 16 viewers and 6 thumbs up. Do you hear any comments from people? Do you see any comments on there about people? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm in a bad spot. May get a little glitch every now and again. Maybe I'll just stay in this one spot. I don't know. Get real. I'll try to get real. You have to live with your own self and thoughts and all that. Do what is really right on YouTube. You know who the culprits are on here. Instead of being like an observer, maybe you should be a participant. And you don't have to do it publicly. You could do stuff behind the scenes. If you think they're doing wrong things on YouTube, you could always try to get them striked out. So basically, stop chattering about what people are doing on YouTube if you think it's illegal or immoral or whatever you want to call it. Let your remaining testosterone, I do mean remaining testosterone, work for you. Sorry, I'm just gonna make some cereal here. Use your fucking remaining testosterone, whatever you have left at your age, and actually do something. People get carried away with shit. After all, look what happened with Vitaly and Slim. Those are just 2 examples of many, really. Just 2. If you've been on YouTube long enough, you've seen the demise of many channels. If you've been around long enough, you've witnessed people passing away. And they're not a problem anymore. But while they're alive, you gotta inject them with the same fucking medicine that they were trying to inject you with. It's called the truth. They don't like the truth. They implore the truth. They don't like being exposed, but they have no problem at all, none, trying to talk shit about you and looking into your history, personal history, whether or not you had bankruptcies, blah, blah, blah. Did you really own a house? What's really in your bank account? Well, and of course, it's nobody's business, but they're professionals of what they do, of course. We'll show you. We'll pay for a program or something, an application to look into somebody's lives when they should be looking into their own lives, examining their fault, where they're going wrong in life, where they can't find a woman, and why. Well, duh. If they do dastardly things like they do, that might be a reason that they're not being successful with finding a filipina or outside of that. Maybe it's you after all, not them. It's always them, isn't it? It's never you, it's them. Isn't that the truth? How people think on here? Oh, I don't do anything wrong on here. We're just going to expose people. You mean, really? Look, I admit I have a lot of time on my hands. I'm retired and all that. But still, I'm not going to make a career out of it. To come on YouTube and make up all these lies and allegations and all this shit that you got that much time on your hands to do that, to create a copycat channel, to simulcast me, right, Robert? You're probably doing that right now. It just goes to show you there's the proof that Robert and people like him have a little bit too much time on their hands. And when you consider when they put these little sketches or skits, whatever you want to call them, together, that they have far too much time on their hands to spend the time to create and edit and do all the shit that they do, to go come on and start attacking somebody else. But the problem is everything becomes too mundane, everything becomes too redundant, the rhetoric, all that. It just gets burned out. It's the same shit over and over again. It's apparent that if somebody doesn't like somebody on here, they've made it known. That's all you got to say is, I don't like you or even hate you. Just say it. Get it out of your system. Don't, hide behind your camera or laptop and do the shit that they do. Just come out with it and get it over and say, I don't like you. It's never stopped me. It never stopped me. Never will. Unless I'm dead or deported or whatever. Even if I was deported, I'd still on, probably, and say the same shit. Which is not shit, because basically I'm the mirror. I'm the mirror. Or rather, I put that mirror in front of these people. Oh, they don't like it. Oh, they don't like it at all. Oh, well, touche. Touche, turtle. Speaking of turtles, where's the famous Turtle Man been? Where's Turtle Man? Where is he? Did he finally croak? I haven't heard hide nor hair of the Turtle Man. Where's the Turtle Man? Where is he? Where did he go? Did faith, kind of happen with him? Where is Turtle Man? There's certain people in here you wonder, where are they now? I'm sorry, did life take a bad turn for you? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's too bad. Because the fact is, a lot of people that were against me are no longer there. They passed away. Or afraid to come back on YouTube. I don't know, whatever. Okay, well, the same thing. There's no dialogue going on here, and I'm just listening to my own voice, which is okay. I thought it was a good little live session this morning here. An hour or so of pure truth, non-fiction. And it's really not my job to expose people. They do a very good job on their own exposing what they're really all about. And some people say, oh, I don't know, it's just their online character or something. They're not really like that off YouTube. Well, I would beg to differ on that. I would beg to differ. I think they're the same, maybe even worse. Ed Savino shut up, didn't he? Mm-hmm. He shut up. When I caught him in that statement. Where's that statement here from Ed Savino? Let me scroll here. This time, it looks like ICE's fault. And we were talking about the Gestapo, what they're doing to civilians. And he makes a statement, he says, there's an agreement with me, but he's saying that this time it looks like ICE's fault. This time? Sir, Mr. Savino, what a statement that was. One line here. This time it looks like ICE's fault. It's always been ICE's fault. Not this time, Ed. All the time. Now, is this what you want to put up on YouTube? You see what's going on in America right now? Trump specialized Gestapo units are putting fear in the average American's life. They're afraid to send their kids to school. They're arresting little children and putting them in concentration camps. And you voted for him. I'm going to throw that dig again. I ain't stopping with that. Chances are you voted for Trump, and you're going to tell me in good conscience that what Trump is doing is righteous, is legal? Like I said, this is unprecedented, what's going on with Trump and his administration. There's never been anything like this in history. And you think it's okay, do you? Oh, well, you know how it works. Unless it's happening to you. Oh, that's a different story then, right? If someone's attacking you and your family, you think it's right. You think it's right. Because you want to go along with the boys in the big pants, the long pants. I mean, you know, the high level people that think they're in authority on the Philippines genre. The high roaders. And you think they're right. Do you? Then you're just as bad as they are. Congratulate yourself. No, I mean, really. Okay, well, I'm going to enjoy my oatmeal. I think I've been on here long enough. Your turn, Robert. Sing like a songbird, Robert. Please do. But, Robert, you're wrong if you think you can get away with all the shit that you pull on here. I'm going to tell you, I think you're very wrong. Yeah. Going to have to talk to the VFW there, Robert. I haven't gotten a chance yet. Might be embarrassed the next time there's a get-together at the VFW. Never know. Two people could play at this game, Robert, but it's not a game with me. No. It's not. Well, good luck with all your endeavors, Popeye. Seems to me that you're not really enjoying your retirement. That's my impression, anyway. Whether I'm right or wrong, but I think I'm right. I just don't see how you're enjoying your retirement. Especially when you haven't had a woman in how many decades now? That's pretty sad, Robert. I could almost feel sorry for you. Not. You get whatever you deserve. And one day, it could be today, tomorrow, a year from now, if you're still alive, Faith is going to say, hello, Robert. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to be with you again. You live in a life of darkness, Robert. It's a life that I would never want to live. Because you're so fucking full of yourself. It shows, Robert. It shows. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be you. Whether I was in jail or on my freedom, I could be Popeye. Or I'm given a chance between life and death. Hey, look, we'll bring you back from the dead, or we'll, do great things for you, but you'd have to become Robert Clausen. I say, leave it be. I would say, no, thank you. I wouldn't want to live that absolutely miserable life. Couldn't do it. I'd say no to that. Comprende? And by the way, again, stop being cowards. And even if you are a troll, there's nothing that's more stronger and more effective at telling the truth. When you present the truth and you put that proverbial mirror in front of these creeps and expose them for who they are. No, don't go out of your way to try to expose people for anything. But sometimes it just happens naturally. And you come on a show and you say all these horrible things about people, and you just figure, yeah, there's no consequences. But come on. I can name people that there were consequences for. Is that real? Or is that made up? Is it, Robert? Was it made up? Of course not. Sometimes, Robert, and people like yourself, you have to face reality. And sometimes you can get away with a lot of shit, and a lot of people have. But it's not always the case. It is not. I repeat, it is not always the case. Because you don't know. Somebody could show up at your fucking door sometime, acting as a delivery person. You just never know. You can't rule everything out, Robert. Somebody out there that equally doesn't like you might want to pay you a visit someday and say, hi, let me introduce myself, and this is what you said about a lady, about my family, or something that you did. When you least expect it, Robert. Do you honestly think that's an impossibility to happen? Because you pissed off a lot of people out here. Do you honestly think that can't happen? Now, let's see. Is it today that Philly, the Philippines, is supposed to do a little comeback on Scotty Boy's strike that he imposed against Philly? And Philly, of course, is running very scared right now because he knows he has a lot to lose. In fact, he's so scared that he put together another channel just in case. Look, I've been around a long time. I know how this works. I know exactly how it works. And this is exactly what's going on with Philly. He's worried, and he should be. He's worried that his 100,000 subscribers are going to go to shit. What's going on here? Girls? Oh, the guy's coming back to reclaim some of his wood, or is it the same guy from the tree?
No.
Oh yeah, he's coming back. He's going to try to. Okay, guys, listen. I'm going to get off here. Not literally. But think about some of the shit that you do on here, man. Some of you may actually believe that what you're doing is actually good, that you're helping the community or something. And in some cases, that's true. But in reality, you're putting yourself in a really bad position. And as I said 1,000 times, I've said it in my own show here, everything you're doing is being watched and listened to and recorded for future purposes. Other people too. And you could try taking it off, but if it's already been recorded, you're in Nowheresville. It ain't gonna help. It's history. And it's recorded, and you can't change it. You can't pull your show with that particular broadcast you made. You can't You could pull it off, but it doesn't mean somebody doesn't have a copy of it. Yeah, think about that. But I must say, though, again, about my viewers, I'm a little disappointed that you have succumbed to the antics on here, and that you're too afraid to support me, too afraid to speak the truth. And speak up against the bullshit that's going on here. And a lot of you people are the same way. See what's happening in the United States and all over the world, but especially with Trump's Gestapo. And you're going to tell me that what he's doing is righteous? Taking away people's rights? Going against so many goddamn amendments, you can't even count them. And you think he's right? Maybe simply because you voted for him and you don't want to be a hypocrite? Is that what it is? Or what is it really? You're afraid to be found out that, that you're going to go against Trump and realize what he's doing is wrong in so many ways. But I know. You voted for him and you're trying to save face. I understand that. People try to save face all the time. It's human nature. But think about it, that you voted for him. You voted for him. And you're not going to admit it on YouTube or even outside of your life that I made a mistake. Now that it's affecting you personally in some form or way, financially or otherwise, well, that's a different story, isn't it? Now you're on the other side of the fence, aren't you? You're not going to admit it, buddy, that you made a big mistake of voting this guy in office when you knew he was a liar, he was a creep. But you voted for him because, well, I have to stick to my political party, which is Republican. I got to go the distance, no matter how wrong the guy is and how he eventually will affect maybe your family life or your, I don't know why I'm getting glitches on here because I'm not in a bad spot. Okay, but I got to go. Thank you very much for listening. I'm a little disappointed. Why should I say that? They're mostly trolls. And they're afraid they ain't got the balls to speak out. Or maybe they're blocked. I don't know. I'll go in either direction. Don't be afraid to speak out against something on here. Better yet, don't even get involved. But if you feel that strongly about something, then you should do something about it. Don't let the creeps get away. Vitaly and Slim didn't get away, but, there's always gold at the end of the rainbow because they're going to come back and make a lot more money. But in the interim, got them out of the country and they had to pay some kind of price for something. And they did. Don't matter if they're going to make more money later on as a result of all the publicity. Kind of happens that way. But, I don't think they're going to come back into this country. I don't think Vitaly could come back into this country. Slim, well, there's a slim chance, that he could make his way, meander back into this country. It's possible. But the thing is, here's where the problem lies, is that there's so many people that are against Slim now that his life could be in danger if he ever did come back. Filipinos don't forget what he had to say about it. They don't like being called monkeys. They don't like their women being used and abused by these foreigners. They have a long memory for that stuff. So basically, Slim would be taking a chance if he ever came back into this country. I think that would be dangerous for him. Just as it was dangerous for Jim, Asian Adventures with Jim, to come back, to stay in this country. He made a mistake by coming back, and he immediately got arrested. Now he has to face a court situation. Now he got involved with his wife's family's affairs and announcing all the negativity about the family, and they're both running scared. Him and his wife are running scared. Well, they opened their mouths. What did you expect? You can't talk about your wife's family in such a derogatory way. You cannot do that, but he did. Now they're thinking of moving somewhere else, trying to sell the place. aren't you? Sure is. Should have shut your mouth. Okay. 2 very key memory cards. Amongst others, but these are the 2 main, I call the key memory cards, to have information that goes all the way back to the Triple R days, where I've recorded just about everything possible. That's not the only 2 cards, but these are the doozies. This is the one that could put people's YouTube careers, nevertheless their personal life, into turmoil. Not a stone unturned. Even private Facebook Messenger texts from the key players, some of them on YouTube. Got them all. Keep in mind, some of these things could put people in a world of legal hurt, just waiting to be released. Keep it in mind. I cross my T's and dot my I's when it becomes a YouTube, because I feel that you need good documentation of the events that do occur on YouTube that you could use for sure in a court of law in this country or any country. Keep that in mind, that everything you say is being recorded by people, and I'm one of them that actually always documented. And we're talking about certainly a lot of these people on camera, timestamps, okay, full title of their show, audible and visual evidence that could put a lot of the key players on here in a world of hurt if I had to unleash them. Just to let you know, I probably document things better than most people on here for my own safety. Just keep in mind, if you're saying something derogatory in nature about me and or my family, it's been recorded. Guarantee. Just to let you know. Just to let you know. I could unleash these cards, content I have on them at any point in time if I had to. And I will utilize them if I have to. Now you see what's going on YouTube, it's going crazy. Philly in the Philippines is upset, even gave a hint of even possibly going off of YouTube one day. He couldn't take the heat. What he's trying to say is, if I get thrown off YouTube, because I've already got a strike on me, is what he's saying, then, well, that'll be. Well, actually what he's saying is that I fear that if somebody continues trying to strike his channel, it could be kaputs for him, totally kaputs. Now, Philly in the Philippines is not innocent in any form or way. I want you to understand that. He is not innocent. He's talking about Scotty talking about him, and the rest of the players on here are all engaged in some kind of a war of attrition or something. I don't know what they're, but they're all attacking each other on here. Good documentation is strategic if you're going to be on social media for your own personal legal protection. I've managed to do that. I got my bases covered on all the players, and I mean all the key players. You name the names, I got them on there, on camera, time-stamped, title of the show, captions, thumbnails. It's all there. And it's not done yet, because I'm still documenting everything that's worthwhile documenting. Still got space on these suckers too, it's amazing. But it's not just the 2 memory sticks that I showed on there. I assure you it's more than that. But these are the 2 key ones. The 2 key players, as far as memory sticks go, containing so much information, it would take you hours to sit there and listen through it. Highly and professionally documented, showing faces, captions, comments, and so forth. that could put these key players in a world of hurt. Just to let you know. Remember, you are being watched. You are being heard. You too can join Vitaly and Slim and others that have been taken off YouTube and worse. Well, they weren't actually taken off YouTube, those two characters, but pretty much know that they're not going to come back to the Philippines. I don't know about Slim, but Vitaly's not. He already created a reputation that would put him in danger in this country. Remember, what you say, what you put on, the thumbnails, everything's being recorded, whether it's a copycat channel, whether it's Popeye's antics, whether it's Philippines antics, or any other character on here that have been bold enough to say the things that they do on public media, social media. You, congratulations, have been documented in such a precise, down to the point way where there would be no question as to the person's actions and whether they're legal or not. Just keep that in mind. If you want your life flushed down the toilet, it can be achieved. It can be achieved.
There it is. There is the name of my new channel. Just live streams. It's all it's going to be on there. I don't really make a lot of money on live streams. And why not separate the live streams from my regular videos? Some people like my live streams. Some people don't like the live streams. But that way people can come in. They want to come in. They want to join. They want to listen. It's going to be pretty much same as I do now. But you know what? If I want to cover a topic and not worry about, somebody striking my channel, they can strike that channel all day they want. We can talk about different things if you want. Maybe politics and religion.
I really don't. Just don't display it, that's all. I want to see it. Such as Ricky deep-throating a fucking lady boy. Sorry, Ricky, but that's one thing that's never going to be played down. I'm afraid not. You did it. I don't care if you were drunk or not. There's no excuse for that, and that really told us a lot. It gave us volumes of information about your lifestyle, your potential. That was something that will never be lived down. As I'm actually speaking to my partner now, and the exact words I said, no matter seconds ago.
No, you must make it like that to make it views.
Yeah, I would take this woman, no name mentioned. That's why we cut out her face, just to be fair about it. But, this is a method that's used by a lot of people, Filipinos and otherwise. A lot of vloggers want to get their women on camera, wives, girlfriends, and all that stuff, just to get the views and clicks, because they understand how men think. So the one thing that bothers me, if you want to be a serious vlogger, you're a Filipina or Filipino. Well, this is mainly for Filipinos. If you want to get their attention, it's your topic matter and how you present it. It's not showing your boobs on camera, and you can't be taken very seriously. I certainly don't. So if you see my thumbnail, it does show a current vlogger who has done a show, I think it was today or yesterday, who was talking about everyone from Vitaly and everything, the whole circus of foreigners that are doing bad things and could get them in trouble and so forth. She's taken the high road on this matter. She doesn't talk about in her show is all the people that are innocent that are being taken to court and so forth. Or the innocent vloggers, she's not talking about that. I can understand a Filipinos, their country, they don't want to see all the scum coming in the country from all these other countries. I'm with her on that, I'm all the way. I think she means well. But I do think that the initial, and I've never seen this, I think I've seen this vlogger once before, actually, pardon me, I think I did. And talking very political about, rah rah country, fantastic, you have to, it's your country. Kind of talking down on a lot of foreigners on here, and, basically giving credit to the good foreigners out here that have made this place very livable for all of us foreigners, for the most part. But unfortunately, we got the bad seeds out there that make a lot of us foreigners actually look bad, and that those are the people you should be going after. I think her broadcast was basically, and you could find her name probably on this. Sure, I don't know if it's on there. No, you can't actually. It's just the thumbnail. So I kept it somewhat legal and eliminated her face for recognition. Although you might be able to recognize her boobs. And this is a tactic that's being used on YouTube all the time. And they want to get men's reactions. Of course, you're going to subscribe to a woman who is bosomy, or if you're a serious vlogger, I don't think that you're going to dress so provocatively to get your audience. You're going to do it the old-fashioned way. It's by your content, not by your attire or lack of attire or exposing parts of your bodies. To get a reaction, perhaps a subscription, perhaps the thumbs up, perhaps the viewership on the show. And I do take notice of things like this. I'm not an old fuddy-duddy, nothing like that. I may be old-fashioned in some ways, but I think if you're trying to get a point out, do it with some discretion. Do it with some, level of respect, where if somebody sees you on a show, they're going to listen to you because you got a great message to say on your show, and we want to hear it. We won't have to focus on your boobs because you're wearing a blouse is half of your breasts. I kind of talk about my my photography experience, where I just like black and white photography, and there was a reason for that because, in color photography, your eyes are kind of drawn to the various distractions of colors, especially reds and bold colors like that. In black and white, you're more likely to focus on what the subject matter is, and your attention is not away by all the different colors that will actually draw your attention. There's no doubt about it. That's what I liked about black and white photography. She's just too distracted. So when a woman comes online, and she may mean well about it, maybe that's the way she dresses all the time, and that's okay if she feels comfortable, but I think it goes further than that, and I think there's a message. I think there's a very deliberate message to that. It's look at me, look at me, look at my boobs. That's the initial draw. That's the initial draw of people coming to their channel. I don't think it's very professional as a vlogger. If you're trying to be a professional vlogger and you're trying to get your point out, and you're trying to get people to respect you. Hello, Mr. from India. Tell them to clean up the Ganges, my friend. Tell them to clean up the Ganges River. It is as a cesspool, an embarrassment to your wonderful country, sir. It's disgusting. Don't put your children in there. Don't wash your clothes in there. Tell the tanneries to stop dumping their chemicals into the Ganges, and tell people not to dispose of their sewage and human waste into the Ganges. Okay, your country is an embarrassment to the rest of the world. But how are you, sir? Yeah, bye-bye, he said. Okay, see how the truth hurts? This is a prime example I didn't plan. This is wonderful. The timing could not be better than that. Could not be better than that. I simply made a statement of how his country have destroyed the Ganges River, which is very, very holy. Holy. And you've seen his reaction. He couldn't say, well, yeah, I am aware of my country and what they are doing to my people, doing to the Ganges River, which has become very holy and sacred to us. But I realize we are not doing anything to clean up the problem and the matter. We're just going to go open some 7-Eleven stores somewhere in America, and we're going to forget about India. Okay. Gotcha, son. Gotcha. Damn, I'm good. Well, the truth is, and this show's not about the Ganges River, but we had somebody from India come on, and thank you for coming, first of all. I appreciate it. But I figure, well, because I don't have any people from India on here, and I seen someone from India come on here, I said, oh God, what an opportunity. You know, how do you feel about that? And how do you feel about the gentleman from India? You know, let's make this more of a nicer approach to your country and its inability or unwillingness to clean your act up, that the environment is being polluted. How does somebody like yourself from India feel about what's been done all the way around the Ganges River? I imagine at some point in time, maybe it was a few hundred years ago, was a very clean river with lots of fish. But how do you feel about that? That your children are bathing in this sewer swill? That you're worshiping a river, and as your worship is wonderful, have nothing against it, making it a very holy river, when the reality that your river is a sewer. I'd like your opinion about that. We're bold enough to ask that question, sir. Hopefully you'll be bold enough to give me an answer. Oh, we love you people in India. We have nothing against people in India. It's just that environmentally speaking, the river's become a cesspool of disease. But yet, oh, somebody's selling something. The salesman is coming by. Where is he? What is he selling today? Oh, what does he got? They have like they either yell this out on their bike or he has a recording. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? It's some kind of a drink. Some kind of a drink. I love that. Sell your wares. But here's the problem with that. He's using up a lot of gasoline to sell something that he's not going to make. Hey, good morning. He's using up a lot of gasoline to sell a product. So you got to wonder what's the profitability margin on this. I don't know. He's better off riding a bicycle, which only requires this energy of his legs. Therefore, he's not consuming gasoline he's going to have to pay for. So what's his profit? Probably not very much. I don't think he did the mathematics, but you can't blame the guy for trying to make a living. See, give positive to a negative. That's what you got to do. The person's trying to make a living, but they don't realize profitability, compared to expense. But hey, I don't make the rules. I don't know. But Mr. India, please come back. Yeah, we'd love to talk to you. Thank you for telling me your location. I appreciate that. It's an honest question. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm trying to understand how people in India, in your country, your beloved country, how they react to the pollution has killed actually the Ganges River. I would think that if it's a holy river, in all honesty, and I can't pronounce your name, I'll call you sir. Sir, if it's a holy river, why isn't it that they're not doing something about the tanneries and they're putting human waste into that river? This is a river that you worship so much. I would really like to know, I don't know how good your English is, but I'd really like to know how you feel about this. as a person from that country. If you could be bold enough to actually talk to me about that. I kind of wish you would, because I'd like to learn. I'm always up to learning more. All right, we'll let you ponder that thought. But inquiring minds sometimes need to know, or would like to know. And I got an inquiring mind. What, Ginger Baby? All right. I think you're due for some eye medicine. That's what I think. Actually, you're due for a damn bath. If she don't take you in that shower room, I'm going to take you and probably give you a bath. A much needed one. Oh, no, don't panic. Don't panic now. Oh, no. Don't panic. Don't panic. She don't like to do it. I'll let you in. There you go. She gets excited. She sneezes. Okay, there you go. I'm going to put this thought up to the boss. Boss lady, don't you think it's time today, at some point, we give Ginger her needed bath after about 3 weeks or so? I would think we need to do that. Yeah, sometimes as much as I love the dogs, they also need to be bathed. Or else you get that doggy smell, which I don't like. But what's worse, before they take the bath or after, until they dry, you're going to smell that doggy hair smell. It's not a win situation, really, but no, you got to keep your dogs healthy, too. Well, anyway, Mr. Indy, I guess you don't want to provide any interesting recourse onto the state of the Ganges River. And if there's anything, so I'm not too privy to the information, really, as to whether there's a national cleanup going on with the Ganges River. I'd like to know. I could certainly look it up myself without your input on this, but it's just that you got to understand how the rest of the world looks at things like this. They say, oh my God, I couldn't live there. Nevertheless, recreate in that sludge, bathe in that sludge, wash clothes in that sludge. And I just think that if something is holy, then you would put it on a greater level to improve the quality of that water so fish can return, so people can bathe in that water, recreate as normal, wash their clothes, and do the daily things and chores that most people do. Yes, the river can be a very advantageous place to have for water supply, bathing, cleaning, and so forth. You would think that the people would want to speak up against the government and say, look, we clean up our holy river. If it's holy, and this is the way I look at it, take it to another level and clean that sludge up and make it truly holy again. And another word, make the whole, W-H-O-L-E, again. That's the way I look at things. Okay. And don't take this as a personal attack of any means or ways. It's a good question that I hope to get a good answer as somebody who is from your country. I have never been there, but I've seen enough videos to know about it to actually make an educational statement regarding the state of the river as it is today, with no efforts, seemingly no efforts to clean it up. I'm not saying that there's never been any efforts, but how far has these taken? It's not of a few people. It has to be of millions of people. People not to throw their human waste and industrial chemistry into a holy river. That's my point. To develop some, sewage system, septics, whatever is needed to contain this matter and be able to dispose of it in a proper, healthy way. Now, if people go in history, England and many places, especially medieval times. They've come a long way since medieval times and before. But when towns have built up and become cities and provinces and counties, there's going to be people. With people comes trash to get rid of, household garbage. There's going to be also a lot of human refuse, meaning human waste products that come from their body that has to be put somewhere, a safe distance or proper disposal from where they live. That's how like plague and different diseases has come out throughout these countries, and it's still going on today. Nevertheless, talk about medieval times, times of past. Well, it's still going on in the world today. It behooves me. It just really makes me scratch my head, not because I have dandruff, but to be able to even witness or see or know about how people are destroying their own lives, their health and happiness and livelihood by the refuse that they don't get rid of. Back in medieval times, you remember castles and all structures, they had a chute that went from one window, and what they did was they disposed garbage and human waste through this chute, and it would come down to ground level, and that's where it would stay. I'm surprised it didn't build up to be just as big as the structure is in height. What did they do with that stuff? That's a good question. Did they burn it? I don't think they practice much incineration, possibly cremation for bodies, which you've had to do. I think India is still very big on that, fortunately. But I think still a lot of existing countries right here are not getting rid of this waste properly, and they don't want to pump the nation's money into making it a more livable, hygienic place to live and grow up in. And this is where the concentration has to be. Gee, that one guy coming on here just put me into a great subject matter. Didn't even plan it. Just told me where he was from, tried to get his opinion about living in that country and what they're doing about the tanneries and trying to clean up the mighty Ganges River, once a very pristine river with plenty of fish, marine life, a wonderful place to gather water for drinking, for bathing, for recreation, for fishing, is now a river that is extraordinarily toxic, very toxic. How the people live on or around these rivers is mind-boggling. When do you say enough is enough for the country to gather their rupees, whatever they are, ruples, rupees, whatever they call it, their monetary denominations, whatever it might be, to put it into something for the people to keep children healthy and happy and keep their environment? And do you know in India and Bangladesh and places like that, they throw all their trash right out their window, right onto the street below. And it gathers and gathers, and rats and roaches and disease ferment from all of this. Then you wonder, how can people live this way? How is it possible? The smell alone is enough to make somebody not from the region vomit when they come in contact with the smell from a greater distance. How do people live like this? Is it because they have to? There's always a way. There are landfills. Have they? I don't know much about the country, and I could be wrong about a lot of things. And I will admit when I am wrong. Just give me the right information, and I can correct myself with no problem. But there must be landfills out there. There has to be. India's a pretty big country. You can't have children play amongst the garbage and have people that are just, salvaging through this garbage to find something to eat. Nobody should live that way in any country. And trying to find something usable they could use for their household, or a tool, or something. Well, if you were born privileged and you lived in a seemingly very privileged country, like first world countries like the United States and so forth, you don't think about this because it's part of your life. You're privileged. But not everybody is privileged as an American. Well, privilege is in a way, so some of the information I'm giving you about America at the moment is very outdated because Americans have lost their privileges by the very government that's supposed to be for the people, not about themselves. But we won't get into that. But when you're living with one of the most populated countries other than, say, China, I would venture to say one or the other. I don't know which one is more overpopulated than the other. It could be India. I could be wrong on that. My statistics. But it is one of the most crowded countries in the world. As such, people have to live next to each other, on top of each other, around each other. And what they do, their lifestyle, how hygienic they are with sanitation practices they have, or is going to affect the lives of the children and grown-ups alike. You can't be living in a swill and expect not to get sick. You got children that need to grow up in a healthy, happy, and very hygienic environment so they could grow big and strong, have their own families, and have children eventually that are going to live up in a very sanitized environment for their health also. And I talk about this, it has to do with health. You can't have a major river like the Ganges, in the condition it is today. And you see these videos, because I've never been there, but I've seen people's vlogs on India, and they showed us firsthand how people were living out there. It smelled so much that they couldn't stay there. The river was so infused with human trash that it almost looked like you could walk right across from one side of the river to the other side of the river on the trash alone. How does something like that happen? Now, don't get me wrong, we see that here, right here in a good old wonderful Philippines. Little tributaries, little rivers we might see in towns that lead to the ocean. And what do we see? People dumping their trash. Now, I've experienced this firsthand when I first went to a particular barangay where a disabled Filipino lived, and I seen the conditions. The house was basically built above the ground and approximately 10 feet from the ground, but when the river, a tributary of some sort, at a house, which if you stood there, which I did, and just to take a look, you'd smell urine, lots of it. The river wasn't running a really good flow. It was somewhat stagnant. It wasn't deep at all, but you could smell the urine because all that waste was coming out of the people's homes, whether they were legal dwellings or not, were going into that tributary. Now, when the flooding happens in areas like that, and all over Cebu, Manila, and other places like that, these rivers can't contain all the water. They rise. They rise to the occasion. And I remember looking down, and it must have been about a good 20 feet from where I was standing on a concrete sort of walkway with railing. And I looked approximately 20 feet to that little tributary. Now, imagine this river overflowing so bad that it came above that approximate. I could be wrong on how much the footage was, but if I had to train my memory to think back, it might have been as much as 20 feet. Now imagine when that river overflows, it gets so high that comes above the embankment, and the house is right there. That even though the house is basically elevated on concrete blocks, can you imagine the water coming up to the level of the entry of these raised dwellings, these raised structures, and almost maybe perhaps going into the structure itself? That's how high it gets. And maybe you see this on YouTube videos, on feeds and whatnot, but that is the reality in the Philippines, because there's no flood control, because corrupt people decided to take the money that was earmarked for the control of flooding to put in their own pockets. Meanwhile, the people suffer. And I'm going to tell you something. It's not the things that Filipinos do. It's not their fault all the time, although they are caught and seen throw refuge into these otherwise once were pristine tributaries or rivers. They're just as guilty as among anybody else. It just gets to the point where you just kind of give up and give in. I mean, what are you going to do if you don't have a septic? What are you going to do? You don't have a real toilet that leads to a real sewage system. What do? You're going to do whatever it is you have to do. You have to get rid of your waste. You get sick and die. You get illness. Your toilet is right there. It's that tributary. It's that river. There's your toilet. You see this in Manila too all the time. Disgusting waterways. You have to feel sorry for the Filipino people, the good Filipino in this country, but at the same time, you have a question mark. What part are they playing in this too? Why are they continually dumping their refuse and trash into rivers and tributaries? Because they are just as responsible as the government would be responsible for cleaning up this mess or developing good and proper sewage and sanitation systems that's not going to get out of control, make people sick, people to lose their homes because of the flooding. But there's corruption everywhere. Where did the money go? Well, they know where the money went. Are they prosecuting these people? I haven't kept up with that. Now, future funding for such projects, is it gone now because of that? Because of the corruption, is it gone? I don't know, what was it? Millions and millions and millions and millions of pesos that was earmarked to deal with the flooding in the streets. And quite frankly, I don't know where that stuff goes anyway. Besides building up in the streets, making big rivers, you could put a boat down. Where does it winds up in the ocean? Water seeps its passage. And eventually all this stuff goes into the ocean. Those beautiful pictures you see of the Philippines with these turquoise, beautiful blue oceans, and you got to say, wow, this is paradise. This is beautiful. Never seen anything like it. Looks good. But would you really want to swim in it these days? I don't. No more. Nope. I don't go in the water. I might walk in it a little bit. I won't, I'm not going to immerse myself. Even right here in the most beautiful place, Bantayan Islands, it looks beautiful, white sand beaches, but no, I don't make a practice of swimming. I'd rather go in a swimming pool, and hopefully that it's chlorinated properly so I don't get another disease like Legionnaire's disease or something. You just can't win. So maybe you shouldn't swim at all. If you have to worry about all the processed foods, maybe. And maybe you shouldn't eat it all. Maybe you should eat grass. But even if you ate grass, there might be parasites in there too, or piss or poop or whatever. You can't win. The best you could do is just go on with your life and hope for the best. Because there's danger everywhere out there in the Philippines. There's danger from people. There's danger from vloggers, sick-minded vloggers. Dangers all around you. People are just not you. You may have your beliefs and you practice different things, but don't expect everybody to do what you do. How to carefully pick your food, how to properly prepare it and cleanse your food of any potential microbes, bacteria, viruses, larvae. Some people just eat it, don't even care. Then when they get sick, oh, you poor baby. How did you get sick? Did you wash your fruit and veggies? Did you clean that piece of meat off, possibly with some diluted vinegar before you cooked it, such as your chicken, your pork? Do you realize how many parasites are in pork? Did you ever think about that? Did you at least clean off your pork from all the fly larvae that they have laden this piece of meat with from the market? Did you not see the flies inundating that piece of meat? Did you or did you not? Okay, well, it's all on yourself, you know? You got to live in your own body, live the life you want to live. But I'm glad our friend from India came on because I was overwhelmed and he can't talk. A simple question, very honest questions. Are the people who live around the Ganges and depend on it, is there anything going on? Question. He couldn't answer it because he probably recreates and swims and does his laundry in that river too. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but you have a choice. Sometimes whether to pollute the river. The tanneries, they kill the river. The tanneries is what killed the river. It's not just a human refuse. It's the tanneries and other industries out there. You know how the whole thing goes, you know, where, you know, sweep all the debris from your floor under the rug rather than dispose of it. If nobody sees it, it's supposedly not there. It's the same thing that goes into our vast oceans. Just dump whatever you want, cars, chemicals, medical waste, you name it, because it'll disappear in the ocean. Oh, except the plastics that always resurface, things like that. But you're swimming in that swill. Did you ever think about that? Sure, it looks beautiful. It all does. And not just here. Oh, no. Hawaii, California, all these different places. It's a swill of chemistry. It's a petri dish. A petri dish. And you live in it. And if you don't care, then that's okay. But when you get sick, don't complain. Right? Did you ever examine that piece of food that a restaurant has given you? Was it cooked properly? Are there worms coming out of it? Did you even look for that on your fish or pork? Did you really be observant? Has the food been cooked all the way so you don't get sick? Did you? If you got sick, who's to blame? You. Not necessarily the restaurant, though they started it by serving you contaminated food. It was handled with very new word of mine that pertains to something else. Uncleansed hands, which also pertains to enacting upon something with uncleansed hands, meaning that you are guilty of something, although you're pointing the accusing finger at somebody, when you yourself have uncleansed hands. There you go. Thanks for listening. Clean up your folks, just as they should clean up the Ganges. Don't tell people to clean up your own backyard when they should be cleaning up their own backyard first. These are called greetings, YouTubers, and two bets. Did I steal that line? Okay, I might have. Welcome back to, it's always a special show when I do something on here. Hello, John. Good afternoon, sir. Well, unfortunately, it's a little ditty about Vitaly. Yeah. Well, Vitaly came back with vengeance, but he made a mistake. Well, he didn't realize that by trying to get even with the immigration for having him in for 9 months, pretty much admitting that he has bribed. He has basically bribed and had lied the whole time that he didn't have any use of his phone. In the beginning, he hid it. Now he's, well, he could be extradited back to the Philippines to face. I'm going to make a lot of money on my show, but now I got my opportunity to blast Filipinos. And he said something that is even irritating Filipino citizens even more about the expression of be careful when you bend down to get the soap. Well, Vitaly made a statement of sorts that said that, in other words, yeah, I bent down a lot of times, but I didn't feel anything, implying that Filipinos' penises are very small. Now, supposedly they got rid of these officials, but I don't know. We'll see. There's more to come on that. It'd be impossible to find Vitaly now. Well, he's got enough money. He could go into hiding. He posted a video on here not too long ago, and I don't know where it came from, but I don't know. He was in a sunny place, beautiful ocean and beautiful blue sky with white clouds. Some people said they think he was in Miami. I don't know. Who knows? Pardon me, I'm exercising my legs here, walking around while I'm talking. My internet is very choppy. Okay, if I stay in one place. Yeah, I noticed that this morning. It was a little bit chop, like chop suey. Okay. Closer to the box. Okay, so let me grab something here while I'm up. Oh my. A little treat for myself. A little treat. Rochero, chocolate or Rochero. My weakness. Well, it's my weakness, but. So, I don't know, people just make these mistakes over and over again. Leave it at, my idea is leave it where you left it. And, the idea is to move on from there and go on with your life. You took your punches, you gave them. Okay, you had your chance to give your finger at the immigration people. Okay. Well, a smart person would give up right then and there. But he's not that smart. Pardon me. Because if he was, he would have ended it right there. Well, I could compare this to Barry Jordan. It was even back in time when he knew he had charges on him. He just continued to go back on YouTube and rinse and repeat. And look where he is now. Yeah. No. Barry will never learn. It don't matter, how long he's in there. I mean, no. I think most people have gotten to know Barry really well. And he's not going to give up there. When he does get deported, and that's for sure, don't have to think about his case. He will be deported. Paperwork was several years ago. But when he gets to go back to America, he's going to find that he's probably facing other charges on back child support, everything else. But the one thing he will definitely do, once he tries to find a way to get situated, if it ain't in jail again, Oh, he will definitely come on YouTube. There's 125% certainty that he will come back on YouTube again. And he will slam me. He will call me the same names that got him, you know, all fucked up in the first place. Some people don't learn. And some people can never learn, really, when you think about it and you know their history. They don't know when to stop. Let me tell you something. I learned my lesson very well. I got caught up in all this shit in the past. Didn't lead to anything great. But there comes a time you gotta say, okay, you know, I made my point and move on from there. I mean, it's kind of a logical thing to do. You can talk about things on here, but I think there's a limitation. I truly do. There's a limitation in what you should do, haven't done so far, and maybe refuse to do. I think it comes to a point where you gotta just say, okay, enough, I've had my say. But then, you know, there's a lot of Barry Jordans out there right now. And we all know it's not just Barry. And you all know who the players are out there. And they too, they kind of think like Barry Jordan and others, and they, you know, nothing's gonna happen to me. It's just all talk on here. Well, Barry thought it was all talk too. But look where he spent the past 3 years and counting. 3 years and counting. He could be out doing the things he likes to do, like going to bars and getting drunk and bumming money off people, chasing after Filipinas. No more. No more of that. I'm sorry, I'm almost done here. Eating something here. Okay, I think I'm done. Yeah, I've been feeling pretty good. Getting some extra sleep. I've been so laid back lately, though, because I've been forcing myself during the day to rest, even if it means just going into La La Land, laying on the bed. I watch a lot of news on here, contrary to you believing that all I'm watching is all the regulars on YouTube in the Philippines genre, but there's so much. I love the technology of having this phone, and you can look up anything you want, because I found out things I never knew. You know, whether it's just listening to different shows or different, I don't know, people in different professions, and even good old Chat GPT, Gemini. I learned a lot. You got to put your nose into it and just read. And you learn. It's not that hard if you're capable of reading. I've learned a lot. But it also helps to relax me in a certain way too, while not listening to the bullshit on the general Philippines genre crap, but some of the other stuff I look up. It allowed me to kick back and just kind of go into a short snooze and be very relaxed. Gilda these days finds me on my bed a lot, just kind of resting and chilling out, which you got to do sometimes, because I don't formally take any actual naps, power naps, they call them, whatever. Go to sleep, nap for about 45 minutes to an hour. Nah. If I try, I feel that I'm forcing myself to do it, and I don't do it, but it just happens naturally. I'm just laying down, very quiet, maybe reading something, and I'm just kind of like nodding out. And I get knocked out. She comes in, "Oh, you sleeping?" I said, no. It's like, I don't want to admit it. I don't know why I'm embarrassed. It wasn't really asleep. It was just a, I don't know what they call it. Uh, it's almost like a narcolepsy thing, which is not narcolepsy, but it's similar to that, where you just kind of nod out in the middle of something, but definitely not classified as narcolepsy. Um, it's something called short sleep. There's a technical name for that. But anyway, I managed to get my rest in. After all, an old man, he's got to chill out every now and then, you know? And I don't mean chill out by not making trips and blah, 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 but finding some me time in my room alone or with my partner, you know, and just don't have to say nothing. Both our phones in our hands, and we just, you know, she's looking into something on her phone, I'm looking into something in mine. Weird now. Every kid, every adult has a cell phone. If you don't, something's awfully wrong. You get people in Biafra, walking around with cell phones. I don't know how they pay to get the cell phone. I don't know how they afford to get on the internet. I don't know, but they do, even in Biafra and remote third world, even fourth world, there is countries. They always have cell phones. Isn't that amazing in itself? Yeah, John Smith never learns, right? They don't learn until something actually happens to them. It's the way it works. All right, now the Board of Immigration is going through some hard times. They don't want to make any false moves by deporting anybody unless they really necessarily have to, and it's usually high profile. That kind of works in my favor, I think, quite a bit. Yeah, you'll see, right? But there are avenues to address still. You know, not out of the woods totally, but I think I almost see daylight pretty soon here in this dense, dark forest. It's just a gloomy day today, but we are going through a cold front, actually, in the Philippines, affecting many areas. But, however, it's actually not happening to a lot of states in USA. They are in big doo-doo as Mother Nature, climate change, bears its ugly head. Let me tell you something, I don't miss the snow. Now, even when I lived in Hawaii, we have snow in Hawaii, believe it or not, in the winter, but up in the mountain, in the volcano, yeah. Oh, yeah, some people go skiing up there. Some people bring a truckload of snow down to sea level, you know, put in the yard for the kids to play in and make a snowman. Really? But I kid you. I kid you not. I never went up there that far up. I went midway. That's when oxygen starts to get low and you got to acclimate at about the, I don't know, 10,000 foot level or so. There's a place. And then you go up to the higher level. It's like 14,000 feet, whatever the hell it is. It's actually the tallest mountain in the world, even Kilimanjaro. The difference is that most of the volcano, the mountain, is actually, a good portion of it is actually under the ocean. Yeah, right there in the big island where I lived. Snow, you could go, they have a saying in Hawaii, you can go, well, in the winter anyway, if the snow on the mountain, it's been cold enough. You could go skiing in the morning and you could go surfing in the afternoon. Isn't that great? Skiing in the morning and surfing in the afternoon. That's the big island. Hawaii. They're having their own problems now these days. They've lost their own recognition. Hawaiians are lost. Not many Hawaiians left in the Hawaiian Islands. It's a sad story. And actually it is. But they all decided instead of fighting for the sovereignty, there's just a small group that's actually doing that now. It seems like a lost cause at this point. But they're all going to mainland America. And that happened with them. So all this fight for sovereignty Well, you know what? I just don't see it happen unless a president wants to put his nose in there and to claim sovereignty and wants to claim the whole kingdom too. He's trying to claim everything. But listen, if you're not a Trump fan, don't worry about it. Nature's taking his place as we speak. He's overstressed. He's got his own set of medical problems that he won't talk about. He obviously gets IVs in his upper hand. That's why his hands are purple. And that comes from age too. When you know, someone sticks an IV in there, it will turn purple. I've had that done, purple area. And your skin also changes. For example, I got another little abrasion on my leg from walking into a little branch that was cut down from the tree cutters. Oh, just a little, just a little nick. But I'll almost put 125% guarantee on that. That's going to be scarred. Because it just comes with age. It's the other incidents I've had are very apparent. Apparent. They're there for the rest of my life. Your skin doesn't always heal up brand new as you get older. And you'll bruise easily. Well, a lot more easily than when you were younger. So if that happens to you, you have to be an older dude. Don't fear. It doesn't mean you got diabetes. However, that is a sign of diabetes too, but I really don't have diabetes. But that's a sign. I know my brother had diabetes, but he wouldn't heal that easily. He'd bruise very easily. But as you get older, also in combination, you tend to bruise a lot easier. So try not to get into a situation where you're going to bump your leg or something. Your leg has more blood vessels, and that's where you have all your problems in your legs. You get a cut on your leg or bruise your leg. No one wants to fall. But if you could all help it, be careful when you walk. I don't care how agile you are at your age. I'm pretty agile. Shit happens. I've fallen before because of stupid reasons. Wearing a pair of slippers outside that kind of collapsed on me, folded on me on the whatever reason, but I did. And you're very vulnerable to getting a hip fracture. In fact, some people's bones have so little density in it that if they turned quickly a certain way, their bones fall apart. I don't know what you call that, but actually that does happen too. Welcome to older age, ladies and gentlemen. It was not meant to be easy challenge. But then again, life is a challenge too, isn't it? Yeah, I just got some energy up to get on here for a little bit. God, never have anything defrosted around here. We got to think ahead of time, or I have to think. Getting hungry. But then again, we eat at downtown, so I'm sure she'll pick something up with her daughter. Her daughter sometimes buys her own food and things she likes, so that's good too. But she contributes a lot too. Many times she's actually bought some groceries for all of us, which is cool that they do that. They're not greedy. They're staying here, and for a while, they're eating our food, using everything else here, so they're cool about it, that they're in a position to do so, and they do. I don't know what else is happening out there, because I've been halfway in La La Land all day, but I was just kind of surfing the net, actually, which I do quite a bit. Actually, quite a bit. I'm always looking to learn, to find your place on this planet. To try to understand where you are and how you got there, too. Like, how the hell did I get to the Philippines? I know, simple question, by airplane. A little more complicated than that. There was a time I never even thought about the Philippines in my mind. Nor did I ever have an interest in Filipinos at all. There was a time. Prior to Hawaii, I did date a girl for 3 years almost, American Filipina. I thought that'd be the end of it, but I don't know the way it worked out. Here I am, right? But prior to that time, hell no. I had my own impression of Filipinas, and it wasn't very good, to be honest with you, until I actually met them and see that a lot of them were beautiful. there's a lot of stereotypes about the flat nose and all this crap and all that. They're not all like that. They do have smaller noses than European people of European descent like me. And that's for sure. Mine is like 3 times bigger than any Filipino nose. Maybe more. But it's mine. It's all mine and paid for. No mortgage on my nose. It's done deal. Born with it, will die with it. But it's mine. For good or for bad, for sinus problems or not, it's my nose. It's there to stay. Anyway, what's going on in your world out there? I'm tired of talking about things going on with me. Sometimes you got to regurgitate a few syllables on here so I, again, don't fall asleep on you. I do get bored, or I get tired of giving my little philosophy and speeches and so forth, and news of the day. It takes a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with help from my friends. So, I know you're not my friends, but you do come here to listen to me. You got to make it exciting every now and again. Wake me up before I go. Before I have my first cup of cocoa. Otherwise, I get bored. And I get tired. And I'll nod out. Like old man Moses. What is that one song that Ray in the Philippines sings now and then? What is that one kind of hillbilly song? I can't think of what it is. Old Betty, something. Old Betty or something like that. Old Betty. Something about Old Betty. I'd have to hear him again sing that. I don't know, something about Old Betty or something. Here on here too much longer. I'm trying to keep my shows short, which is almost impossible for me historically. Because when out of the blue, some people wind up coming in, then I got more viewers, and then they're asking more questions, or I wind up extending my show. And at times, I don't really feel like doing that, but I get kind of caught up in the questions. But I ain't got exactly a very lively crowd going on right here. But hello, troll. Hello, trolls. How are you? Ever been to Hawaii? I used to live in Hawaii. Good grief, Charlie Brown. But Vitaly. And there's a lot of other people following his pathway. I hate to say it. Oh my God. Possibly filling the Philippines. Regular guy. Sick grandpa. People of that nature. Yeah. I think I do that the government has their eyes on numerous people. Ned Savino comes in late like I thought he would when I was going to sew everything up and get off here. I haven't been on very long, Mr. Savino. No, I haven't. Just basically talking about Vitaly, that it's a possibility he could be extradited back into this country to face more charges because he came on doing, I don't know whose show he's using, but he comes on the internet somehow, and I'm not sure the source of the show. I don't think it's his, but he basically admitted that he paid and named guards to make life a little easier in there for him, for the use of the phone and everything. People got fired because of him. They're happy with him. He ain't coming. Don't worry about that. He's not coming in the Philippines anymore. He's got immigration people that are losing their jobs, going to be killing him, taking away the livelihood, a family, fucking with their livelihood. He's got other Filipinos pissed off at him for calling him, well, for treating him the way they did. And also, one of the key things he just recently said, and made a joke about not bending over for the soap. And what did he say to that? I have bended over for the soap, and I never felt anything. In other words, it was a blast toward Filipinos saying that they have small dicks. That's what he meant by that. Even officials took that to heart. and he will not ever be in this country unless they extradite him back. And this time they will put him in jail for a lot longer time. So I would, the person you know is Vitaly, the Ruski, will likely not be in this country again. So 3 cheers for that. As far as the other guy's concerned, Mr. Slimy, Mr. Slim, I can't say definitively about that. It is possible he'll try to come in again, but the problem is almost like Vitaly. Not as bad, but there's still a lot of people in the Philippines. Remember him referring to Filipinos as monkeys, and they seriously, and everything else he's done with the younger women. Oh yeah, I would think that he would not come back here. Obviously, he's an educated kid, but according to how cocky he is, there is a chance that he will, if he really does have a relationship with Jolena. Ifin, as a country folk says, ifin, she really is his wife. And he'll make an effort to try to get her to, well, I don't think she'd want to live in Estonia, to be honest. It'd have to be some other place. Ed says that's if he makes it out alive after pissing people off. Exactly. You can only piss off people so much, really. Then there's a price to pay. But there's some people that have a little bit of common sense left in them and know that, hey, I've said enough and I'll leave it at that, because you got to ask him, as Clint Eastwood said, do you feel lucky? How confident do you feel that you could come here and get away with shit? Or after knowing people going to jail, how confident are people, the major trolls on here, that they're not going to get in trouble with the law? There's no guarantee. We have guarantees, life and... But, situations like this on social media are growing so intensely, and people, they get to the point that I've gotten away with this so far, and I don't see where I'm going to get in trouble with anything on here. They feel confident, that nothing's going to happen to them. But you've seen what's been happening, so obviously that train of thought doesn't really apply. Because the truth is, you could piss somebody off so much to a certain point that they decide to take action. But again, you have to be really ready for that, because you can't just point a finger at somebody. And everything I'm learning, you can't. There's a lot of paperwork, there's a lot of expenses, there's a lot of aggravation, patience, It's not that easy, and that's coming from me, because I've been through a lot, experienced a lot, and I know what's involved. I don't know if there's litigation. I mean, there's just so much involved. You decide you don't like somebody, right? A lot of that going on here. And you want to do something about it. Okay. Do what you want. But you got to realize what you're getting into. It's not easy. Look, this is coming from me. I know. And I got to take a piss, and I'm going to put you guys on There truly is a lot involved. You got to get all your ducks in a row. I mean, you'd have to get involved with this kind of stuff to understand what I mean. You'd have to experience it because sometimes you're on the outs with your lawyer. Sometimes, you're getting on their case. Okay, come on, get something else done here. Okay, I will. Da-da-da. You push your lawyer sometimes, which you shouldn't do. And I've had a few incidents where I've said, okay, where are we going from here? I had to give him a little nudge because, I'm not the only client. You gotta understand that. They can't put all their concentration 100% on me all the time. They have money to make, they're a business. It just goes to say, what I'm saying, Boy, it's nice and cool. I can't believe the weather we're having. Hey girls, put the fan on for you? Okay. It's not an easy thing, so you decide, let me report somebody, let me do this and that. Do you realize that you have to go through? You might have to go to a barangay level, then the police blotter level, then you have to get your paperwork, give it to your lawyer, retain a lawyer. The lawyer has to send affidavits over to the prosecutor's office. You have to wait till the prosecutor mulls this over and gives the check on the resolution to send it to a court. You got it from there. You got to go to court hearings. They could be spaced apart by very, very many months. And you'll be in this for several years. Meanwhile, it's going to cost you money every time you need the services of your lawyer, every time he has to fill out a piece of paper, anytime he has to put a document together. It's not free. They're not your friends. It's business. Understand that. It's business. That's if he makes it out alive after pissing people off. Yeah. The other dead. So watch what you're doing, because this is a serious matter when you decide to attack people so viciously on social media, because social media is a big thing now. And a lot of authorities are putting a lot of time into social media. And a lot of countries are trying to keep their pride, the officials. And when somebody knocks their country, or does something to embarrass the country or officials in any way, well, then they got a problem. The people that are doing this, they got a big problem that they plan to live here or so forth. But not in this country. You don't fuck around in this country. You could blink your eye wrong. It's the same in America. But you blink your eye the wrong way to a Filipino or Filipina, you could very well be spending years in prison. Maybe you think that's a little hyperbolic, but it's really not. It's really not. You got to watch everything you do. So listen to what I have to say, because I've been through this. I've been through the ringer. When somebody made false allegations against me and put a complaint on me. It's not over yet. I mean, it will be. But I will tell you, there's a lot involved with this too. Responding to somebody's complaint and doing everything properly by the book, the proper counter affidavits and motions and demands and call for evidence. And I mean, there is a lot involved. It's the average person could not handle it, but although I'm a person who admittedly says he has no patience whatsoever, you can imagine how hard it is for me with lack of patience. But somehow, some way I get through it. I mean, you start something and you want to finish it, right? You start a meal, you want to finish your meal, whatever. You're having sex, you want to finish your session. Okay. You start something, you want to finish it, period. And the sooner you finish it, the better. In regards to some legal matter. But don't expect that in the Philippines. Sorry to tell you, pal. Everything moves very slow here. They're on a different time warp or something that we're on. I'm not knocking them, but this is just a fact. It's just a fact. Things don't happen very swiftly out here. You got to get used to that. That's one thing you better talk to yourself about before you decide to move here. Nothing is expeditious. Nothing is going to happen because you want to happen fast. It doesn't work that way. Anyway, we don't have a lot of viewers here this time of the day, so I should end this broadcast. Just really stop in. I am going to find myself. I have not watched television the whole day, and for people thinking that all I do is sit around watching TV, far from the truth. Usually late afternoon, early evening, I'll put something on if I could find something. So, a retired person, and that's another thing too, and we've talked about it many times. Retired life in the Philippines is not as exciting as you may think it is. And I'll be the person to tell you that. It really has to do where you live, what amenities are nearby. Is there some place you go for entertainment? Is there a movie theater? Is there a mall? Malls are always the bottom, the denominator, shall I say, of a lot of foreigners and locals' time spent. On a hot day, people are going to want to go in the malls to cool down. It's a place to socialize. It's a place for foreigners to meet Filipinos, Filipinas. It's a place to shop and find the different products you can't find in the province. It's just a gathering place. It's a place to pass your time. Because realistically, unless you're just the atypical tourist, you come here, you want to see the tourist sites, the monuments or whatever a big city has to offer about the history, whether it's old churches, whatever it might be. All right, once you've seen it all, you've seen it. And that's a fact. No need to see it again. Then you're going to go down the line and say, okay, what's next? Not much. You just walk around the streets and your people watch if you're in a big city. That's what you do. Sorry if it sounds so boring, but I'm just giving you the facts. It's not all the excitement that you think, happens on people's shows. We're out partying all the time. They're not partying every night, trust me. And they don't go anywhere except a seedy, smelly bar, chasing after prostitutes. Those are the foreigners, not the Filipinos. Filipinos don't have to do that. A lot of them are not trying to pick up other Filipinos in bars. It's the foreigners that are doing that, the expats. Filipinos find their own women outside of a bar, contrary to what you may believe. Doesn't mean they don't go to bars. They do. But a lot of times you can see a really kind of an eclectic mixture of people in a bar, but you'll see a lot of foreigners basically spending their money, making the bartender rich, and trying to pick up chicks and all that stuff. It doesn't always work out for them like they think, because they're all thinking, what do I think of that movie? Earth Girls Are Easy. I gotta watch that because I just remembered that name. I forgot what it was all about. It's like a sci-fi movie or something, funny comedy. Well, they think that Filipinos are all easy, but that's so far from the truth. They're not all easy, man. Of course, if they're working as a professional, they're easy. Pay them some money, do whatever you want, knock yourself out. However, there's more to the story than that. A lot of them don't have anything to do with you as much as they need the money, and that's their profession. I bet a lot of these well-known YouTubers on here, no names have to be mentioned, have been refused even though he offered to pay. Yeah, I'll bet on it. You're not seeing all this action that they try to make you believe that you're seeing. I don't buy any of it. With certain characters on here, I definitely don't buy it at all. I swear by it. But they want you to think they're living this wonderful life and they're killing it. They're killing it, they're killing it, they're killing it. Famous words. They're all killing it out here when they're really not. They go home sad and lonely as they were before they came. But they don't want you to know that. Oh, hell no. And I will mention names. Actually, you got Snicko. Snicko is hanging around with a woman friend. That's all he's doing. It's not his partner. He don't know what to do half the time he's out here. He's just hanging around with this one woman just to have companionship. I guess she doesn't want him as a partner, or it might be some other reasons why he can't kind of commune with this woman. I don't know. A lot of people are not going to tell you everything. Maybe friends is all he could do. And leave it at that. You just don't know, do you, folks? You just know what they say. And you could be gullible and naive, like many are, but not me. I read between the lines. I'm very good at that. Okay, so I don't have a hell of a lot more to talk about, and I don't want to make up shit. I don't make up shit on my show. I'm not depending on money on here, so I'm not trying to entertain you to the point of getting my watch hours in and all this other crap and all that shit, you know. But when I have something to say, I guess we'll talk about it. Or just to kill the time and pass the time. And I don't mind talking about other happenings on other channels. I have no problem with that at all. I'm just watching what I say and how I say it. That's all. That's a big change. And yes, you're allowed to talk about other YouTubers' shows all you want. You talk about mine. It's what you say and what you do. There's a big difference on that. And remember, Big Brother's watching all the time. Big Brother in the Philippines. Watching. There's well, actually, I'm going to watch a movie, but I want to throw something in here. You know, I'm such an avid reader on the internet that I'd share this with you. Steroid usage. They had reports on all the bodybuilders, the biggest, the greatest, who died, of course. When they opened them up, it looked like the body inside of a 70, 80-year-old man who never took care of himself. The liver actually was falling apart just by touching it. And it was amazing that these people were walking around at all. The kidneys have completely broken down. And by all means, the person should have been dead. We know one YouTuber on here that boasts about his steroid usage. He's been taking it for about 20 years, like it's popping M&M candies. And he's got a big surprise coming, although his comments, oh, I'll probably outlive this person, that person, but the reality of his situation, and you know who he is, well, he's not living in reality. That's the problem. His liver right now, because he also drinks, which is double jeopardy, if they had to examine his liver, if he actually went for some MRIs or scans and tests, an enzyme level test, he would find that his liver is probably totally shot. Lucky he has a couple of more years left, I would think, if he's been using steroids for 20 years. You know, I've always believed that if you got muscles, you earned it the old-fashioned way, by hard work, not by taking chemicals such as steroids to enhance your muscles. And people, well, a lot of the bodybuilders especially, they did anything to make that money and get the publicity. They got to a point that they didn't care about their body, they just wanted to achieve endorsements and so forth. But then they died young. One bodybuilder died at 26 years old. 26 years old. He was so pumped up on steroids and testosterone that he couldn't even have sex. I might explain a few things about somebody on here. His liver was in pieces. His heart was so enlarged. It's amazing that he was alive at all. It's going to be a very short show because I want to watch a movie. But sharing is caring. I just read a little bit on there. And I saw that Jim had a show on earlier. And who was that man he was with the glasses on, by the way? I don't recognize that man. But Jim has a lot of surprises coming to him. And they're not good, unfortunately for him. He does binge drink. His liver from drinking alone is, I guarantee you, without a doubt, no speculation, nothing, that his liver is shot already. But in usage of combination of his steroids, Jim is what, 54 now. I think he's lucky he's still alive. I mean, he's extraordinarily lucky. Because people were dying at half his age for taking steroids and testosterone and all that chemistry. Okay. Well, isn't that something? A morally corrupt YouTuber, Russian, wants to expose corrupt immigration officers. Well, that's a turnaround. I don't understand where Vitaly is in any position to do that, but I guess he thinks he is. Now, you know one thing for sure, he's never going to come into this country again. That's just not going to happen. But he figures that he's in a position, but he don't understand that he could be extradited back into the Philippines. Of course, if that's you could find him. He's not in Russia. He's not in Russia. He's in America. He's in America. Apparently, the USA accepted his passport. Let him in. I don't know, what does USA have to say about this? So now Vitaly feels he's in a position where he could say, well, what is he going to complain about? He was treated probably like a king in there with his money. He got what he wanted when the immigration officers got what they wanted. Allegedly. Allegedly. I'm watching my words. So all was good and fine, even though it might have taken money to make his stay there, maybe not like a 5-star lifestyle, but probably had a lot more privilege than the others. And he's going to complain about it. That's a corrupt person. Mentally, morally corrupt. So now, he's outside of the prison. He's in America, somewhere. And it looks like it's somewhere that's sunny and has a nice ocean. Some people said he might be in Miami. And now he's lashing out when, people just don't know when to stop. He's lashing out at the immigration. He's all over the news media. And he's naming names and pointing fingers. Good way to get killed in his situation, certainly. Being Russian, well, add that to the equation. Not many people like Russians. And to stick his finger out, which he's pretty much doing to the Philippines government, I really don't think it helps the situation at all, because they could extradite him. And if he comes back to the Philippines this time, he's extradited, he ain't leaving. I don't think he'd be leaving this time. He ain't going to be as lucky. If the people that he got fired don't kill him, somebody else will, including the inmates who basically he got in trouble because they had to be searched too for their cell phones. And I don't think they're going to be that happy with him. Just a thought, passing thought. All right, who's fighting tonight? There's got to be somebody fighting with each other tonight. Who's telling a lie on YouTube tonight? Who is fighting with each other? Need I ask? Man, it's bad enough we got all this shit going on worldwide, especially in the United States. Oh, man. It just doesn't get better, does it? What was I just reading? That's always of importance. Well, they're trying to oust Trump, of course, but there's just a lot of a little bit in between to get to do that. But I think they're getting in a good direction to impeach him and get him out of office. Just, think positive. Or try to, anyway. I don't know, everybody seems to be upset about something. And some things, at times, it's about nothing, really. But I think people... Oh, okay, I know what I was going to talk about. Someone used to be the... let's just say he was the chief's hand at one point of the Center of Disease Control, CDC. Came out with a few statements. And this is, I think this is the key points I'm going to make tonight before I get off here. A once head of the CDC, known as the Center of Disease Control, came out and said this was all a test. In other words, the COVID was high. Well, a lot of people figured this out. It's like you've been asleep for a long time if you haven't personally figured it out. But basically, if you haven't figured it out, this was definitely a test. They wanted to see how people would react to be under control, New World Order. If they had to be kind of tied down to their homes and restricted freedoms, they wanted to see how the masses of people who were in fear over this virus would react. Well, hell, I figured that out a long time ago. Didn't take much to figure that out. All part of a new world order. Governmental control. And he said, and this was the head of the CDC, in companies like Pfizer, where I got my shots, was from a Pfizer product. 2 for me, not 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, but 2. And he said that he knew that there would be side effects from this drug. And a lot of people are dying early or dying for reasons, perfectly healthy people. Maybe somebody that maybe somebody in your family. This is a way of a government trying to see, it's like a rat experiment in a maze. Give them certain chemicals, maybe it'll boost their brain power or whatever it might be, their test. So who could figure out how to get out of that maze? There's always a lot of experimenting going on, but they've been experimenting on people for decades and decades and decades. In case that's something new to you, and you must be part of the unawoke generation if you can't figure that out. They've been using us as guinea pigs for years, whether it's something in our water, whether it's chemtrails, whatever. And you just never know. Some of the smarter people have figured it out. A perfectly healthy person would suddenly develop something that is not in a family line. Very healthy, they work out, they eat well, don't smoke, don't drink, don't do, outside drugs other than prescription. And they're dropping like flies at younger ages. And, some people can't figure out why, but it all comes down to one thing. The COVID shots. They knew. And I try to understand something about when they're going to release a special drug that you got to understand. There's usually, it's somewhat of a requirement, or in actuality takes around 8 years before they can release a product on the market. They are coming up with some wonderful stuff right now, but they can't release it, or won't release it, one or the other. But before they can throw it on the market, they have to prove that it works. It has to be trial tested, but what they did with the COVID is they, Pfizer and companies of that nature, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and so forth, there were trillions of dollars to be made, well, at least billions, certainly. They had to get that product out Even if it wasn't fully tested, they had to get the product out. There's too much money to make. Fuck the 8 years requirement on an average before it's actually released on the market. Now, when things are really bad, sometimes maybe they get a little bit of carte blanche to release a product early because of a pandemic situation. But even that is doubtful. That's not what they normally do. Too much liability. But in this case, they did release it early. Maybe not early enough for some people, but whether it helped, I don't know. But there are people that are dying years later. I even remember a biologist who actually worked for Pfizer, and whether he was a disgruntled ex-employee, I don't know, but he had a high position in the biologist for Pfizer, and he said that anywhere from 1 to 7 years from getting injected with something that's supposed to save you, that you're going to start developing different health problems that should never have come along in the first place. And a lot of them had knowledge of the side effects of the drug. He had knowledge. Now I say disgruntled ex-employee, and that's what kind of creates whistleblowers. They worked and got paid very well for the company, but when they got ousted out for not believing or supporting what the company is doing, maybe they had a conscience, I don't know. Then they become the enemy. And that's when they expose people. Same thing going on with Vitaly. He got held in incarceration for 9 months. He witnessed everything that was going on, but this is nothing new. First of all, in the prison system in the Philippines, this is nothing new. We know people are mistreated in there. They go without medical care. They go without good food. Some people die, especially the elderly, that will wither away without proper medication or treatment, or don't have the money to go to a hospital because generally the government of the Philippines is not going to pay for your medical care. I don't know who may told you different. They'll take you to a public hospital, and there's still fees involved. They'll even charge you for the ride over there. Ask Barry. That happened with him. They wanted to charge him for the ride over to the hospital when he wanted to see somebody. Yeah, this is for real. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm not in any position to talk anything bad about immigration, I can tell you that. And I can tell you that a lot of this information is pretty well known. The conditions are not great in this country for any human, nevertheless an animal. I don't think that's going to change. And the superficial stuff that goes on by firing the employees who gave in to Vitaly for money, they'll just be replaced with other corrupt officials, guards, whatever. And the cycle just continues. But they have to save face, so they fired him to be replaced with others who will kind of get a little bit of temptation to give in to well-to-do foreigners that are incarcerated in the system. But there's nothing new about this. Nothing Vitaly is saying is anything that none of us, you know, like we never knew. We know the conditions. You don't have to be there to know it. But if you're unfortunate to be there, you're the one that has experienced this. He wasn't really happy about his experience there. Now, they made a mistake of letting him out. Now they're wishing that they did not let him out. Because now, he's given a double whammy to the Department of Immigration. He's laughing and smiling and pretty much giving the proverbial finger to the Department of Immigration because he's out now. It's like the movie Catch Me If You Can. Well, they might actually just do that. Extraditing him from the United States because that's where he's at. They catch him again as they bring him back to the Philippines. If he didn't like his stay there for 9 months, tell you what, he's not going to like his stay a second time around because they may not release him at all. And he'll make sure that his living conditions are worse than what it was. It'll be a no-favor system, money or not. They'll do that special just for him. You understand, a lot of government officials are underpaid. People outside the government are underpaid. That leaves room for, well, for kind of giving in to a situation that looks attractive to them and going for something that might be deemed to be a little bit illegal. Hello, Mix. Yeah, I was getting on it before I hit the Sackaroonie tonight. Before I hit the Sackaroonie, let me do something first here. The Sackaroonie. Let's see. We'll get into this a little bit. I want to drink some Too Big. Have some Too Big. Uh-oh. It was sitting on top of here. Hold on, folks. Okay, pardon. No, man. People are saying that Sim's in custody. He ain't in custody anywhere, man. He's back in whatever, Estonia. I know what you were reading. I read it too. No, he's... No. He's not in custody. They let him... Don't forget, don't you see they took him to the airport and put him on the plane? So he's not in custody. Doesn't mean he won't return. I guess is roaming around somewhere in the U.S. because that's where he was living most of his life, really. In the United States. No, don't listen to what you see. I know what you read. I know what you read. Do you ever feel that you're in some really bizarre, I don't know. I use that word a lot, a dystopian movie or something. I just, for what I hear on YouTube, what's going on in the United States and around the world, what people are getting away with, I mean, this is bizarro land. What the fuck is going on all the way around? A morally corrupt shithead like Vitaly is trying to expose corrupt immigration officials. I don't know, do you think that's a wise idea? They cut a deal for him to get out of there. Okay, allegedly, I'm watching myself. And as such, he reneges on this deal or something. They could extradite him back into the Philippines. They certainly can. They're talking about it right now, actually. They say there's going to be more FBI arrests in the Philippines, YouTube bloggers. Well, I might be both going at the same time, but no. First of all, Slim did get ousted out of the Philippines, and so did Vitaly. Vitaly, though, of course, wound up in America. That was the last place he was living. Although his country, he may have been taken all the way to Mother Russia, then on his own release, go back into the United States. Because generally they have to return you to the country you came from. Yes, it does get confusing sometimes. Let's see. They say there's going to be more big. Okay. Well, then, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm smoking something other than the cigarette. But it's my understanding that Slim was deported. And I know I keep on hearing. I'm not hearing things. I'm not hearing things. I'm not at that point yet. You hear a lot of things on it, don't mean they're true. It's been my understanding the whole time that he was being very apologetic. They did press interviews, and they were deporting him back to the United States, escorted to the airport to make sure he went on there. So how am I confused? They escorted both of them, not at the same time, of course. Regular guy is losing weight by day. He seems to be under stress too. Well, regular guy said that he only eats one meal a day. And I'm thinking, he's either ill, well, we know he's mentally ill, but you can't get by and expect to be healthy on one meal a day. Oh, he could live on one meal a day, but you're not going to be healthy, and you'll most certainly got to have a male has to have at least 1,800 calories a day. A female is a little bit less. I think it's 1,500 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he does look rather frail, and if you want to use that word frail, there's a good example. No, he doesn't look right. He looks sickly, actually. You'd be right on that. Well, the guy's running around. Man, I told you, it's like something out of a fucking comic book. I've always said that. Good night, Ginger Girl. Okay. No, he's not looking well at all. And a lot of them, you gotta understand, they're not well. A lot of them are not well. There's all the key players, I call them key players, but out of lack of calling what I'd like to call them, but all these key players, they're all ill in one way or another with their health. Overweight, or they drink too much, or whatever. They got heart problems, high blood pressure problems. They got diabetes. Name it. I told you, they drop like flies on YouTube. They drop like flies. And let's see, Slim does not have any ties to the USA. So they wouldn't escort him there, and he has more charges coming. Well, no, I didn't say that Slim was going to be escorted to the United States. He'd be brought to his own country of Estonia. And he's laughing his ass off because he knows that he's just going to continue all the illegal shit that he did in Estonia and still do it by continuing his show, because he gained, same for the other, because he gained all the popularity. Of course, Vitaly has more press, more coverage, more publicity than Slim does. But you got to understand, Filipinos, they don't forget. When you, example, Slim called them monkeys and didn't take it very lightly, then Vitaly turns around and basically giving the finger to the Philippines government. Government ain't going to forget that either. They could extradite him back into this country. Okay, Mick says, regular guy seems unstable to settle, just going from bus station to bus station. He seems to have no meaning in life and no women. That's my point. Look at Snicko. Snicko doesn't know what the hell he's doing either. He doesn't have a clue. I tune in on him every now and then. He hangs around with this girl, Maria, which is not his girlfriend. He's not getting any women. He probably can't even function. And, he had don't forget, he was in an explosion. Okay? That, he got a disability status from the service. What do you call them? IEDs or something? IUDs? I don't know how to give a woman an IED. A bomb. Okay. And it messed him up pretty bad, as you could see. I mean, look at him. Nerve damage in his face. I'm not laughing at him. I could, but I'm not laughing at him. The guy's got gnarly teeth that he'd rather spend more money on his fucking lawn than to fix his fucking teeth. That I'm laughing at. But, he can't smile. His eyes, I think he's blind in there. His face is distorted because of this accident, this occurrence. And that makes it extra difficult to find a woman. But it's not even the surface material. It's not just that. That could be very secondary, actually. It's who he is inside. And his attitude toward women. He refers to them as hoes. He doesn't respect women, just like Jay. He doesn't respect women at all. So all he's doing is, you're talking about how, what's his face, is running around with no direction. You don't know that's strategic. You don't know that. They could. Let's see. Strategic says if he doesn't get out before Vitaly does his documentary, he could be held longer than expected. No, you're getting mixed up now. Oh, it's Vitaly. Vitaly is the one that is doing the documentary. It's Vitaly. It's not Slim. Slim didn't really see any time. Okay, Vitaly was 9 months of incarceration. Let's get this straight. Or I'm going crazy, okay? He's the one that is threatening to expose, and he started doing it already, the officials that he was paying them off. It wasn't Slim. They could extradite him. And that could possibly happen. Well, you know something? That's new to me. If Slim is still being held, then I'm smoking something in those cigarettes that probably ain't legal. I don't know. I know they're both, Eastern European, blah, blah, blah. They both have accents. They kind of look like each other in some ways. I can see how it could be confusing to some people, but I've been following this. But I've never heard that Slim was actually still incarcerated. Got me on that one. I could be wrong. I'm not usually wrong on this stuff, but maybe I've been in a daze. Do I think they would spend? I think they would, and the reason I think they would is because he's creating more embarrassment for the department. Believe me, they spend a lot of money on a lot of stuff. It goes in a lot of people's pockets, but they would like to have him back in the country. They know they made a mistake to release him. He's trying to embarrass the whole department. DOJ and immigration, they're all connected, if you didn't know that, okay? And trying to give them a black eye. And he already was intimidation, and already he's saying things that they're corrupt, and they're pissed off at him. They're now saying we shouldn't have let him go. We should have kept him here. And a lot longer and make him suffer. Now, they're red-faced right now. And he's making the Board of Immigration look very corrupt. I'm not going to make any statements on that. I'm not going to make any statements on corruption. Or anything to do with immigration, as far as making any unnecessary statements. Let's put it that way at this stage, okay? I think you understand. Yeah. Okay, he paid to get out of one charge, but they are bringing more charges on him, on Slim. Well, if that is the case, then I guess I've been very misinformed, and I'm not usually. Because I was following both of them. And for some reason, I don't know, other than the beards that they like to me in some ways, they sound alike, and maybe I'm just not paying attention because there's so much other shit going on. So what you're saying that they released him on certain charges, but yet there's still charges against him, and you're saying that he's still in the Philippines. You got me on that one, man. I was pretty damn sure that they did deport him. I thought they escorted him to the plane as they did for Vitaly. Yeah, I know he paid to get out. He paid to get out of one charge, but they're bringing more charges on him. Well, do you remember his lawyer saying that he's willing to self-deport or deport? The lawyer had a big smile on his face, and you remember that interview? I thought he was on his way. Well, maybe I got my lines crossed. I don't know. Maybe I got too many distractions. I don't know. But I could have swore that they actually deported Slim. Well, I know they deported Vitaly. But you got me on that one. I was under the impression that he actually was deported all this time. Oh, my bad, I guess, if that's true. Okay, Mick says the thing with Sim calling Philippines people monkeys really hit deep with the authorities and the PI people. I think that was a real problem. Yeah, that would be a big problem. I could understand that. Well, look, they're both creeps. Let's just put it that way. They're both creeps that don't belong in this country. That's why I keep on saying, go after the real creeps. Go after the real, quote, real undesirables on YouTube and in this country. Both. But getting back to Scotty, I don't know, I kind of compare him. I haven't gone to listen to Steve. I'm sure Steve Montelli must have done a few shows here and there that I missed. I just haven't gone to his channel, but something similar was happening with Steve, because as far as like wandering around, it's just not finding what he's looking for. Like, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Well, neither has, Scotty Boy or Steve Montelli. And a number of people aimlessly wandering around like they're on fucking fentanyl or something or whatever, not knowing what they're doing from minute to minute. So Scotty went back into drinking again. Didn't he say he was not going to drink anymore? The last video I've seen of him, he was putting down a few beers at the bar or restaurant. Vitaly was deported to Russia, yes, one day, and in Miami the next. Yeah, it might have been Miami. Russia's very cold, and he got used to all this nice warm weather. He wouldn't voluntarily stay in Russia, and he's lived in most of his life. He's lived in America anyway. Where did he stay in America before he came to Philippines? So that's what I want to know. Where was he located in America? Where did he mostly stay? Was it actually Miami? I don't know. I don't know, Mike. Well, You, when you say something bad about it's like Barry did too. That could be part of the reason he's still there. They have a memory. Everything from the U.S. Embassy all the way down the line, really, DOJ, Board of Immigration. He's cursed every one of these people, even the guards. So he did, okay, he went back to Miami. Oh, I'd love to see him extradited back to the Philippines. That would make my day. Because this time he wouldn't be leaving. Unless back home in a pine box or something, but he just disappeared like Elliot did. I bet you. He done a lot of research since he's been out. Okay. Okay, guess I got my wires crossed on that. I thought Slim was also deported. I'm very happy to hear that he's still incarcerated. Maybe in the same place Barry's in, maybe he makes some good friends. You think? Oh, maybe they'll be friendly with each other, meet up. They become buddies, him and Barry. Okay, am I wrong? Guess I'm not following as much as I should. Or maybe part of me doesn't even care. It's just that they got caught. That's all that matters. And they have to face the realities of what they did. And, even 9 months in jail is a long time in the Philippines, I'm sure. Just ask Barry. And whether he was paying guards or not, he was still in there. In my understanding, they kept him in the isolation area. This is not working out with both of us being on the phone here, dear. That's pretty loud. I guess I have to deal with that. You start to hear the background crap. No respect. She knows I'm on the phone on a live show, and she's blasting her fucking phone over here. Yeah, put your earbuds on. There you go. That's a girl. I had a pair of headphones. I don't know where they are anymore. The kids were using them. All I need is a single bud because my right ear sucks. So, well, we're not just talking about Vitaly. We're not just talking about Slim. There are other characters on here that I'm sure are under investigation one way or the other. And I know several people that probably are indefinitely because he committed fraud. But, and I'm responsible for that one. I'll take the credit. He knows who he is. We've talked about it. Don't have to mention his name. Other than that, most people don't have an idea who's being investigated. They don't know until something happens, and may not anything happen at all. They might get lucky. I didn't say get Licky. I said they might get lucky. You like that laugh? It's just a matter of time. I always say it all comes out in the wash. And it usually does. Just give it time. You gotta have a little patience. I know I don't have any patience, but you gotta have a little patience on these matters. It takes time for things to happen. Nothing happens overnight in this country, I guarantee you. Unless you committed such a severe crime. Oh yeah, but even so, you'll be in a court system for years. And doing something very little. I mean, okay, do you know how many people actually left in jail all this time, dating back to the drug arrests with the former president? They still, believe it or not, have a backlog on that. There are still people that have been incarcerated ever since that time, and they have not gotten to them yet. Now that's torture. They should be allowed bail, but they won't on drug offenses. They won't allow bail. They won't do that out here. And maybe properly so, comes with drugs. But a lot of these people, too, are actually innocent. Maybe they had nothing to do with drugs. Like what's going on with the ICE goons in America right now, arresting innocent people. But I'm sure there's some people that are incarcerated that probably were not guilty of carrying or using drugs, but got caught up in the hysteria of it. Happened to be there in the wrong place at the right time or whatever, Well, anyway, I just thought I'd talk a little about that. I think when you're giving a finger to the Philippines government, you definitely created an enemy. Vitaly got, released. I'm sure there was some chicanery going on with that. Now I'm thinking that the immigration's thinking we should have never have done that. They're kicking themselves in their own asses right now. I shouldn't have released him, especially after hearing some of the things he's doing. Now, unless I'm in a total daze, which I don't think I'm not, correct me. It's Vitaly, not Slim, who's been exposing the corruption in the detention centers. Please tell me I'm right on that, or else I am going to start questioning my own sanity. Or I'm just not paying close enough attention. If Slim is still incarcerated, he's not going to rat out the immigration system while he's in there. It would not make his stay very safe or comfortable. Okay, I'm correct on something. Thank you. Because it doesn't make any sense that Slim would do that, because he's not in a position to do that if he's still actually incarcerated. Okay, well, first of all, thank you for that, because I think a lot of people are confused too, and I'm one of them, because I always thought that Slim was immediately deported. And the reason I get them mixed up sometimes is their accent. Well, I don't know. When I heard Vitaly talking on one of these things he released, I didn't hear a lot of an accent. I don't know if it was AI. He was using AI. Sounded very American sounding to me. If I remember correctly, Vitaly did have an accent, and I don't know what I was listening to. Maybe I am going out of my mind. But I seen one of the things he put up, and I don't know if it was AI. It was definitely him on there. But it sounded like him, but it sounded him with really good English. Something sounded a little bizarre on that. Out of place. Correct me on that one, too. Anyway, my views are disappearing, and I'm sort of disappearing because it's getting later, and I want to wind down for the night. It's not a bad thing to talk about this, because I think we're all learning a lot about how the system works and what's going on. And, we're all very aware that there's going to be a whole lot more people, I think, going down on investigations and so forth. I think immigration is trying to make a stance, maybe even more so now, but in some ways they're backing off. They don't want any more embarrassment. And now they're going to concentrate on what they deem to be more serious cases, rather than some frivolous fucking complaints by a disgruntled whatever chick. Well, I've always detected an accent for him. Maybe I listen more carefully than more people, but I know he spoke good English, because he spent most of his time actually in America. He can't act like it because he's from Russia, but he has an American. Well, I've detected a little bit of an accent on him. Maybe you didn't notice it, but I did. Not very strong, but that's why the last time I seen him, a video that he released, I don't know whose channel he's releasing it under, but I've seen it. Yeah, he did sound very good English and so forth, and yeah. I kind of wonder, is his mother also living in America too, or is she still in Russia? She seems to be always by his side somewhere. His mother's been supporting him, not financially, but she basically, I understand, encouraged him to do the stuff he was because he was making a lot of money on his show. Well, they're all creeps. Well, like I said, what they do doesn't put money on or food on my table, so I really don't care what they do, but I just hope that justice in these people's cases will, be prevailed, and that goes for other people too. It's just a matter of time. Just give it some time. There'll be others going down. Only because people don't know when to stop and they think they're invincible. That's the problem on here. All right, I'm going to go, guys. Thanks for the dialogue. I appreciate it. But let's just pay attention to the news. It's all over the news. And remember what I said. That his publicity is just what he needed. This guy's a millionaire as it is. Now, how does that work out with YouTube? Could he continue his same channel? Is YouTube aware of what he's done on YouTube? Did he have to a different name? What would they do about this situation? I would think that YouTube would take his channel down, wouldn't you? Because there's a lot of violations. Unless nobody reported him to YouTube. It gives him poetic license to do what he wants. I cannot see him still having his original YouTube channel. I can't see that. But I don't know where he was posting from. These names I did not recognize when he did do public postings. Where was he actually logging from? Whose account? Is it a new account that he made? Did it have to do something with the words? I don't know. It just had to do with exposing the BI immigration, something to that effect. All right. Conversation ain't moving along much. As I said, I'm winding down, so it's a good time to get off here, and I'm sure my battery's low as it usually is. So thanks for listening, and we'll just keep an eye on this situation here and see what happens, see how it pans out. And if Slim is actually still incarcerated. I can't believe how I didn't see that. Let's see. Strategic Positioning says he started out catching predators in Miami and then changed to pranks because pranks made more money. Well, it sure made money for him. Now, there's another Russian that just got arrested or deported. You aware of that? Crazy guy. He was going around telling people that he had HIV. He was going to infect them. And they got him to another Russian. Well, that's kind of a copycat type of guy. He saw that Vitaly was making a lot of money on there. He figured, well, let me try something too to get attention. Well, he got the attention he wanted and he got arrested. He never became a millionaire. Stupid people out there, man. That's why I laugh when I hear all these trolls out there talking about me and other people and slinging mud all over the place. It eventually, something eventually happens, It usually does. Maybe a little help from somebody, but it